Because hybrid is safer than fully in person, but it's not as safe as being at home.
I don't know what I don't even know what to suggest here. It's one of the all time, this is an all timer. I don't know what to say. Like, you continue to be wrong about things. Now, let me be clear for both of our sakes. Most of this stuff's just us looking up in the fly. So any of these percentages could be wrong.
Yeah.
I accept that from you, and you accept it from me. But given what we're seeing, it appears as if we're seeing is that all the data seems to suggest the United States was the worst when it came to reopening schools. This data seemed to suggest
your metric is the worst, is that we did it the latest.
Correct.
Yeah. And I'm giving you reason behind that.
You may, but you continue to be erroneous in what you're suggesting. The first thing you suggested that possibly it was a reason was it seemed as if all the teachers wanted and the people that wanted these closures wanted was the same stuff that was given in Europe when they went back. Turns out that was false. Turns out that was false.
No, it's still true.
That's not true. In fact, it said that the majority of ventilation for 50 to 55% of the schools, the ventilation in Europe when they went back was opening doors and windows and putting fans. That's not MERV filters.
Did the teachers get the MERV filters, Rob?
I don't think so. There may have been some of them.
They went back to work.
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Why?
Because the grift had ran out and that people saw, based on the overwhelming evidence from around the world, that it was safe to go back, and everyone started to wonder why the United States was the only country in the developed world that was continuing to not have children go to school.
So they saw that it was safe to go back.
Well, it wasn't that they saw it. My estimation is that it's not that they saw it was safe. It was that they saw that the grift had ran out, that getting paid to stay home was no longer acceptable.
You think that this is like is this like a hive mind of teachers to you? Every teacher had this.
No, I think that they
most teachers.
I think that they had most of them had a similar mindset to you that said, "Sweet, I get to get paid to stay at home." And that when you get paid to stay at home, then you're like, you know what? I kind of don't want to go back to work. And if I could make an excuse,
these teachers were seeing that there was significant, irreversible harm to a significant amount of children, and they were still like,
yes, that's exactly right. Exactly.
That is insane to me.
Yes.
Rob.
They saw the harm. You agree with that, right?
No.
They didn't.
No, I think that they probably believed that what they were doing in the classroom was at least doing something, and that the harm that was happening between to the children's education would probably be able to be caught up at some point in the future.
I think that people were suggesting, and I'll agree with you, not every teacher maybe would have known. There's an awful lot of really fucking stupid teachers. That's certainly true. But the evidence was overwhelming, the people that remotely paid attention to this, that it even just made sense to think about, like, wow, if you tell all these kids that, like, particularly in developmental ages, like, the social bonds that they've made that are so important, you can no longer have those. You got to basically be stuck at home for a year. If you tell them that, that's going to negatively affect them.
Rob, we weren't telling them you can no longer have these bonds.
But it was inevitable that they wouldn't. It was inevitable that those bonds would be severed when the majority of those bonds were going to be from classmates at school.
And they recreate those bonds when they go back to school. That was the idea.
No, it wasn't the idea. Again, evidence suggested, and I've already read you, that people decided that studies showed that there was significant harm to children as early as July of 2020. You just waved that away and said, right, the Delta was scarier.
Right, you brought up bonds. Let's focus on the bonds for a second. Do you think that the teachers and the people that supported the school lockdowns thought, oh, we're going to let these kids go, sever these bonds because of Delta? In this case, I just want to work at home. And I know that my kids will never, ever, ever be able to get these bonds back, but I still want to sever them because I want to work from home.
No, I think what they thought was that they knew it would be harmful, but thought it would be worth it because they valued getting paid to stay at home more. Just like you, if you would have thought about it, would have known that lockdowns would have devastated a lot of people, but your initial reaction was, sweet, I get paid to stay at home.
Well, I didn't even get paid to stay at home. I was hoping
but you were hoping, right, and the teachers got to, and they were happy, just like you were hoping to. Were you thinking when you said that? But
Maybe,
wait a minute, this could damage other
wait,
people.
Rob, wait, hold on, Rob. At a certain point in the pandemic, my focus was on the deaths and how scary and the risks of death. I remember one day I was running a fever, and I lived with my mom, who's a diabetic, and I was in tears because I thought that I was going to pass COVID to her and she might pass away. Like, that's where my mindset was. That's why I'm making this argument, because I know I'm not the only one that had that
Yes,
fear
people
of
can
losing a loved one.
incentivize. In fact, there's a lot of people now that polled it are like, and studies that show like they really miss lockdowns. They liked it. There's a lot of people that really liked not having to go to work and getting paid. There's a lot of people. The idea that you're saying, yes, I'm sure these people rationalized it to themselves, but deep down they knew that this was harming children, but they rationalized it to themselves because they liked what was happening. They said, no, it's all about safety. Now you're admitting that it was never about the safety of the children. You admit that, right?
Yeah, I think that most people need children. But they could spread it. That was the idea.
What I'm saying is, for a teacher or for particularly the people that endorse lockdowns to know the following things: this is going to harm children in some way. There's basically a consensus of that. We know that it's going to harm them, right? But I still think that even though the lockdowns won't help them, it will in fact harm them. It's worth it because I and people like me are afraid that potentially we could get this disease. Now, yes, millions of other people are back to work. They had to go back, but we're going to say no. We want to stay home and get paid. We're afraid to go back. And yes, we see that all the teachers in Europe have been back for months, but we still choose to say no, not us. We don't want to be.
Rob, a part of the harm calculation was also we didn't want the children getting sick and getting their relatives, their high risk relatives.
It was very low risk for children to contract or spread the illness. Evidence showed that overwhelmingly.
Okay, but it was a higher risk than normal times.
Yes, they also had a higher risk staying at home than in normal times.
They had a high risk staying at home if their parents went out and
even if no one went, there was still a higher risk to contract COVID, even if you weren't leaving, except but to go pick up the mail, because there was basically zero risk prior. There wasn't a risk of being hospitalized with COVID really in 2018.
Let me rephrase that, Rob. There was a higher risk of these kids contracting this virus that was putting a higher proportion of adults who they live with, some of them elderly, in hospitals, or even killing them if they have other.
Higher than what?
Higher than the viruses that we have dealt with in the past.
Yes. Okay.
So that was a part of the calculation.
Okay. The kids were at a very low risk to spread the illness. Like, I don't understand this.
They were at a lower risk compared to other people, yes, again, but not compared to kids back in the day.
Give me the percentage of chance that people transmitted the disease from children at schools. Go ahead. If they're less at risk to spread it, why didn't we enforce lockdowns universally? Why didn't we say the carpenter can't go to work? The grocer can't go to work. The hardware man can't go to work.
Because there were a lot of hardware people couldn't go to work, but there was
That's not true. Not until late 2021. How long did lockdowns last in your estimation?
There were certain industries that we considered essential. That was a whole thing back then. You remember essential employees.
In late 2021. That's your argument. That lockdowns weren't lifted till late. It's funny. Most of the people I talk to that defend lockdowns make the other argument. Wait, June 30th, 2021 was the last lockdown lifted. That was in California. Okay. Right? Now, that was just like the last vestiges. Oregon, June 30th, 2021. New York, June 15th, 2021. All other states, it was in 2020. New Jersey was the next one. That was June 2020.
What do you? Why you're asking me why the hardware people got to go to work then?
Yeah, so imagine in January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, everybody's back to work except teachers. The one group that is least likely to contract COVID because the people they're around are less likely to spread it than your average person walking into a hardware store. The one group that's least likely, they had to remain locked down.
So the individual companies opened on individual levels. They had to follow the local regulations. You said that June 2021 was the last lockdown. Was the last vestige of the government forcing lockdowns, right?
Yes.
But we still had schools that were doing virtual.
Yes, my argument is of all of the industries,
Yeah, but I understand. So I would imagine that the hardware store that's required that needs profits is going to have a more incentive to call their people back than the teachers who feel like they can do the teaching online.
So wait a minute. The reason that they could go back is because they needed to make money.
Probably.
And so we didn't have that. We didn't have that with teachers. So
if the government wasn't forcing, if the local government wasn't forcing the schools to lock down, then this was probably on a district level, right? It was a district level that was keeping the schools that were still doing hybrid, right?
I think that there was it was like sort of county level the way that they did these lockdowns.
Also, you got to also keep in mind that most schools aren't even open from, was it June to August?
Most schools, most schools go into partial June, and then they have July off August, and they either go back late August or September. Yes.
Yeah. So that would probably be. That's another reason why. In September we have like a 93% opening rate, whereas in like June and July, even though a lot of people are vaccinated, we had a lot lower opening rate. Do you think that might have something to do with it? Because we started school year virtual, so we weren't going to open everything back up.
I don't know how the metrics would be viewing this, right? Because it was full in-person option, and it says August to September. So my understanding, the way that that's labeled, August to September, would mean at the beginning of the school year. And it says 50 to 55% of U.S. public schools had a full in-person option. So in other words, when schools reopened up after summer break. In 2021, 50 to 55% is what I'm reading. The schools were full in-person option. In October, that goes to 85. It says Southern and many Midwestern Rocky Mountain states, Texas, Florida, Arizona, Georgia, Arkansas, Arizona, Iowa, Wisconsin, etc., open fully on day one of the school year. Most private and charter schools nationwide also open fully. So you had a bunch of Southern and Midwestern states, but on day one.
So what I got is, so this might be just a data discrepancy because I'm getting something different. Okay. By the close of the 2021 academic year in June 2021, nearly all 98% of public schools offered at least some of the in-person instruction.
Right. The data I'm looking at is full in-person. Only 50 to 55% offered full in-person.
So, but I think that. Because it says either hybrid or full-time to their students, with 2% offering exclusively remote learning. But this still goes to my narrative around this, that the teachers were worried about the risk to themselves and their loved ones.
Then they would have said
they were also worried.
Then they would have said no in person.
But as the risk is lowered, they're more willing to be in person.
It makes zero sense whatsoever.
But the numbers follow that, though.
The numbers do not follow that.
As time goes on in 2021, first we're getting more and more information about COVID, Delta variant. We're getting more and more people vaccinated, and we're getting more and more schools open.
Yes, that's
At high
true.
risk
Those
for
numbers do not
school in
justify that
person.
teachers would make a decision say, I'm willing to harm children, but only half the week now.
I'm not,
I
hold
feel
on.
that the
Wait,
risk
so
is
first of all,
lowered enough that I could show up in person half the week, and the other half
I'm
I still
not
feel
saying
fearful enough to not show up. No, that's absurd.
I'm not even saying it's justified. I'm just saying that this is the reason.
No,
This
it's
is the reason.
no human being would come to this conclusion. I feel scared enough to go, even though everyone else I know is going back to work. I have held out, and I feel scared enough to go to work because I'm afraid that I'll go, contract the illness, come back, give the illness to someone in my house who will give the illness to someone else. So I'm scared, but not scared enough I can't
Well,
show up 1 or 2 days a week.
when the 2021 school year started, there wasn't a lot of information on the Delta virus. And
That's
there also
not
wasn't a lot of
true.
teachers.
We had the Delta virus. We had schools that had reopened the entire time during the Delta virus in Europe, and we saw that there wasn't mass levels of this.
When did Europe first contract? I'm going to get no sleep before work, by the way. How do you? No, when I was asking you, like, how do you do this? How do you physically do this?
I'm doing a
4 a.m.?
24-hour stream after this. I'll get like 2 hours of sleep. I don't care.
How do you do it though? Like, is this normal for you?
Sometimes. Delta virus started in the United Kingdom in May of 2021. It started in the United States in late June of 2021. Wow, that's actually incredibly amazing. That's actually amazing. Because that would mean it's the majority variant in June of 2021. That would mean that the lockdowns that started in February were the alpha variant, and you were absolutely wrong about that.
No, but Delta started in October in India. That's where we got our first initial look at what the virus
nonetheless,
was.
the Delta variant was not in the United States until the first case was March of 2021. It didn't become the majority variant until June of 2021.
But if we know that this variant is coming, and we know that and we don't know a whole lot about it, but we got an idea that it's going to be more dangerous, wouldn't that stoke fears?
In fact, you want to know when the peak Delta wave was? Take a guess.
It's 2022.
No.
Late 2021.
Yeah, take a guess the month.
October.
How about August, September? The very month that you're saying, teachers started to come back because they realized.
After teachers got vaccinated.
Teachers were already vaccinated prior to that, so they could have went back.
Teachers weren't vaccinated early 2021.
That's not true. We could see that by April, 82% of teachers were vaccinated.
We're already in the school year, Rob. We're already mostly through the school year.
And so you don't restart up. You don't restart up and have school in April, May, June. You leave. You're like, fuck it.
That's probably just. Yeah, that's probably since they've already established the lesson plan around virtual learning and established the infrastructure around virtual learning.
I just want to be clear. Your argument is even if we were fully vaccinated and the virus just disappeared, you'd be like, fuck it. Only 3 months left in the school year. Keep them closed.
That's probably the calculation that was made.
No. Okay, just to be clear to be clear, I'm not going to find evidence that a significant amount of schools opened in the United States partially through the school year. I'm not going to find that.
That would be interesting to see.
Okay, if I find that, what is this, like speculation 14 that you've had that ends up being completely opposite, as always?
Well, no. Just because some schools made that decision doesn't mean that wasn't the calculation in other schools. We're talking about 400,000 school districts, Rob.
Yeah, the rationale that we're going to intentionally keep schools closed, even though we now know that we're safe because we're vaccinated, because after all, there's only 2.5 months left in the school year, is insane. I don't think that anyone in their right mind would even begin to try to make that argument. But then I ran into you, and that's an argument you're making. So now I have to find evidence that, nope, it turns out that a bunch of schools decided, just because we're not at the beginning of the school year, we could decide to open up. I mean, I can't even believe that you're trying to make this argument. I've never heard anyone try to make this argument. I can understand if it's like, well, there's only 2 weeks left in the year. We're talking April. So you got May, June. By the way, what you could have did was extend the year out too, because that, like, if you have a lot of snow days or something in school, what do? You extend it into the summer vacation. That's what you do. So they could have did that, but they didn't. When they were looking at the Delta variant in India, did they have in India vaccine data that showed how vaccines prevented the spread
I think the vaccines were said to be highly effective.
against Delta?
I don't know what the data said, but I can tell you what the narrative was. Yes.
Okay, so when did we know the vaccines were highly effective?
I don't know, Rob. I don't remember the exact month.
Early though?
Huh, say that again.
Early?
My guess would be by the beginning of the fall semester, we knew that the vaccines were highly effective.
Delta became the dominant variant in April of 2021 in India. So although there was a case or two in October, it wasn't really a significant until like March, and it wasn't more than 50% until April.
It doesn't need to be the dominant variant in order for us to study it, though.
Okay, so how many cases?
In order for us to get a narrative around it, in order for us to see that it's going to be more infectious.
Let's see, by
For many U.S. school districts, the logistical challenges and disruptions involved with a mid-year transition were factors in the decision to remain closed in-person instruction until the start of a new full academic year. Like it seems like that was a thing, and it also seemed like there were some schools that shifted, but this one gives me examples of people who shifted from in-person to virtual, not the other way around.
I want you to explain something to me. So if it started in October,
in Virginia it did.
It's if Delta started is the in India in October 2020. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah.
And we would need to see more than one or two cases to understand how lethal it's going to be and stuff, right?
Probably, unless we already have like labs to be able to test this shit out.
Okay.
But I don't know what the exact process is.
So
I do know that like when we knew that this was going to be a problem for America at the point where we had like 4 cases. Okay. There was a reason why we were able to know that.
Why? Tell me the reason.
I don't know. I don't know the process that they use to come to these conclusions.
No, show me your evidence.
What evidence would be sufficient for you?
Like, I want some sort of evidence that in February, when schools were recommending shutting down, that they were like, oh, that's because we estimate that Delta is going to be XYZ. Because what I'm seeing is by March of 2020, by the end of February into March, there was only 5,000 cases of Delta in India. 5 to 10,000.
The Delta variant, which became a dominant strain in early July 2020, raised significant concerns for the fall 2021 school year, forced many temporary schools closures and the reinstatement of mitigation measures. Temporary closures and quarantines. While there were no new widespread government-mandated lockdowns of schools, the Delta surge caused numerous short-term reactive closures and massive quarantines at the district or individual school levels. For example,
okay, go ahead.
I'm still reading. When you ask these things, I just go through.
That's fine. Go ahead.
I just go through and read.
So I just want to be clear. Your argument was that the teachers unions, etc., that were recommending closing in February 2021 were saying because we're afraid of Delta. Yes? That's what you're claiming?
I said that was a possibility, Rob.
No. We've been arguing under that assumption for an hour. Oh, the reason that it was different, that the prior data didn't matter anymore and we had to shut down, was because the prior data was alpha and now we were dealing with delta. That's what you said.
I said that was a possibility, Rob.
No, you didn't say it was a possibility. You
Rob,
said that was
everything. Rob, everything.
That's
when
what
you're
you're
asking me, why did it do that? Rob, when you ask me these things, I always say, "Oh, that it could be this.
All right,
it could be
so
that."
let me read.
I don't actually know the answers to these questions. You're the one that's like making this incredibly
so here we go.
confident
So
claim.
your exposition's great. Here we go. No, U.S. Schools and Teachers Union did not cite the Delta variant as the reason for keeping schools closed or hybrid in February 2021. Delta was essentially unknown outside of India at the time. Here's the exact timeline of what people were saying in February 2021. February 2021, what was happening with Delta? First U.S. Delta case not sequenced until February 23rd. Globally, less than 100 sequenced by this point. And remember, it was February 12th or February 11th when the teachers union basically sent the memo to recommend school closures. February 12th when the CD did it. So less than 100 sequenced cases, almost all in India. It wasn't even named Delta. Too much. Here is what we had being said by schools and unions. There's too much community spread. They were looking at 14-day case rates. Vaccines not yet available to teachers because they weren't available till March. Inadequate ventilation, no MERV filters, no HEPAs. Need more funding for safety upgrades, staffing shortages, fear of in-person. For example, Chicago Teachers Union's vote to defy in-person order by February 2021, citing ventilation, no teacher vaccines, high community rights. LA, Fairfax County, Montgomery, Colorado, Portland, etc. all use the same arguments. None mention Delta or a new variant. In March of to May of 2021.
I'll give you this.
I'll continue to read the arguments, then you can respond. I'll continue to read the arguments, and you can respond.
I'll give you this.
In March to May of 2021, Delta still less than 1% in U.S. and Europe. Same arguments continue. No Delta mentioned by any U.S. teachers union. In June of July 2021, Delta becomes dominant.
Might not be the reason.
In June and July of 2021, Delta becomes the dominant in U.S. Only then do some districts start citing Delta as a reason for caution or brief delays in full reopening. That you were saying?
That's great. You have disproven my guess. That's great, Rob. I read that Delta was in India in October. I was making guesses based off of that. Now,
I do apologize for taking you at your word that you knew this. I'm so sorry. I operated under the false assumption. That's my mistake.
Rob, I'm pretty sure I started with Delta. I was like, wasn't 2021 when Delta was a thing?
At some point.
That's how I phrased it.
Okay, so can you give your explanation now, since they had the data that recommended school openings in about July of 2020, and we still had the same variant, and the information told us that it was pretty safe at schools and that it was harmful to close down. Now your explanation is?
Well, I want you to show me proof that the reason why these people didn't want to go back is just because they were willing to harm children in order to work from home. Show me the proof. I want to see that.
The proof is I can't think of an explanation that's plausible other than that. Every explanation that
I do think that still being scared of alpha is a plausible explanation.
So now the argument is, even though the preponderance of evidence told us with this variant,
because that's what you just read. That's what you just read, though.
Correct.
Yeah, yes, that's just a reason cited.
Yes, the data shows.
And also they had
the data under the alpha variant, which you've already conceded, showed by June of July in 2020 that it was safe to open schools. It was more harmful to have them closed. Your only defense of why that changed was because now they're worried about Delta. That's not the case. They were not worried about Delta. They were still worried about the alpha variant.
Hold on a second.
The CDC had recommended, I believe, in June or July of 2020 to reopen schools. The America's largest teachers union on February 11th sends them an email that's like, hey, you should recommend the opposite. The next day, they recommend the opposite. What's the data that changed? They already had the data that recommended. They said there was a worldwide consensus that it was more harmful to have schools closed than be
wait,
open.
what did the CDC? Wait, why did the CDC? What was it? February?
Yeah, February 12th, 2021.
It could have been because of the teachers' union, but the whole argument that I'm talking about is why did the teachers' union do this? Why were teachers afraid of not wanting to go back to school? You think they were just being lazy? I think that they were still scared.
It doesn't matter what the explanation was. Even if I accept you in the best steelman position of this, that they were just scared. They intentionally, despite the best evidence, chose to harm children despite the evidence overwhelmingly suggests that that was a big mistake.
My guess would be that that their thoughts were that yes, this is probably going to make it harder for kids to learn, but we will be able to catch them up later or whatever. They even the ones that knew that this was like hindering their learning probably didn't think that this would be a long-term problem for the children.
Even if we accept that, they knew it would be harmful to the children. The data that was because the excuse that people you always make is we were doing the best with the data we had at the time. Here's an incident where we knew from the data that it was a mistake to close schools. The CDC recommended as such in like June or July of 2020. Then America's biggest teachers union demanded change and they got it. That's what happened. And I'm like, where is the evidence that changed? Where's the evidence? That's all I'm asking. And your answer to this,
Wait, did the CDC actually say you shouldn't open up schools, or did they change the guidance of how what opening up schools look like?
They changed the guidance and they gave trigger recommendations for when things should be closed that resulted in the closing of 90% of schools.
So the trigger recommendations changed.
Correct.
Wait, 90% of schools weren't closed in February, right? 90% of schools weren't closed in February. Why did you just say that?
I'll go back and read the data that I read earlier. It said the schools closed in 90% of counties. Maybe that's a slight different.
Maybe they're saying that 90% of the schools who had reopened had closed. It was 49% public schools offered full-time in-person instruction to all students. This represents a slight increase from 46 in January. And it just kept going up from there.
Let's see. FT provides feedback on the draft, including staff accommodation variants. New roadmap emphasizes science-based strategies for safe in-person learning. Incorporates AFT's proposals. Weirgarten praises his roadmap, but notes that it should have had 10 months ago. Guidance helps shift 46% of schools open pre-release to 60% a few months later. Let me see here. Oh,
goodness gracious. I'm so tired. I need to get at least an hour of sleep.
Let's see. Friday. May 14th, 15th, CDC's first post-closure school reopening guidelines published. This is May 14th, 2020. CDC recommends that schools reopen when it's safe. The best available evidence indicates K through 12 can reopen safely with appropriate mitigation. CDC, July 9th. The best available evidence indicates K through 12 can operate with in-person instruction in the fall 2020 with appropriate mitigation. July 23. It is critically important for public health to open schools this fall. It's in the public health interest of K-12 students to reopen schools. CDC explicitly says full remote learning should be the last resort. July 24th. Let's see. No, that is not. September, December 2020. Multiple
Wait, so
MMW.
doesn't it sound like this? Doesn't it sound like the CDC guidelines are following what you would have wanted them to?
Yes, and then it changes on February 12th. After on February 11th, America's largest teachers union sends them a memo saying we have problems with what your guidelines are. Then what happens is, let's see, I got this somewhere. January 29th, 2021, Randy Weirgarten meets with CDC Director Rochelle Walensky. This is January 29th, 2021. AFT staff gains access to the draft of the CDC guidance on K-12 school operations during COVID-19. This initiates a collaborative review. CDC consults 50 organizations, but AFT, that's Weirgarten's teachers union, input was highlighted in later investigations. Early February 2021, exact date, February 6th to 8th. AFT submits proposals memo to CDC. AFT provides feedback on the draft, including suggestions for staff combinations, variant flexibility, and a rejected case threshold trigger for pausing in-person learning. Republicans later called this line-by-line edits, but Weirgarten described it as standard consultation. February 12th, new roadmap emphasizes...
So it seems like
New roadmap emphasizes science-based
trigger
strategies. New roadmap emphasizes science-based strategies for safe in-person learning, masking, distance, and cohort groups. Incorporates AFT's accepted proposals. Weirgarten praises it as a rigorous roadmap, but notes it should have come 10 months earlier. So what had happened was, despite the fact, let's see.
What were the trigger changes? Do you know? I tried to look it up, and maybe I'm just too tired to understand it.
No, I didn't look it up.
This says that the focus shifted from community transmission levels to COVID-19 community levels, which were based on a combination of new cases and hospital capacity/admissions, prioritizing preventing severe illness over simply stopping every case. But I think this is also, they pulled up wrong shit for me.
So in fall of 2020, so I read to you previously that it was CDC guidance, right? That it was very important to open schools in the fall of 2020, right? I'd read that, right? So what had happened was that the schools were not doing that. Now, the CDC wasn't enforcing this upon them, but the schools weren't doing it. So let me see. I'll find what they said again. Jeez Louise, let me scroll up here.
The total number of new cases. February 2020, guys. The CDC operational strategy.
It's got to be here. CDC in May of 14th, 2020 was like, schools could reopen when it's safe. Indicates that they could safely reopen with the proper mitigation. July 23rd, 2020. They published the guidance for K-12 school administrators in press conference with Director Redfield. Redfield says, quote, "It's critically important for public health to open schools this fall. It's in the public health interest of K-12 students to reopen schools. CDC explicitly says that full remote learning should be a last resort." What we saw then was give me
the month and year again.
That was Redfield, July 23rd, 2020. Then what we saw is in fall of 2020 and August, September, the COVID-19 led to varied reopening school models across the U.S. with significant differences by region. Fully open is defined here as districts offering full in-person instruction 5 days a week for all students who chose it. Data primarily covers K-12, which enroll 90% of students. Based on comprehensive trackers like Burbio, Education Week, and CDC surveys, approximately 20% of U.S. schools were fully open at the start of the school year. This low figure reflects caution, with urban and high poverty areas lagging behind rural ones. By mid-September, the percentage ticked up to 25% as some hybrid districts shifted, but full in-person remained limited. So Burbio says fully open was 25%, fully remote was 52% in August of 2020, despite the fact that the CDC guidance was that should be a last resort. 52% of schools in this country were doing just that. Education Week says the number is slightly higher. From mid to September 20, it was 60% were fully remote. Return to Learn, July 20, the CDC says it's around 50% that was fully remote. So between 50 to 60 says that when the school year opened, they were over 50%, 50 to 60% were fully remote. Now, if I remember back, what had happened was people were sort of outraged because the CDC was saying, what are you doing? You should get back. You should get back. They pushed these guidelines out that was going to say, like, look, here's our clarifications where you should dot down. America's largest teachers unions basically lobbying the head of the CDC saying, like, no, we don't want to come back. You need to make your thresholds less to justify us continuing to not be back at school. And after they send this email and talk on February 11th, 2021, on February 12th, the CDC reverses what their guidelines were going to be. There's an investigation basically that the GOP saying it was basically line by line edits of Randy Weirgarden. So in other words, despite the fact that the best available evidence from the CDC said everybody needs to go back to in-person, that's what we need at the start of this school year. Remote should be the very last possibility. Over 50% of the schools in this country ignored the directions from the CDC and decided to be remote. Then they lobbied to have the CDC change their policies, which was effective.
Yeah, so they put out those guidances July, right? You should reopen.
Correct.
Most schools are probably about to close in July for the summer.
I quote, Redfield says, it's critically important for public health to open schools this fall. It is in the public health interest of K through, right. So the fact that they close in July is irrelevant.
80% of schools, 80% of schools are either hybrid or no, shoot, I've got that backwards. 40% of schools are fully in person and hybrid in the fall.
That's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at different different report. Say that again. Maybe I did get that. 40% were fully open or hybrid.
40%. Yeah, I said 80% at first because I was adding the wrong two numbers.
40%. So over 50% were fully remote. Yes.
Yeah, over 50% were fully remote. How many school? Do you know if that was like a significant increase from June, July?
Well, there was summer break when Redfield says that. It was late July. Almost no one's
in
school.
So how many people were virtual when he said that?
Zero. School wasn't in session.
Oh, well, how many were virtual in June of that year? Do you know off the top?
I do not. I could look it up.
I'm trying to see if there was an increase in schools that were listening to the CDC.
I don't understand what the relevance is, but.
Well, even in February, which maybe this is the change that you don't like, the guidance was they had 4 zones: blue, yellow, orange, and red, and provided specific recommendations for in-person, hybrid, and virtual learning based on the risk levels. For example, in red zones, high transmission, it's recommended to curtailing sports and extracurricular activities and considering school closures as an important consideration if other measurements fail. So what if it's the possibility that in September of 2020, we just had a lot of school districts that were considered red?
That was the change in the guidelines on February 12th, 2021 that you're reading, correct?
Yeah, so is that the change that you don't like, that they created the red zone and recommended?
What I'm suggesting is this: unless you have evidence to the contrary, that the guidelines that was given to schools at the time that they reopened in August of 2021 or August of 2020 said, you guys need to get back to full-time learning, remote needs to be the absolute last resort. Despite that, we had over 50% of schools that were fully remote, right? This persisted.
Well, what if the remote? So what I would need to prove is that there was high transmissions in a lot of these districts, right?
No, not
because
if the guidelines.
They said remotes. They said remote's the last resort, but that means that their remote was a resort for people. And that's what this guidelines seem to say still in February.
The guidelines changed. The guidelines changed in February. Show me any commentary whatsoever that suggested the CDC saying, yes, we're happy with the school closures. We absolutely think.
Well,
again, CDC's messaging.
The phrase. Let me finish.
You bring up points, and then we're easily able to swat them down. Okay, given that, then we would expect to see the CDC would say, "Oh yes, even so, we said it was a last resort. Now we see that resort is what needs to happen." However, we see the opposite. September, December of 2020, CDC continues to update and reinforce the same message. Multiple MMWR reports and statements. Quote: schools can be reopened safely with layered mitigation. Evidence shows low transmission in schools when mitigation's used. So again, The CDC is continuing to say up till December of 2020, what are you doing? You could go back to in person, just have mitigation, social distance, or distancing between people, maybe masks and stuff like that. So nothing changed from July to September, December. The CDC is recommending the same things. They continued to double down. We need to get back to school. We need to get back to school the entire year. Then it changed. The day after they got contacts from America's largest.
Do you think that the CDC was like, you need to go back to school even if there's a lot of transmission going on in your community?
No, I think the CDC was saying over and over and over the transmission rates were remarkably low at schools, and the public health crisis of not going to schools would outweigh the low transmission rate that you saw at these schools. Given the fact that what we would have to believe, according to you, is one of two things. Either because we see while these schools shut down, the CDC's looking at it and saying, you should go back. You should go back. It's safe to go back. So we would either have to, one, believe that the CDC was grossly incompetent and wrong, or two, believe that the CDC was not looking at the data. They weren't looking at transmission data.
No. I think that you can have this statement. It's important for us to go back to school, while also recognizing that there's going to be schools that can't go back because transmission
not
rates
50%. When they're saying the vast majority of these, you're safe to go back to school, and over 50% aren't going back to school. Yes, you might say, 1 to 2% are in really high rates, and the CDC would say, okay, in those areas it's a last resort. That's not what we see. We see them saying, for the majority of you, it's safe to go back to schools. However, what we could see is for the majority, they weren't going back.
Mm-hmm. That's probably true. That there were probably school districts that were being overly cautious, even when the CDC was saying you can go back.
So then we get back. We finally come full circle to this. The defense that folks want to use is, well, they made the best possible decision looking at the evidence that they had. Here we have the experts telling them you need to go back, and they ignored the best possible evidence. We could see from around the world that schools went back, that it was remarkably safe. We see the CDC saying it's safe. The data shows it's safe. And still, we see a push from these teachers' unions and from the people that were responsible for closing schools to continue to have them closed. As a result, we saw mass harm done to children.
But what I'm saying, I'm focusing on like the trigger change. The CDC recognized that there were probably areas in which there's high transmission and they probably shouldn't go back, even in 2020 when they were trying to encourage school districts to go back. Correct?
Okay, so what you want me to believe is, because they use the phrase remote should be a last resort, that this is an implicit acknowledgement that there is a level of COVID that could happen that would say, hey, maybe you guys should do remote. That's your argument?
Yes.
And that just so happened to be 52% of the country. And the CDC watches this occur in real time.
No. So the argument you're trying to pigeonhole me in is that the school districts were following the CDC guidance. That's not what I'm saying.
You're admitting they
I'm
weren't.
focusing on the CDC. Yes. There was a lot of school districts that were not following CDC guidance. Me personally, if I was like well informed on the CDC guidance on that at the time, probably would have been like, yeah, you could probably go back. I don't know that I was like following it that closely at the time. I probably was.
Nonetheless, then we get back to the
2020. But anyways, so the change in the zones, the change in the guidance seems to be very similar to what the
teachers wanted. What the teachers union wanted.
It seems to be very similar to what they were saying in 2020.
No,
they created zones: blue zone, yellow zone, orange zone.
That is not similar. I will quote. Did what they were saying justify the closing of mass amounts of schools based on their changes in February 12th, 2021?
Repeat that?
They changed their policy in February 12th, their guidelines to February 12th, 2021, correct?
Yeah, and I'm looking at the way in which they changed it.
So that change, did it now justify school closures in a lot of these areas? Because the guidelines that they set now meant that several schools met that marker for having closed in-person learning.
I don't know the answer to
Well,
that
there's
question.
only
I
one
would
of
have to
two
look at
options.
it.
Either yes, that's true, that it now it in effect changed the guidelines. So prior to that, they were saying these schools should be open, and after it, they're saying actually because we changed the metric, these schools should be closed. That's option one. Or option two is it didn't do that, and schools continued to ignore CDC guidelines. There's only two possible options there.
It's possible, yes.
Can you think of a third option?
From what I'm looking at, it looks like the guidelines were very similar. I don't like. I'm actually looking
I'm
at the
asking
guidelines and
I'm
comparing
asking
it to
you.
what you're telling
There's
me.
only two possibilities. You acknowledge
So,
this,
so
right?
it's possible. It's possible that the schools that closed, um, were ignoring CDC guidelines, or maybe there were more red zones at the time. I don't know.
There's only two possibilities. Either the CDC policy changed, which now justified based on their guidance schools closing. That's option one, right? Or option two is
Mm-hmm.
it didn't change anything and the school districts just continued to ignore the CDC. Either way, it doesn't help your
What I
argument.
need to know is what I need to know is like how many schools actually closed because of the CDC change.
Not many. They were already closed. Now they can say, see, we're justified. The CDC says we should be. That's
So
the
yeah,
point.
it's possible. It's very possible that there was a significant amount. So, but your earlier claim was that 90% of schools closed because of the CDC changes.
What I had read was that 90% of the counties were closed after the CDC's comment. That's what I had read. I can't find it, but that's what I read.
Oh, maybe the 2020 comment, the 90%,
maybe
the
it
first
screwed up the
comment.
dates. I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you that the evidence is overwhelming that the teachers were not listening. The teachers unions were not listening to the CDC. They were aggressively lobbying. We want you to change the guidelines. They were very happy with the change of guidelines. They remained being closed and then said it was in line with the guidelines. I don't see what the dispute is here.
I think that for one, we have multiple disputes. For one, you seem to think that the CDC was just like significantly in the pockets of the teacher union, but
it's irrelevant. I don't have to prove that. What I have to prove, what my contention is, that this was not a decision of using the best available evidence. It wasn't. It was one.
Yeah, it probably was actually. I would give you that. But I think that this was still. No. You think that the reason why they weren't using the best arguments was because they were.
It doesn't matter what I think. What I
lazy.
know is this: we're all in agreement, including Randy Weirgarn. Pretty much everyone, I think, even you, is in agreement. This was the wrong thing to do. Looking back in hindsight,
yeah, absolutely.
Okay,
but I'm always going to say that you should have followed the best available evidence.
Your defense was, well, with things like this where we made mistakes during COVID, we were doing our best. We were using the best available evidence we had at the time. Now you're admitting that's not the case.
I think that with the teachers union and the teachers that wanted to stay closed, it was mostly because they were actually scared, despite the best available evidence.
Okay, so then we could dispense with the following. We know it was the wrong decision, and we know that they weren't relying on the best available evidence at the time.
The individual teachers and possibly even the teachers union, yes.
Okay, and so then the last thing I have to say, we know that they knew that this would harm children to some degree.
I don't think that they thought that it would be like permanent harm. I don't think that they thought that if I advocate for this school to be closed, that there's going to be irreversible harm to children.
All right, let's see what we got here. Yes, there was already substantial evidence and near consensus among pediatricians, child psychologists, economists, and public health experts by March-May 2020 that prolonged nationwide school closures would cause serious harm to children. The evidence was largely ignored or downplayed by the top decision makers in the CDC and teachers unions, many blue state governors, and the media narrative in favor of the precautionary principle. Some dates. February, March 2020, World Health Organization, UNICEF, UNESCO, joint statement on March 9th, the multiple European pediatric societies warned that school closures should be a last resort and as limited in duration as possible because harm to nutrition, mental health, child abuse detection, and learning. March 20th, Brown University economist Emily Oster's early calculation published April 2020 showed children under 18 have 1 in 50,000 to 1 in 100,000 risk of death from COVID and a very low transmission rule. This was ignored. April to May 2020, American Academy of Pediatrics issues first strong statement and repeated guidance through the summer. The American Academy of Pediatrics strongly advocates that all policy considerations for the coming school year should start with the goal of having students physically present in school. It cites learning loss, mental health issues, abuse, and food insecurity. May 2020, CDC's own internal review leaked later, and European data, Sweden kept grades 1 through 9 open with no deaths and no excess teacher mortality. It shows schools are not a major driver of transmission when basic precautions are followed. June, July 2020, 1.5 million children in New York City alone lost 3 to 6 months of learnings. First major papers appear on mental health crisis. ER visits for child mental health up 24%. Child abuse reports plummet, meaning undetected cases rise. July 2020, over 100 pediatric disease experts, including Jonas Salk Institute, Harvard, Brown, Oxford, signed the Great Barrington Declaration, focused John Snow Memorandum, counter letter specifically calling for school closures a grave injustice. August to September 2020, large studies from Germany, Ireland, Norway, Australia, Japan, and South Korea all show schools contribute to 3-5% of community transmission, less than 3 to 5% with mitigation in place.
Can I just stop you? Because it doesn't matter, because I still think that it's a very good possibility that despite everything you're about to read, that the people in the teachers union and the teachers themselves did not feel like that this was going to cause an irreversible harm to children. Yeah, they just didn't know about it or ignored it or thought that the data was wrong. You know, how many people don't listen to data?
Do you think, sure, Joe Schmo teacher that teaches 3rd grade, matey, do you think the people running the teachers union, do you think the people making the decisions to close the schools knew that there would be significant harm to children?
No, I don't think that they thought that it was reversible.
Okay, so they were unaware of the things that I'm reading right there.
I think that if they were aware of it, they may have believed it wasn't true.
So they just So either they were unaware of it or they were aware of it and didn't believe it.
It's possible. Or believe that whatever harms comes to them will be reversed when they go back in school.
I just want to be clear. So, for example, when we're talking about abuse to children, abuse is technically reversible. If a kid gets the shit beat out of them, technically that's not permanent. That could be reversible, right? So I guess that's not something we should evaluate that much.
One of the significant harms to children, and I remember reading about this at the time, was that there was children who were abused in the home. They had a less likely chance of the abuse being caught because they were no longer around the teachers that are mandated reporters. I don't know that, like,
here's a
I feel like that any teacher that like actually knew a child that needed that probably was against the lockdown.
It sounds monstrous. What you're suggesting is we should ignore what the experts, such as the pediatrician, said, because that's significant. Because the harms that they talked about, well, those could be reversible in the future. Mental health crisis could be reversible. Like, for example, it talks about, what was it, a 24% increase in ER visits for children for mental health. 24%. And you're like, yeah, but that's theoretically reversible later. I mean, what the fuck?
What I'm suggesting is that the teachers that were for the lockdowns were, 1, scared, and 2, either unaware or didn't believe the data, or believed that or focused on like the harms in fucking the education levels more so than they did any other harms, and thought it would be reversible. Like, and there's probably 100,000 other possibilities as to what was going through these people's heads.
I would say that it would beggar belief that people like the person in charge of America's largest teachers union, the people that were making decisions on closures that were like representing all of the teachers, I will concede that there could be an individual teacher that's not paying attention and just might say, COVID, I'd rather stay at home. Just like there could be an individual hardware store employee that would say that. Sure, I'd agree with that. That's not thinking through. I would think that it beggars belief, though, that the people making the decisions were unaware of the overwhelming consensus that it would harm children, particularly when you see even the CDC coming out and saying, We need to get back to this. We have a near consensus among pediatricians. We have
unaware or didn't believe.
Okay, that's right. So if they were aware, then the answer is they didn't believe the data. That's the only two possibilities.
It's didn't believe or believed that the harm would be reversible. But did a what is the word I'm looking for? Intuitive cost benefit analysis that saw the deaths and let their fear overrun
and
their
yet the data and the data from the professionals said that no, that despite the deaths and fear, that was still
yes. But what the people were seeing was it wasn't just teachers' deaths. We were seeing the large amount of deaths that were happening around the country from everybody.
If I could encapsulate your entire argument, it's this. Forget about the individual teachers, the people that were in charge of the teachers union, the people that were doing lockdowns, that were representing teachers, etc. Here's what we have. They made the wrong decision. That you agree with.
Yeah, but hold on. Let me also point out one thing. Other thing is that opening in 2020, opening in 2021 was still a higher risk for teachers and their loved ones than it was opening in 2019. Do you there was still a higher risk?
Sure, there's still a higher risk to open in 2025 than there was in 2019. Yes, absolutely. Same here. So lockdowns now?
Yeah, sure. But but you would also agree that we're probably as low on the risk totem pole as we can get with COVID-19.
I don't think so. I bet next year is lower than this year.
What reason do you have to believe that?
Well, last year was higher than this year. This year's slightly lower. I would think that trend would continue. Because we're building up herd immunity. Yeah, there were less overall cases of COVID this year than last year that were hospitalized. Mm-hmm. So intuitively, you would expect, people are building up more of an immunity. Diseases out there. Yep, we'll have less and less every year. Now, it's interesting. You thought that the answer was basically 0 hospitalized this year. The actual number is over 400-something thousand.
Which is a whole lot. But like I said, we're at the base. Well,
it's not the base if next year's less. Then it wouldn't be the base. And it's irrelevant anyways. So if I could go back to the fool and cats.
Okay, so wait. Do you think that the change in 2024 and 2025 is going to be as significant as the change in 2020 and 2023?
I would think that the difference between 2019
or 2021 and 2023.
I'll use what you said. I think the difference between 2019 to 2021 and 2019 to 2025 is closer. 2025 and 2021 are closer than 2019. That's what I think.
So there's 40,000. Wait, what was the number you gave me? 400,000?
Yeah, it's hospitalizations, I believe, of COVID.
Oh, so in 2023 we had 40,000. In 2024 we had 54,000. So that's
unless
more.
The data I saw was markedly wrong.
And we don't require reporting in 2024. So,
let's see.
October to December 2020. Preliminary estimates for the start of 2020.
COVID-19, this is what I'm reading. COVID-19 hospitalizations have continued at endemic levels since 2023, with seasonal peaks in winter and summer influenced by variants, vaccination, and immunity. Data is from CDC's COVID-Net RespNet surveillance, covering 10% of U.S. population scaled naturally, and burden models. Figures are lab confirmed and preliminary, subject to revisions due to reporting lags up to 8 weeks. 2025 data is through December 12, 2025, 95% complete, with end of the year estimates post September 30, 2026. In the year 2023, estimated total hospitalizations from COVID, 510,000. January to August, 300,000. Adults over 65 were 62.9% of that, 189,000 the rest. Full year extrapolated from models. Lowest October-April rate since 2020-2021, but summer surge added 100,000. Peak weekly rate 164 per 100,000. 2024, that dropped from 510 to 460,000. 2025, it dropped from 460,000 to 420. Trends. Hospitalizations declined 9% from 2024 to 2025 due to updated boosters and hybrid immunity. Seasonal breakdown. Q1, 100,000. Q2, 90,000. Q3, 120,000. Q4, 110,000.
Where are you at for this? Because I've got my thing.
This data is from the CDC's COVID-Net, so it's RespNet surveillance.
Are you just Googling it?
No, I was using AI, but I could bring up the web page.
Which AI are you using? No. I believe the data. I'm asking, like, because
Grok.
I'm using. Oh, okay.
So I pull up the CDC abstract. This was annual hospitalization for COVID-19 influenza respiratory virus at United States 23-24. Let's see.
Oh no, I'm just okay, Rob. I gotta go to bed because it wasn't the AI. I was reading it wrong.
Okay, now I want to say fully what we got here for encapsulation of this argument. The argument is everybody agrees that they made the wrong decision, right? Everybody
Sure.
agrees
Yeah.
that the CDC recommended against this. Everybody agrees that the pediatrics recommended against this. The data was overwhelming that it was a bad idea. It wasn't necessary to protect the adults. They were at low risk because the transmission from children was very low, and that the children were at very low risk from COVID, and that they would be significantly harmed if we had lockdowns. Despite this, the people either A, that did these lockdowns, either A, didn't know about this data, or B, they did but chose to not believe it. They chose to intentionally cause some amount of harm because the data that was in front of them saying that there was going to be a significant risk to harm to children, they chose to not believe or to ignore. I think that that is despicable.
Okay. I think that people do things like that when they're scared. I think it's reasonable that they were scared. I think that a lot of those people just were scared, and a lot of those people probably, one, didn't believe the data. Two, didn't think that the harms were as bad. There's like, isn't there's like 4,000 people in the teachers union.
Again, we're hyper focused on the people that made these decisions.
Yeah. So the decision to write the CDC, who the CDC who was making the right recommendations the entire time. Those people, there's like 4,000 of them, isn't it? The heads of the
Yes, I would say that those heads would have been aware of this data.
Aware, didn't believe. There's probably a huge variety of reasons
Doesn't matter
why they signed
no matter
on of
what.
it. I don't think a significant portion of them were, and I don't think even a small portion of them.
Would you give Trump
Trump
the benefit of the doubt? Like, for example, if Trump in 2020, right, if he would have said, if his directors would have came to him and said, Mr. Trump, you absolutely need to tell everyone that they need to go to school, And Trump said, I just don't believe them. I don't believe them. Hey, let's lock down schools. And then we later found out what a disastrous policy. Oh my God, that was horrible. Would you accept he just chose not to believe and he was fearful. He was fearful for people. Would you accept that?
I think that Trump is just sort of an idiot and I wouldn't want him in the presidency.
Then what would you say about the people that were making these decisions that are in charge of our children and teachers unions that were exactly wrong and ignored evidence?
They might not should be ahead of the teachers union.
And how about the teachers that believe this, despite all available evidence? Maybe they ought not be teachers?
No, because they weren't making these decisions.
Nonetheless,
we're focusing on the people that were making these decisions.
Okay,
My guess would be the teachers would be a lot less informed.
Teachers union should be out.
So we're assuming that the teachers unions people, the leaders that drafted the letter to CDC were informed on all of it, not just like portions, and made the decision otherwise.
I don't know.
And we're also adding in the ought statement of they ought to be informed on this, which is a fair statement.
I just don't know. Even an individual teacher, you say, chances are if you're the person that's really afraid, there were two groups of people, right? There were sort of in general, obviously there's a mix of this, but there were the fuck this, COVID's bullshit, this is overblown, right? That your general Trump support.
I will say this, any individual teacher that said, I just want to stay home, fuck the harm to children, I just want to stay home, they shouldn't be
no, that's not the limit to that, right? Because here's what I want you to believe. See if you accept this. You had the people that are basically
hold on a second.
This is laughable. The excuses that people will use. Intentionally harming children, but they just ignored the evidence. They didn't believe it. All right. So there are two groups of people.
Hold on. You got to restart that.
There are two groups of people.
You got to restart that.
Yes,
Okay.
I'm restarting. There are two groups of people. There's the people that are basically like from the get-go that you put as more of Trump supporters that were like, this is overblown. I don't believe it. It's basically just the flu, right? You acknowledge that?
I didn't say those were Trump supporters.
But in general, I think they were disproportionately Trump supporters. I'm saying it. Yeah.
Maybe, but at the beginning, that was me.
Okay, disproportionately Trump. And then there was the other group. And the other group was like, oh my God, I'm fearful, etc., right?
Okay.
Would you acknowledge that that group was more likely to quote like the World Health Organization, the CDC, Dr. Fauci, Dr. Birx? That group of people was usually quoting or paying attention to what those groups said, correct?
I don't think that like individual teachers were really
So
like
teachers were an
you're doing
exception
this
to
from
the rule. Teachers were an exception to the rule, even though
no,
the
no.
average.
I think that most I think that most individuals weren't. Most individuals in
disagree.
America weren't.
I disagree. I
Okay,
think most
well-
of the people you saw that were like militant about wearing masks were saying, I heard people say that we have to wear masks. The recommendations say, the government says you have to wear a mask. Fauci says you have to wear a mask. The CDC recommends it, the World Health Organization. An awful lot of people like that, except teachers apparently. They were the only group. They were like, you know what? Even though we're insisting that we should be locked down, and we know intuitively, even if we don't have all the data, that by not going and doing our jobs, children would be harmed in some way. We're just going to choose.
How many people were actually going around saying, "Oh, the CDC said that we need to open," like the same people that were saying masks? How many of them were also saying the CDC said that we need to open schools?
Probably not many.
Yeah, because
But
they
they're not
probably just didn't pay
teachers.
attention to that. They probably didn't pay attention
You're
to that part.
probably listening to what the
Okay.
CDC says about your job. If you're a teacher,
Here's what
Yes.
here's what I differ in you. I do not think that the teachers were paying attention to that level, and I don't think that they really should have had to. The leaders in the teachers union, I can understand. The administration at schools, maybe I could understand.
so just to be clear,
Teachers,
you
individual
think,
teachers, no.
do you think the teachers intuitively knew there'd at least be some harm to children?
Maybe, but I would think
What
that
do you
they
mean
would
maybe?
think the same thing that I've been saying.
Maybe. You think teachers are so dumb they wouldn't have
I
realized
don't,
it?
because we are talking about now hundreds of thousands of people.
Correct.
Like, how am I supposed to categorize all of these people?
Yes, we can of course
Hundreds
say
of
there are
thousands of people that have
outliers,
their
but
own-
the overall
I'm not even talking about outliers. I think that there's a wide variety of opinion and reasons for these people to do. These aren't outliers. It's just everyone is a wide variety.
I'm asking you specifically, do you think that the average teacher or the majority of teachers would know if we don't have school, children will have negative effects?
I don't think the majority of teachers really thought about that.
That's not the question. I said, do you think they know that?
I don't think that was a thought that came into their head.
It's not the question. I said, do you think they know that?
Until they started like seeing the effects on their children. Then more and more teachers probably came on board
So
with that.
until they saw the effects, they didn't know.
They probably didn't think about it. There's a difference in not knowing. Like if you were to go up to a teacher and ask them, "Hey, do you think lockdowns are harmful to children?" Maybe 60% of them might say it might be in some ways. Most of those people probably before the lockdowns probably didn't think that there was going to be significant harms.
So do you think that teachers don't evaluate whatsoever the well-being or the effect of children based on their decisions whether or not to come to work? At all. They don't consider
That's why I said when they see the effects on the children, that's when they probably...
Why would they need to see the effects before they realize? Don't you think they would consider before they're advocating closing down schools that they would question how will this affect the children? Are they so selfish it never crossed their mind?
I don't think that... No, they probably thought about that, but I don't think that they thought that it was going to be a significant harm.
Significance a word you're adding. That's not what I said. I said, do you think it would be some sort of harm?
It doesn't... If you're... Maybe they thought that it would be less effective learning or something that they could catch up with later. That's a totally different cost-benefit analysis than abused children are going to continue being abused and higher suicide rates.
Forget the suicide rates and stuff. They knew to some level there would be harm of children. Yes or no?
Sure.
Okay, boy, it was like pulling teeth to get there. Of course,
Wait, hold on a second. Do you think AI is going to harm children?
it's
I'm
irrelevant
going
to
to
the
go back to this.
conversation. It's irrelevant to the
Because
conversation.
the harm, no, it is relevant because the harm in which they thought that they were going to do in the children was like harm to their education that they thought that they could catch up to.
Okay,
with
let's
later.
accept. I
It wasn't- it
disagree.
wasn't-
I disagree. I think seeing as how the overwhelming amount of evidence for people who are looking into this predicted accurately that the harm would be more significant than that many of these teachers would have known that. But let's say for the sake of argument, you're correct. All they thought was that it would be harms to their education. Great. Let's accept that. Fine. They accepted that it would
in
be
repairable ways.
They said, okay, harms to their education. How is there a repairable harm to someone's education, by the way? Give me an example.
If you miss a lesson, you catch up on the lesson somehow.
Okay, so their plan was we could catch up on 6 months of lessons later?
Well, their idea was that they were going to do hybrid.
Okay, the point that I'm trying to make is they knew there would be some level of harm, and
So they probably
knew there would be some level.
They probably assumed that hybrid would be enough.
They knew that there would be some level of harm, and what they decided to do was not investigate one iota whatsoever at looking at any official source talking about their potential risk, and said, despite the fact we know there's going to be some sort of harm to children, we don't give a shit. Our fear outweighs, and we're not going to look to any of the evidence. We want this shit locked down. By the way, it also happened to benefit them that they got paid to basically not have to go to work. But that didn't factor into their decision, correct?
I think it
factored into yours. That's something you said you do. But teachers are more noble. They just fucked up this time.
Yeah, I was a kitchen supervisor for a prison. Okay? That's a little bit different.
Yes, I agree. More outrageous for the teachers to think like you. Yes.
I think it's insane that you think that most teachers were just being selfish assholes that just
exactly
wanted to work
what I
from home.
think. That's exactly what I think.
That is insane. You actually haven't provided any proof of that.
Sure, because the alternative is they're incredibly fucking stupid, so dumb they shouldn't be teaching children, which is worse.
Well, I don't think I don't think that standard you're trying to hold them to. I don't think that that's the standard.
Was it the wrong decision? Was it the wrong decision?
Humans.
Was it the wrong decision?
Sure, but I'm
did
sure
the evidence at the time show? Did the evidence at the time show that it was
wrong?
Did the evidence at the time show it was the wrong decision?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think it is
to some extent? Yes.
Do you think it is a significant change from norm
hold
to
on.
have these lockdowns?
Yes.
So your argument
is losing 1 million people in 2 years
your argument
from COVID.
So your argument is these people embraced what they knew would be a significant change that ended up being the wrong decision.
Significant change,
that ended up being
change.
the wrong decision, and didn't bother to do the bare minimum of actually looking at what official groups like the CDC said or pediatricians said. Didn't bother to look at it.
I think that for a lot of people until like later in the year and early 2021, I think for a lot of people, yes, that was probably the case.
I think that this was pure selfishness. I think that there's certainly so many people involved in teaching, there would be different motivations, but I think a huge portion, if not the bulk of it, was people convinced themselves this was acceptable because they wanted to get paid to stay home. This wasn't unique to teaching. There were a lot of people that did the same thing. A lot. There were people in my field of work that did the same thing. The difference that makes it incredibly worse for teachers was that they put the priorities of the children behind their own wants. That's what makes it uniquely bad.
I think that the fact that most of the people that made these decisions look back on this and say that that was a mistake proves my point that they probably weren't going to think like you're not going to do something and be like, oh, this is going to be a mistake in the future. Like that's.
What?
That's not
it would be the exact opposite. If you did this for selfish reasons, you're never going to admit later. You're going to say, oh, we made a mistake.
So the teachers just collectively did this for selfish reasons. They collectively felt bad for it. And they collectively admitted it was a mistake.
I'll repeat what I said previously, right? Yes, I think that although there are different reasons for different teachers, and you can't say they're a monolith, I think a huge percentage of them, if not the majority, justified this because just like so many other people in different professions said, I would like to get paid to stay at home. That sounds like a good deal. Part of that might have been that they had some sort of fear, but part of it was, yes, it's nice to get paid to be able to stay at home. For example, how many people fought tooth and nail in the government not to return to in-person working? Even like last year, there were employees fighting it, right?
if your claim is that teachers liked working from home, then yes, I just don't think that that was the main driver.
I noticed that you shirked the question. How many people did you recall the stories of during the Trump administration when he got elected here that they were basically telling people like, look, you have to return government employee to work in the building. Doge was doing a lot of this, etc. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Why were people still fighting in 2025 for remote working?
Because people like working from home.
But not teachers.
But that's different than
they're exempt from that.
I never said that teachers don't like working from home. I don't think it was the main driver of their decisions.
I think that they wanted to work from home because they saw a benefit to them. It was easier. They got paid for doing far less, right? And maybe there was some level of, oh, by the way, I would like to not be out in person. But what we saw was they put the priorities of the children last. If they would have just done a little research, the bare minimum, they could have saw, holy shit, the overwhelming preponderance of evidence says this is really going to fuck kids over. But they didn't want to do that because they saw a personal benefit to themselves. That's what happened.
No, I think they didn't do that because normal people just don't think to look at the CDC website for statistics and shit when they're making these kinds of decisions.
So what did normal people do when they decide whether we should force everyone to be locked down?
They usually watch the news and social media.
Oh, so the news and social media was saying schools need to lock down.
Yeah.
So then they're monstrous. They were intentionally lying because they would have, CNN, for example, the New York Times would have seen the data, but they lied just for the hell of it?
Maybe. I don't know what the CNN and MSNBC were saying at the time.
What news were these people watching that said that schools should be shut down despite the fact the CDC was saying the opposite?
I don't think that the news that they were consuming that was driving these decisions were specific to schools being locked down. I think it was more like that we had 100,000 deaths this month. We had 200,000
so that was
deaths
the same rationale that would have been used for anybody to say that they didn't want to go to work.
Everybody did say they didn't want to go to work.
That's not true, not everyone, but yes, a large portion of people did nonetheless. So,
yeah,
they had to go back.
A lot of us were scared.
Oh, you had to go back. You had to go back.
Actually, I quit my job. In 2019. One of the rationales I used was because they didn't treat us. They didn't do well when it came to the COVID-19 shit. So, like,
wait, what?
Yes, I quit my job because they were not allowing us to socially distance. They were not giving us masks. They were not allowing, like, they were. Yes, absolutely, because I was scared.
When was this that you quit?
It was 2019, 2020, like early 2020, I think.
You quit your job in early 2020, 2019 or 2020, before COVID was a big deal because your company wouldn't give you a mask?
It was because it was when COVID was big, because they were ravaging the facilities. They were ravaging there were people dying in my facility because
in early 2020 or 2019.
It might not have been early 2020. I don't fucking remember, Rob. I could look up my resume for you later and let you know.
Well, exactly no, you're the one who said it. You said 2019. That's not even reasonable. There wasn't even cases until like there was one or two cases.
Okay, but I know people. I know that when I quit, people were dying in my facility.
Okay. And what's the
fear was the fear was a large driver of my decisions.
You already admitted that one of the first impulses you had was, I hope I get paid to stay at home, right? Then you could later say, also, I had a fear. Great. However, that's not dispositive of the argument that many of these teachers probably said, oh boy, I really like working from home. This is a decision I'm going to make. Yeah, the difference between you and them, imagine instead of quitting, you said, I demand, as I'm working for this prison, you were serving food, working on food? Mm-hmm. I'm not going to shit on that. I have many friends that work in prisons. I actually think it's a cool job and it's something that's needed. So kudos to you for that, for real. But imagine that you would have said this. You and all of your coworkers would have said, you know what? Fuck these prisoners. We don't care about them at all. We demand to stay home. We don't feel safe. We demand to stay home. Pay us to stay home. People would have said, but this is going to negatively affect those prisoners. Prisoners ain't worried about that. I'm afraid. I don't care about the people that I'm supposed to be serving. Don't care about that. People would say, man, if you don't like it, quit. But no, we're not going to fucking shut down. We're not going to do that. What the fuck are you talking about? Now, imagine that it's a school, and instead of prisoners that probably on mass have done something wrong in society, kids that are innocent that are less likely to catch and spread the disease. None of them are dying in the school, and yet that's exactly what the teachers did.
Rob, the difference is, well, what I'm saying to you is that the fear was the primary driver there.
Okay, then quit.
Do you? That's what I did.
Okay, you don't force the school to shut down to harm children.
Okay, so all these teachers that were scared, do you just want them all to quit?
Yes. As opposed to forcing the schools to shut down. That's fine. We'll find new ones.
Wait, what would be better if you were to have mass exodus of teachers, or for you to do remote learning?
Mass exodus of teachers would be better.
What if the exodus was so big that you had to actually shut down programs in the school, or shut down the school?
Then we would do what we can. Then we would replace with virtual learners as we could until we restaffed with people that would do it. And we would make sure that these people never worked with children again, because their selfish nature showed that they're endangering children based on their poor decisions. I choose to believe that there's no evidence whatsoever that had these schools not locked down, that you would have seen a mass amount of teachers quit. I don't believe that. I believe most of them would have said, we want to keep our job. That's my belief. In fact, if you're right, then I suspect we would have seen, even when they were told to go back, they would have said, nope, we're not going to go back, we quit. But we didn't really see that. I don't know that we saw that
after
more than one or two times. I don't know if there was any cases of people that quit.
After the vaccines came out, after we got
I can prove that that's not true. People weren't satisfied after they got the vaccine that they were safe. Want to know how I know? How do you think I know that?
How do you know that?
Because they demanded that I get vaccinated. Why? If they were safe from the vaccine, why would they give a fuck what I do?
Because they didn't want you spreading it.
But I can't spread it to them. They're vaccinated.
Yeah, but we don't want you spreading it to other people.
Only those that aren't that are unvaccinated. We all made our choice. What's it matter?
And also, there's still a risk of catching it when you get vaccinated.
Oh, so what you're telling me is,
and especially if you're a high risk person, and there's people
so what
that
you're
saying
saying is,
vaccinated.
even the teachers that were vaccinated still stood a risk to go back to the classroom, and yet they did.
It's significantly lower than being no, not even that big of a risk, but you're still at risk.
Okay,
you still don't
then
want...
if it's almost no risk, if the risk is okay, fine. If the risk is negligible, why the fuck did they try to force people like me to get vaccinated?
Well, at the time, Rob, we only had the original variant in Alpha. We were kind of hoping to actually be able to squash the thing instead of having all these different variants and it becoming endemic.
What does that have anything to do with anything? You were still safe and protected.
If we had more people vaccinated, then there was a chance that we wouldn't have an endemic of this. It would be like tuberculosis, where we don't really have to deal with it.
That's not true. First off, that's not true. The best available evidence showed that actually that wasn't going to happen, that you were going to have alternate versions of this, because that's just normally what happens. By the way, COVIDs and coronaviruses aren't brand new. This variant specifically was, but the idea that it wasn't going to mutate and have different variants like the flu every year is nonsensical. Do you think if 98% of us got the flu vaccine that the flu would disappear? No.
Maybe.
No, it wouldn't. They have something
it might disappear. If we got it yearly, it'll disappear. Well, flu vaccine also wasn't as effective as the COVID vaccine was. But it'll disappear in the
if we got it.
America.
Yeah. So how many people that have got the vaccine have recontracted COVID?
Different variants, yes.
Quite a few, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So no, there wasn't evidence that if a bunch of people got vaccinated. In fact, how many people are vaccinated now?
That's updated. Probably less than people got vaccinated in 2022.
Nonetheless, we have some formation.
I can't even get a vaccine anymore.
Huh?
They won't even give me one.
So we had all these people vaccinated, and yet we still see different variants of COVID. Nonsensical. The truth was, people were fearful that
we never got to that point, though. We never got to the point that we would have had to have.
Didn't we have near 90%, 80%?
I think with the first round, I don't know. I think it was like 70 with the third round. But anyways,
Nonetheless,
regardless of
you
whether
would never,
but that was the idea.
No,
Rob, that was the idea at the
this was
time.
not the idea. You're either misremembering or being disingenuous. Of course, there were people that said that, but the vast majority of people that were saying you need to get vaccinated were saying because you're putting me at risk. You're putting others at risk. That's what they said.
You are putting others at risk.
How? Only those that are unvaccinated?
Yes.
Okay, so what? They made a choice. I made a choice.
You are putting. We still don't want to see people dying like that.
So I just want to be clear. Your argument is that people knew I got the vaccine unprotected. I basically can't get COVID. Very negligible chance, right? That's what they thought. And the reason they were out there demanding that people like me get vaccinated was because they were really worried about me and other people that weren't vaccinated that we get sick. So much so that they wanted to force us to take the vaccine.
Yes, for a lot of people that were trying to force you to take the vaccine, that is probably their
absolute
thought process.
Okay, absolute bullshit. Now, what do you say? By the way, a study was just released today that actually, believe it or not, the vaccine did increase myocarditis. What do you say to that? Oops, turns out there were side effects.
But nobody ever said there weren't side effects. We said it was safe. And even if you get myocarditis, it doesn't mean the vaccine wasn't safe.
You wanted to force me to take
this is a whole different. This is a whole different conversation.
What I'm saying
is
what I'm saying is there is like any medication, there is risk with this vaccine. You wanted to force me to take the vaccine, not because you were worried about your health, but because you were worried about my health.
Your health and the health of people who can't get the vaccine, who hadn't had the vaccine at the time.
Who are those that can't get the vaccine?
Yes.
Who are those that can't get the vaccine?
Who are those? People with allergies?
You're rewriting history. People were saying the idea that people that got the vaccine was like, I'm Superman. I can't get the virus. Yay, I can do everything, but I still demand that you get the vaccine. And it's truly altruistic on my part. It's nothing to do about my safety at all.
There was a lot of different reasons out there. We didn't want you becoming a vector for variants. That was absolutely a thing that was going out there.
Something
we
people
didn't
said
want you getting other people sick. There was probably something people said. Yes, that was the thought process.
That was not the majority of that was not the majority of what was being said. The majority was that the vaccine, if you were unvaccinated, you were dangerous, can spread the vaccine to other people, and you were afraid for you and your family that people that were unvaccinated could spread that. That was the argument. That was the vast bulk of what was being said. You're rewriting history to say that the people were vaccinated were instantly, when these vaccines came out, were instantly like, I'm totally protected. That is not true.
The vaccine also waned in effectiveness from keeping you from spreading the virus. After like 6 months, you could to other people.
Why would you care if I spread the virus to other people who also chose to be unvaccinated?
We don't want to. Because we as a people, I don't know why you can't, like, you don't believe this, but we as a people generally don't want to see people get sick and hospitalized and die.
Okay, okay, fair enough. Should we force people like me that are overweight to have to take weight loss drugs?
Force you?
Yes.
No.
But why should you force me to vaccinate for my own?
You can't spread overweightness.
It doesn't matter. It's not about protecting the people that have made good choices, it's about protecting me.
And the people who can't make the good choice.
Who are those?
Those are people that can't have vaccines.
Why? Who? How many?
Or the immunocompromised. There are people
Vaccinate
out there that even though they get the vaccine, it's not as effective as it is for regular people.
Okay, so we force everyone to get the flu vaccine because if we don't, then the immunocompromised could die of the flu. So we should force everyone to get the flu vaccine?
Well, first of all, I'm not arguing for forcing people to get the vaccine. I'm showing you the thought process of the people who are saying that.
Then why aren't they arguing to force people to get the flu vaccine?
You would have to ask them, Rob. My guess is because the flu wasn't as big of a virus, has never been as big of a virus since 1918.
For the immunocompromised, it could still be very serious, and they can't get vaccinated.
Not if it doesn't spread as much as COVID.
Well, I don't think the idea. Whoa! I don't know that that's true. I'd have to look, and it might be true. But is the argument that the flu spreads less than COVID, or that it's just far less lethal?
Absolutely. That's what made the COVID so lethal was the amount of spread that it had.
Okay, that's probably true. Now, I definitely know that's true, but I didn't know if it was more of a spread than flu or if it was
Yeah.
just had a higher fatality rate. Nonetheless, doesn't matter. The point of the matter is that no, you're just fundamentally wrong that people were saying as soon as the vaccines came out, like in April of 2020, I got the vaccine, I'm 100% totally protected. In fact, the best amount of evidence shows that you being vaccinated were actually still more likely to catch and spread the disease than people that had a prior case of COVID.
So I am sure that there were people out there that were also saying you're being a risk to me even though I'm vaccinated. I'm sure that existed. But those other things also exist.
For example, you know how I know they said that? You know how many people that were vaccinated yelled when people weren't wearing masks?
I probably many. I don't know.
Yes, and it was
There's also there's also the
Yes.
aspect of this that this was like a cultural people taking sides bullshit. It became like a sporting rooting for your sports team bullshit. I'm anti-mask, which was
That's
like
fine.
a bullshit position.
I just that's fine.
I'm anti-vax.
I don't disagree with any of that. So again, I made a point earlier though that you didn't seem to address. The people that had a prior case of COVID were actually more protected than the people that were vaccinated.
I don't know. I'd have to see the data.
Well,
on
it's
that.
true. And so given that, why should we force those people to be vaccinated? Why is it anyone's business at that point?
So when you're talking about like a vaccine policy, you are looking at a population of people. How best to immunize these people? If you are immunizing them by letting them all get the virus and willy-nilly, you're going to get more deaths than when you vaccinate them because the vaccines are controlled and they don't actually replicate in your system. They just buff your immune system.
So you're admitting that the infection's a better defense than the vaccine?
Even if it was a better defense, it's better to get defenses from the vaccine than it is catching the virus. Catching the virus has a higher risk than the
Sure, but
vaccines
once
do.
you caught the virus, why should we force you to be vaccinated on top of it?
I don't know. For one, I'm not even defending the vaccine mandate. I'm not defending vaccine mandates.
Okay, but the argument was, right, that the way we got here was we were talking about these teachers, and we were like, once they were vaccinated, they're like, now I'm cool, now I'm immune to it, I could go back to school.
Yeah, there was probably a lot of teachers. There was probably a lot of teachers who had that mentality. There was probably some teachers who had the other mentality. Everyone around me has got to be vaccinated, or I'm going to get sick.
Okay,
there was probably teachers.
Okay,
like,
given that,
we're talking about a group.
Given that, okay, if 82% of teachers, according to the data I read, were vaccinated by the end of April, right? 82%. Why weren't they insisted to go back to school come the school year opening in the fall year? Why weren't they insisting on going back in April? And then why, if even if you want to say because it was already late in the school year, which is nonsensical, why didn't they insist on going back in August?
Some schools probably did, and some schools probably did legitimately think that it was logistically better to just stay inside of school, to continue doing the virtual.
Okay, even what about when the new school year began in August?
Didn't most schools end up opening up to either virtual or hybrid? Hybrid or in person?
Why would they want hybrid?
And then
what does hybrid matter? They're protected. They're vaccinated. Why do they need hybrid?
Because every school's going to have every school district's going to have a different level of risk tolerance depending on the people that are in that school district.
I don't understand what your point is. The people are all protected. They're all vaccinated. The teachers are all protected. It was never about protecting the children.
You don't even
right? It's not about protecting the children. They're at very low risk.
Yeah, but
it was about protecting
if you have
the
a school
teachers.
district
By 2020, by the beginning of the fall school year in 2021, everybody had their chance to get the vaccine if they wanted. Well over 90% of teachers were vaccinated. Why wouldn't they insist upon opening up?
It's possible that they were like, yes, I'm vaccinated, but I still want to be careful. Mm-hmm. Yes, I'm vaccinated, but I don't want to spread this to people who aren't vaccinated. Yes, I'm vaccinated, but I don't want the people who aren't vaccinated to be in close quarters to each other. There's all kinds of possibilities for this, Rob.
No, it's like what's absurd. So then the idea was never about protecting themselves
What's
and their
absurd
families.
is thinking that the majority of the teachers are just only like the main driver of this is they just want to work from home. That's absurd.
Let me ask you this: do you think even once they're
Especially
vaccinated,
after seeing the
okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Affected the kids.
Given that we see even up to this year, there were still people that wanted to work remotely. Correct? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, because them working remotely didn't affect the kids the way that the teachers did.
So now the teachers did know that it affected the kids negatively.
I said already that yes, as the school
In
years
reversible
go on,
ways.
they
In
probably
reversible
did.
ways. That's what you said. They probably all thought it was reversible.
But yes,
big deal.
yes.
Right.
As the school years go on, it probably became more and more clear to them that that wasn't as true, which is why they regretted the decision in the first place.
They regretted the decision because the evidence was overwhelming and people were outraged. And so they were like, oh, our bad. Like again, so the average. So I just want to be clear. So I just want to be.
People were outraged.
I just want to be clear. Every other group of people that got work remotely, you had huge significant portion of those groups saying we want to keep working remotely, even after the vaccine was widely available, even after COVID was all but beat. They still, up to this year, government employees said, no, we still want to work remotely. Even no risk of COVID really anymore, but still wanted to work remotely, right? But teachers are different. They wouldn't have done that. The same teachers that said, we don't care enough about the kids to look in to what the actual people were saying of whether this would negative. All of a sudden, they're like, oh, now that I'm vaccinated, I'll wait. I got vaccinated in April, but I'm fine not opening the school here in April because, whatever, 2 months. But then I'm totally willing to say, yep, I need to go back because I don't want to damage the kids. And now I'm fully protected. That's what they said? Bullshit.
I think that, I think that first of all, I think that your standard of they only care about the kids if they took the time to look at the CDC research is a ridiculous standard.
No, I don't. Let me. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is they would do something.
That's what you said. Yes.
Okay, let me rephrase what I said.
You said even though they didn't care about the kids enough to look into the research.
I'm sorry. Yes. Oh wait. Say that again.
You said even though they didn't care about the kids enough to look into the research.
Oh, so I didn't say just the CDC. Then I didn't misspeak. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Yes.
If I'm a teacher and say...
let me rephrase myself then. Okay. I think that your standard of the teachers have to look into the research in order to care for the kids is ridiculous.
I think that
I think that teachers can legitimately care for the kids and also not look at the research at the same time.
I think that
those two things are not mutually exclusive.
Standard that this is what happened. That simultaneously they didn't care to look at even the most basic research from anyone that was within the know whatsoever, whether it be the CDC, whether it be pediatricians, whether it be economics, whether it be the World Health Organization, any of these groups. They chose to not look in that, right? But then, as soon as it was like time for remote learning and they continue to be remote learning, you were like, none of them wanted to continue remote learning even after they were vaccinated because instantly that moment, there was something about that exact moment that they got vaccinated that they were like, now we care enough about the kids. The same ones that we didn't even bother to look at any of the research to see if shutting down schools would hurt them. Now we care enough to say, yes, it would be advantageous and I would like to stay at home and collect a paycheck like everyone else that works, but not me, because I care so much about the kids that I didn't give a shit about 2 months ago to even look at the most base level of research. Most
teachers probably had the experience of thinking that going to remote work wasn't going to be a big deal, that they I guarantee enjoyed the remote work, but also didn't think it was going to be a big deal for the children. Also, were scared of COVID. And saw remote work as a way of keeping themselves and their families safe.
82% of teachers in April were vaccinated, which you said meant that they were no longer scared. Sure, they were no longer scared of COVID. So that's not. I just wanted to correct you. They weren't scared of COVID.
Can you let me finish?
Yes,
can you let me
finish?
Scared
of COVID. They were vaccinated.
Over time, they probably saw the effects it was having on the children, and over time, they probably evolved their outlook on what it was actually doing to their children. Over time, they probably got more news articles and news on their social media about the effects of children. And over time, they probably became more amendable to the idea of going back, especially as the risks lowered for COVID. especially as we got more research on COVID, especially after as we got more treatments for COVID, especially after we got the vaccines.
They weren't
All
scared
of
of
that is
COVID.
probably
82% of them were supermen that had no fear of COVID because they were vaccinated, as you said, so there was no fear for them whatsoever. And yet still for
they
months they
still
decided to not
cared
push.
about the
They
other
decided
18%
they
that were not vaccinated.
that's fine. That wouldn't be a reason to intentionally harm children because they cared about people that weren't at the school that weren't vaccinated. That's absurd. They wouldn't care about that, right? So they felt protected. You said that the entire reason that they were not going to school
And they were
wasn't
not.
because they were concerned about the general population. It was because they were concerned about them and their families, even though they knew that it would be somewhat harmful to children. You said they were still so scared for them and their families.
Well,
Not
thing,
that they were.
no, the
Now
thing
that
that
the
they
argument
stopped,
is, now
the
I
thing,
just
let's
want
be
to
clear.
say,
Let's be clear. Let's be clear. Let's be
your
clear on
argument
what they
is-
stopped.
No, I
Let's
gave you a
be
long
clear
full
on.
chance to talk here,
Let's
so
be
I'm going
clear
to do
on
it.
what.
Now the
let's
argument
be-
is simultaneously that no, at one hand they were so fearful that they didn't have time to look at the evidence that this would be harming children, but at the same
I didn't
time
say
they
they
were
didn't have
so
time.
altruistic and they cared about other people that even after they were vaccinated, they insisted to not go back to full in-person learning because they were worried about other people that weren't them. So these weird teachers that are only concerned about themselves and their families when it comes to wanting to shut down schools, but then when it comes to
They were
wanting to
not only
keep
concerned
schools
about
shut
themselves and
down,
their families
it's
from the
for
beginning.
altruistic reasons. But somehow it never included the harm that was causing the children. Because now your argument is that this is surreal. Your argument is even after they were protected, they still didn't want to go back to full in-person learning because once more they're forgetting to look at the children, but they're like, but what about other adults that have nothing to do with this school? They could
They didn't.
theoretically
Hold on,
get
82%
COVID.
of them. 82% of them didn't get vaccinated until April, right?
Yes, April, May, June.
So the thing that they stopped was like 3 months of in-person learning.
Yes.
And then when the new school year came, it was like 90%.
It depends on the numbers you're looking at. By the first month, it was over 90%. And I don't
Like
so
the
flippantly, I don't so flippantly think that. So I want you to explain to me. They decided somehow over that period of time, over April, at the end of April, they didn't decide, oh, this is harming the children. Didn't see that. And then May, they didn't say, no, it's harming children. June, they didn't say, no, it's harming children. They said, yeah, we're all safe now. We just choose not to go back to school. That's okay. It's not harming children. Then it's summer break. So it's July and August. And all of a sudden in August, they're like, oh, fuck, this is harming children. Oh, fuck.
No, I don't think it was a sudden realization thing. I think that these things probably happened in like they realized it throughout the school year. They probably realized it throughout the school year. So some of them probably realized it throughout the school year in fall of 2020. Some of them started realizing it in winter 2021. But by April, when they were all vaccinated and the risk was significantly lower for them, you were already in the middle of the school year anyways. They're probably not going to go out and advocate for the schools to open at that point.
Why? If they knew it was harming children.
Because logistically, that's probably a hard thing to pull off in the middle of the school year.
I'm sorry, what? It's a hard thing for a school that planned all year before COVID to have in-person learning to go back to in-person learning. What changed?
What do you mean plan? They had.
How's it hard? Here's a school. Here's a school, right? And for whatever reason, let's say they have bad water. And so for a month, people can't go to the school because they have bad water. So they do remote learning. And then they fix the water at the end of that month. And it's like, it'd be hard to get those kids back in the school. That'd be hard. How'd they manage to do it then in the fall if it was so hard to get the kids back into school?
Rob, some schools were able to do it. Some schools were not able to do it.
I want you to explain how they were incapable of doing. What was hard about doing it?
It's not about being incapable. It's about like logistically, does this make sense? We're already in virtual learning. Everyone's already used to virtual learning. Let's just continue the virtual learning.
But you're saying that they knew at that point that the virtual learning was harming children.
Sure, and I don't think that they were really thinking, oh, 3 months of this is going to be the make or break for these children.
I think that 3 months would be significant of getting back to in-learning. And certainly, not only that,
I don't think that 3 months
I'm thinking this in the wrong way, too. I tend to be thinking of younger people. Think about, like, seniors in high school. Those 3 months could have meant everything. Your prom, like your graduation ceremony. the final 3 months of getting to be in person with your friends taken away from you by teachers that absolutely were protected and willing to go back and knew that it was harming you, but said, I don't feel like it. Why come back with only 3 months left?
Some schools did. Some schools didn't.
Some didn't.
Like,
I'm
I don't
talking
know what
about
else
the ones
to
that
tell you.
didn't. Yes.
Yeah, it was probably a logistical thing. That's
But it's
my guess.
impossible to think that, like everyone else that was happy working remote, not teachers, they wouldn't have done that.
I think that if they thought that these 3 months were going to be a significant hindrance, these 3 months, just these 3 months, we can go back to school and we can totally turn this around. Or we can not go back to school and it's going to be.
I don't
like,
think
I
that.
think that they
I
probably
think you're
would've.
misrepresenting. I think what they saw was that, and what we do see is it's not about 3 months redirecting and turning around the negative things. It's about each month that we continue to not have in-person learning, the problem exacerbates.
Also, for some districts, there's probably like funding things that were allocated in different ways. That was conductive of virtual learning, but not in-person learning. The buses, you didn't have to have buses. Like there was a lot of things
That's
to opening
true,
up that
and
you and I probably.
And yet
You
the funding for any school year would have been there, right? It's not that the funding magically disappeared because of COVID.
There's probably a lot of things.
I just want to be clear. So your argument was
if
if the disease would have all but disappeared in, say, like March, that schools would have been sitting around with their pants around their ankles like, oh, fuck, we just kind of assumed we had the rest of the year off.
There probably would have been schools. There probably would have been schools that did virtual learning for the rest of the year.
That's true, because they're lazy sacks of shit that wanted to work from home and didn't care about the harming of children.
No,
I want you to explain to me. I want you to explain to me, even hypothetically, how it's possible. There's 3 months left in the school year. A school that is perfectly capable in a quick 6 months' time to have people come to school, and 3 months prior was, and for years and years and years, was capable to get kids to school. They had buses that ran. They had desks for the kids. They had books for the kids. They had all this stuff for the kids. But somehow, in that 3 months, they lost the ability to do that. But then 3 months after that, they would regain that ability. Can you explain to me how that works?
I don't know the ins and outs and how school boards and the administration of these schools.
So you're willing to jump through these hoops that make no logical sense to avoid what is the most likely scenario, is that there's nothing special about teachers that makes them unique from every other group of workers in the country that were happy to work from home.
It's the thing that made them working from home problematic, and that is the children. But
it wasn't so problematic. It wasn't so problematic that when every group was telling them that it was a bad idea to cancel school, that they endorsed it. It wasn't problematic then.
But at that time, it probably wasn't actually being told that.
Of course they were.
How do you know that, Rob?
I lived through it.
I did too. This wasn't like a article of topic for me.
Yes, it was certainly.
There were other things about COVID that I was talking about.
Paying attention, like, why the fuck do we still have schools locked down when everything else is opening up?
Yeah, but sure. For some people, it may have been.
But not the actual people that work at the school. They didn't hear that.
For the internet debate lords, yes, it was.
Not just internet debate lords.
It was.
I mean, the overwhelming preponderance of evidence is that there was a significant portion that were like, I want to work from home. I like this. I like working from home. I like it. You're not even.
We haven't actually produced any evidence except for people like working from home.
I proposed plenty of evidence. First, that every group that's not teachers also wanted to work from home, and it wasn't just about their safety. You acknowledge that.
Yeah, people like working from home. Yes.
Okay. Secondly, we acknowledge that the overwhelming preponderance of evidence showed that this would be harmful and not necessary to shut down these schools. Your explanation, lad, is, well, they either didn't believe it or they didn't see it. Correct?
Yeah, because your explanation is that they just didn't give a fuck.
I think as a group that beggars belief, right? Third, your argument is that simultaneously, the same group of people that didn't think to do even the most basic level of search or inquiry about whether or not shutting down schools would help children, all of a sudden get vaccinated in April. They then say,
Yes,
I'm
because
now
most people don't
protected.
know the ins and outs of what the CDC says
They
about
now say
school shutdown.
in
Yes.
April, I'm protected now. I no longer have to worry about the vaccine. But they say,
yes, when they got the vaccine, they felt like they were safer.
But they say, well, there's only 3 months left in this school year. So, yeah, I'm not worried about full in-person learning.
For some of the schools, the logistical...
sometimes between then and the start of the next school year, or right after it starts, the same people that didn't think about the kids to do even just the basic search to say, I wonder what would happen if we don't have school, if it would have negative consequences.
Most people
all of a sudden, they're
ever.
like, oh, we care about the kids. It's probably harming them that we're not in school, so we need to get back.
Over time, they probably saw the harm that it was doing to kids.
But they didn't see it in April.
Probably, but they probably didn't also see that like 3 months was going to make a huge difference, or the logistical.
So explain to me
realities of starting up.
So I want you to explain
the fact that teachers don't actually the fact that teachers aren't actually the ones that decide whether the schools open up or not. So just to be clear,
now that we're looking post-hoc, can you give me an idea of what teachers think the appropriate amount of time when not having in-person learning hurts kids, and that it's no big deal? Can you give me what you think that time is?
I don't think they have most teachers probably don't have a time frame in their head.
But will they have the time frame that 3 months isn't going to hurt? That's what you say most teachers had.
So I'm assuming that when they're in the middle of the week of the school year, they're doing virtual. That's what they planned for. That's what the funds have been allocated for. That's what the administration has said that they were going to do. That they're like 3 months at the end of the school year, we're going to start in person next school year. That is probably their thought.
Why would they say that? What is their concern? If their concern's the children, they wouldn't have known at that point that this was harming children.
They see the harms. It's like,
okay, they see the harms. Gotcha. Keep going.
They see the harms. It's like I see when I'm working as a counselor in a prison.
Mm-hmm.
I see the harms that some of the policies that my prison has.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the policies that my prison has on the inmates, and I care about those harms. I advocate often against those policies.
Let me ask you this.
I'm sure teachers were also.
Do you think that your time with those prisoners really helps the prisoners as a counselor?
Abso-fucking-lutely.
Okay. So would it be cool to just take 3 months off? No big deal?
Yes.
You think so?
Yes, especially if they had a virtual option with me.
Well, you understood. What if... Wait. We understand that that's a little different. We can see that at this point you're saying it's indisputable that they... Okay, fine. Let me do it this way. So then how about year-round? Could they do a virtual option with you year-round?
I think that if the facility had it set up that way, I think that the harms that would come from that would be very slight.
And yet we see that wasn't the case with these children.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. So it's not quite the same, is it?
No.
Okay, so let's assume that the level of harm
it's the studies that
let's assume that the level of harm for these prisoners, just for the sake of argument, would be very similar to the level of harm for these children. It'd be real bad if they didn't have access for 3 months to you, right?
Yeah, but if my facility said you're going to be work from home, then yes, I would advocate for going in, but I wouldn't be able to force them.
But you would advocate.
Yeah.
So you think that a huge portion of these 80-something% of teachers that were vaccinated were advocating, we need to go back full time. And their own unions and workshops were like, no, you can't. No. That's what you think happened? No.
Yes, I think that the over time, more and more teachers were advocating for going back in. Yes.
Okay, so the vast majority of those that were vaccinated were advocating to go back to in-person learning, and for months they were being ignored by their own union, by their own school board, etc.
No, I don't think it was for months.
April,
but
May,
maybe for
June.
maybe. Oh my goodness.
Okay, so I'm gonna look and see. Do
if,
we
if,
have?
if okay, let's just say, okay, I'll give you another example. One of the harms that I think that the facility has is the parole system that we have in DOC is bad, right? I can't do anything about the parole system. I advocated for it. I've talked to the director of DOC for it. He told me that on the horizon there are going to be changes. It's very possible that for a lot of these people, they had plans. Oh, we're going to go back in fall. We're going to get everyone vaccinated. We're going to go back in fall. They are, some of these people. A lot of these schools already had plans. So it's possible that teachers were advocating for this, but the administrations were not doing it because of the logistical issues. The union that represents the teachers there's probably a lag time in what the teachers want and what the union is advocating for, because the communication probably is there. Most of the teachers probably aren't even in contact with their unions. I know most of the DOC people aren't in contact with their union. There's all kinds of reasons why this might be the case. The last time the union did anything was in February.
I know this. So like you, I worked with people. I work with adults with autism. And if I knew that I was being prevented from seeing that person and it was causing significant harm, and for 3 months I was like, I want to see this person, my company is like, nah, we don't feel like it logistically, we don't think it happened, I would be fucking outraged. I would be raising hell. But not these teachers, apparently. They're fine with it. They said, well, it's only 3 months.
Rob, maybe you're just a better person than the average person.
That's right. Maybe I'm a better person than the average teacher. Maybe they had another motivation. Right. Maybe you, who thinks that teachers are
no, it's not the motivation that is in question. It's just the willingness of the
of course it's the motivation. Hell. You're admitting, what you're saying is that they admitted by April they were protected, vast majority of them. They full well knew that this was harming children, and yet still they were okay with taking 3 months off. That would then be 6 months that they didn't see the kids, because then there's basically a 3-month summer vacation.
Yes.
5 months, we'll say.
Especially if they were going to open up in the fall.
So what?
That's a very reasonable human thing to.
That is not a very reasonable human thing.
Yes, it is.
It is not human to think the fact that we are locked down is harming this. It is not reasonable to think the fact that I now know. This is what you're saying. I, as this teacher or this teacher union rep or whatever, we now know that we were harming children. We now know. We know we were harming children, right? But we had to make that difficult choice because we were afraid. But now we're not afraid because we're vaccinated. But you know what? We can harm them for another 3 months. For no reason. Just because, it's only 3 months. That's it.
Because you're talking about changing like entire systems, Rob. It's not like you say we're harming children like this was like an individual punching a child in the face. And they could have stopped punching the child in the face 3 months ago, but they kept punching that child in the face 3 months. That's not like how these things work. If you are a teacher that knows that this is harming children, like in the way that like it's hindering their education, maybe it's harder for you to actually to find and report the abuse that you're seeing, and you know this. But your school is saying we're going to be locked down, but we're going to look into reopening next fall. It is completely human.
You
and
can't have your
to
cake
like,
and eat it too. It's so amazing the hoops you're willing to jump through. You are these are Schrodinger's teachers. At the same time, they're like, we're
because there's like 400,000 of them, Rob. There's probably 100,000 motivations for these people.
We're talking about them on average. On the majority is what we're talking about. This is your argument. You're like, well, so listen.
I don't even think that's possible.
They were so concerned about their own safety, they didn't even cross their mind to look into actual
I do think
research.
Most of them were concerned about
they're
their safety,
so concerned about their own safety that they didn't even cross their mind to look into the research of how this may affect their students. So that's how they operated. Then at some point they decide to get the vaccine, and now they're like, now I feel protected. Now at the same point they all of a sudden start to say, but wait a minute, we harmed the children by doing this, so we need to get back. But we don't want to get back now because even though there is harm there, we don't think the harm is to the level that 3 more months will hurt. So even though we're safe, we'll wait the 3 more months. Then after the summer vacation, they're like, even though we're still at risk, there are people still at risk because we won't be protected. Now we realize we've learned more, that the harm is enough, that we're going to be insistent on getting back. So over and over again, they don't look at what the harm will be with the kids. Then they half realize what the harm will be. Then they more full realize what the harm will be. That's your argument.
Okay, so 80% of the teachers, as of February 2021, polls by the American Foundation of Teachers found that more than 8 out of 10 AFT education supported return in-person learning with safety guardrails in place.
Okay, so their own union.
In February, yes.
In February. They continued to be shut down February, March, April, May, June, July, August. 7 months.
Maybe. Or maybe they don't contact their union like I said.
We even had teachers unions that walked out afterwards, that striked afterwards. Chicago unions.
I'm sure there may have been anecdotes of that, Rob, but the statistics are what they are.
Here's what we do know. They were shut down. There wasn't a mass.
April 2021 found that 97% of teachers were actually teaching in person, either full-time or hybrid.
Okay. Hybrid. Cool. So then they might as well have been back full-time.
Okay, Rob. All right, I'm going to bed. Good night.
Hey,
I do appreciate you staying up and talking to me.
That's fine. I appreciate you staying up and talking as well, though I do not appreciate your wanting lockdowns and the harm of children that people like you caused. I don't appreciate that at all. I think that sucks.
Yeah, I don't appreciate your narrow-mindedness on this issue. Like the inability to actually like try to perceive another perspective that's not your own.
No, I totally disagree, right? You've illustrated throughout this debate, if we remember the first part we got on after the panel, right, that you insist that countries take other citizens' money and give it out to people around the world, but you yourself are unwilling to do that sort of things as an individual voluntarily. So it's clear to me that, like, the idea that you want to be like, no, you have to understand other perspectives. Can you understand the other perspective of why I think we shouldn't have the government pay for people around the world?
I can repeat I can steel man your argument.
It has nothing to do with steel man.
Moral to take.
Do you accept that?
Yeah. Do I accept what? Yeah. Do I?
If the majority of people in this country would say, nah, we don't want to help the people of Somalia, you'd say, oh, okay. That there's no moral responsibility to do so, and the government should.
My principles on democracy are probably going to outweigh that on that one. At the majority of people,
what's your principle? What's your principle of democracy? What do you mean by that?
Like if the majority of people actually like didn't want to help Somalians, I would probably be like, in a democracy, we probably have to stop helping Somalians.
Excellent. I think that that's overwhelmingly true. That the majority of people in this country would say we want to stop claiming that we need to help the poor around the world.
I don't think so. Isn't the USDA cuts incredibly unpopular?
Well, I guess, let me say, maybe I'll rethink what I was saying there. I think that if you put it that, like, if you said, would you rather spend that money back here on things?
Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. I want to do a Rob when I'm trying to rethink what I'm saying. That's all you had. Yeah, okay,
we can't hear you because your mic's speaking, so you ruined even your hyperbolic spurg there. No, the difference is when you're rethinking, you'll say something definitively. You don't say things like,
I don't say a whole
and that's not true. Like, for example, when I said, like, here's what we went through, for example, we went through an hour of, maybe even longer than an hour, that I was like, the evidence, we agreed that the consensus was that lockdowns were harming children and not worth it. And you said, yeah, but that was the Alpha variant. They were looking at the Delta variant. That's what they were concerned with. And I took your word for it. And then an hour later, when I looked, I was like, wait a minute. They weren't doing that at all. You were like, oh, well, I was just conjecturing. That's not how you split that.
I'll rewind the tape on that one, but I'm fairly sure that, again, here I go again, hedging. I'm fairly sure I asked the question, wasn't that the Delta variant that they were worried about in 2021? I'm fairly sure I presented that as a question.
Even if you did, we proceeded to move forward as if that's what was going on.
Because I assumed that we both agreed. Yeah, that's what was
Yeah.
going. Like the Delta variant was a thing that was a concern at that point.
The point that I'm trying to make is I think if you ask the American people, I think that there would probably, seeing as how we see that there's more than 50% support for deportations, I think that over 50% of people would probably say, no, if there are people back home that need things, we should provide for that as opposed to sending money overseas. I think that most would say that.
Is there 50% support deportations the way that Trump is doing them now?
I don't know, but there's certainly, all the polling suggests there's more than 50% support of deportations.
Like deportations of criminals or all undocumented? Like,
I mean, the mere fact that Trump won, and I think that he was.
that's not representative at all.
Public support for mass deportation, defined as large-scale removal of undocumented immigrants in the United States, remains polarized and context-dependent. Recent polls show majority support around 50 to 66% for the general concept of deporting undocumented immigrants.
Okay. But do they support the way that Trump's doing it?
I don't know.
Maybe.
What's it
A,
matter anyways? The point is, if they would support that, it's clearly that they think that there's some value more than we owe the people around the world something.
well, no. The deportation thing is probably, my guess would be, here I go hedging again. I've got to point this out. My guess would be this, that most people here, illegal immigrants, they're criminals. We need to get them out of here. That's probably what most people think.
I don't know. Again, it would be in how you word it, but I think that like what you're saying, what you're suggesting, I think that most people wouldn't agree with, which is that we have enough money to support all the needs we have back here, and on top of that, to support poor people all around the world. My guess is the majority of people would say that that's not the case. That they would focus on the people back home, and they know we don't have basically near infinite funds, that we could support all the needs of the people in the United States plus people around the world. My guess, but it doesn't matter. I could say hypothetically, maybe that's not true. I just don't know, I guess. I guess there could be enough people.
Well, isn't that an empirical thing that if you and I took the time to look into it, we could actually figure out, do we have enough resources to take care of the people, everyone in America?
No.
And what's left over after that?
No.
No?
How would you figure that out?
Well, we could do it on a very, very, very basic level, and that would be like, how many houses do we have in America? How many people do we need that need houses? Do we have money to build more houses? Do we have the resources to build more houses? How much food do we have in America? How much, like, how much of the stuff we actually have?
No, the reason we don't is because the reason that, well, clearly we do. Right? If you wanted to be a complete 100% equal distribution communist, then you could say, is there enough food for everyone in the world to eat? Sure. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So we can take this a step further, right? Do we have enough food to be able to feed everyone, but also still have a capitalistic system where people who work harder get more? People with higher merits can
define
get more.
Harder. Define more.
Well, I guess however the capitalist system
okay, I make $5 more than the person that doesn't work. Sure, we probably have enough money for that. Is that acceptable? Would that collapse society? Yes, yes. Would that be rife with fraud? Yes. Do we see when government has mass control of systems that it fails immensely over and over again? Yes. Do we see that this project's been tried many times and it's failed spectacularly? Yes.
So how much more do we need for the person, the lowest paid worker to get paid above the people who are just living on welfare for society not to collapse?
I don't know. I don't even know how you would evaluate it. And the question's a misnomer anyways, because actually it's not a value that I would share. I don't think that stealing other people's money in the name of equity is something that makes me moral or is something that we should be attempting to do at all. At all.
So
I don't think it should be my right to rob you and then give your money to poor people around the world. I don't accept that. Even if they would use that money better than you, I don't accept it.
I'm not even talking about around the world right now. I'm talking about America, Rob.
No, I think that what happens is that I'm okay for limited social safety nets. The problem is what we could, for example, we could see that it was considered, according to the Moynihan report, which was in the early 60s, who was a Democrat, he said that it was a crisis, that 25% of black children were born out of wedlock. That number is close to 70% now. Largely, that's because the war on poverty and we incentivize single motherhood. Because having a big heart, we said, shouldn't we provide for them? Yes. And then what happened is we incentivized that very behavior, which is not good. We don't want people growing up in single households, particularly with single mothers. And yet that's exactly when you sponsor that, when you give that money, then what happens is you make that outcome more likely because people say, just like the people that said this is human nature, just like the people that were like, oh, I work from home and this is easier and preferable to me and I'm less productive, but I don't give a shit. I don't want to go back to work. It's that same mentality. That is in human nature for an awful lot of people. And so what happens is...
so do we stop giving to the single mother?
No, what we should do is wean it off. We should do our best to make it not a way of life, but make it an emergency is what we should do. Something to fill in at an emergency.
How do you do that?
Well, there's all kinds of reasons. One, we could have robust testing, means testing of the people that get this. Second, we push propaganda to incentivize keeping families together. Third, we don't add benefit. We make sure that the benefits that go can expressly only be used for things that are beneficial for the children. How about you? Should we give it to them? Should we give more?
I think that the system probably needs more.
Why the system and not you? Why don't you give your excess to single mothers? Why do you deserve the money more than them?
Because I can't.
You can't what? You can't what? Because it's inconvenient for you? You don't want to inconvenience yourself?
No, I actually just can't help all the single mothers.
You can't help them all, but you can help 2 or 3. They don't matter?
No, I could probably help a third. I could probably help a third of a single mother.
Okay, why don't you?
Because I want a system that helps them all.
Okay, and you can help on top of that.
We're looping again. I gotta go.
And you can help on top of that. So what? You want the system and you can help as an individual.
You already know what I'm going to say to this. I have a different standard for what the government should do compared to what individuals should do.
Because you are a selfish prick. Because you want to steal other people's money and be generous.
I don't think that I should bomb terrorists. I don't think that I should bomb terrorists, but I think that it's probably okay.
Not the point. It's a completely different thing. Saying that the government should have the monopoly on force is different than saying that there's a moral principle that we as individuals...
Different standards, different expectations.
No, it's completely different things. You can't have a moral standard that says individuals as a collective ought to have a moral standard to help the poor, but you as an individual shouldn't have to have a moral standard to help the poor. That is you being generous with other people's money. That's disgusting. That's what you're doing.
I'm also willing to put more money into helping.
Then do it. Why don't you?
I first of all, I do. I told you that I donate to charity.
You don't do as much as you can.
I do. I'll admit it's usually not much, but whenever that little prompt comes up on my terminal where it's like, hey, would you like to donate to this? I press yes every single time. Secondly,
this dude literally tried to say, when I go to Taco Bell and buy a taco and it says, you want to round up 63 cents to help poor people, I say yes, so I'm doing my part. I can't believe it. Rob, I thought you were going to have something better than that.
Rob, I have excess, but I don't have that much excess.
So what? You have excess?
For a long time, I was making $54,000 a year. Most of my shit went to bills. Some of my shit went to helping with my mom.
It's not bad. 54,000's not bad.
It's not. I
made less than that a large portion of my life. Probably when I was your age, I made less than that.
Same here.
Okay, and what's the matter? If you have a moral principle,
I do get to. Wait, do you think that I am saying that people should just give all of their money all the time?
Nope.
All their excess? No.
Nope.
Okay. So you agree that I believe that there is a certain amount of excess.
You're saying people shouldn't give any. You're saying that it's not individuals shouldn't do anything. There's under no obligation. That's your argument. So you're not saying that people should give excess. It's not what you're saying at all. You're saying government should.
Yeah, I do feel an obligation to donate because when the opportunity is presented to me, I do donate.
63 cents when you buy your groceries and it says round up.
Yes, that is what I do.
I mean, I don't think that the fact that you use that is somehow
Wait,
some
what-
altruistic
By
thing.
my standard, all right. Do my standard. I make 54,000. I have. How much should I be giving to charity?
Well, I
in order
guess it
for
would
my
depend
standard
on
to
what
be
your cost of
consistent?
living is. Like, it would be different if you have certain medical issues, etc., that would cost you to pay more. But let's say this: after you can comfortably live and
My
you have a
paycheck's
little,
$1,500 every 2 weeks. I get $3,000 a month. $1,300 for 1,360
wait, how
for
much a month
housing.
do you get?
3,000 net is what I net.
3,000 net. Okay, so that's 3,000
Yeah.
times 12. So that means you're netting 36,000. Did I do that math right? 36,000
Yeah,
a year.
I'm netting 36,000.
Okay, what's
I
your
make 54.
what's your expenses per month? How much money do you have left over? You don't have to go through all of them.
1,360 for my rent. 150 for my car insurance. I usually spend around $250 every 2 weeks for food. So $500 a month for food. $250 for student loans.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember what else I have.
So you got what? $500 a month left over?
And then I put $200 in savings because of emergency shit.
That's not needed.
House repairs.
Why do you need that? That's
You
ridiculous.
don't think people need savings?
No.
Do you think
Deficits.
that my standard is the government? Wait, do you think that my standard is the government should tax people to where they can't save?
I think you want massive deficits. That's what you're advocating for. That's not savings.
No,
That's the opposite. You don't want our government to save. No. Let's be clear. We're $36 trillion in debt, and you want to spend more.
Well,
so yes, you're
first of all,
absolutely against savings.
I have different standards for governments than I do people.
In
so
fact,
we've already
based on that
established
standard, you should get a credit card and use the money you're getting on the credit card to pay poor people. And pay the interest on it later. That's what you want to do for my child, that he should have to pay the interest on the debt that we're spiraling now to help people in Somalia.
Bro, I am an advocate of raising taxes on people, which will hopefully lower the deficit.
Okay, so you want to raise taxes on yourself?
Yes.
Okay, how much money do you have? How much money do you have? We said maybe $500 a month you have left over?
Maybe, unless I have other bills.
Okay, so maybe less. We'll say $250 a month. That's what you have left over?
Okay, yeah.
How much do you want to raise taxes on yourself?
Well, what I'm asking you is how much do you think I should be giving to charity?
I'll answer your question. How much do you want to raise taxes on yourself?
What I would like to see is for the government to look at how much these things will cost. Providing the people who need it housing, providing the people who need it food, providing all these things. How much this is going to cost? How much the government needs?
I notice this isn't answering the question, but that's on.
I don't have an exact number because starting at the top, I want progressive tax systems all the way down.
So you want other people taxed more, but not yourself?
Yes, I do. I like progressive taxes.
So you're not advocating for increasing taxes
on my tax bracket?
You're not advocating for taking taxes.
Absolutely. If the government, yes. When the government determines,
do you take your deduction?
We don't have enough here. We don't have enough here. We don't have enough here.
Do you take your deduction? Yeah, your standard deduction. Do you take that?
Yes.
Why? That seems greedy.
No, because it's the same reason why I don't give the charity and don't expect individuals
if you
to give the
support more taxes on yourself, you could pay more taxes.
It's not effective, Rob. It's not effective.
What are you talking about? It's not effective. You just said that the government is effective with their spending of the money. So send the government more money.
No, but just me sending the government more money isn't effective. Me giving money to charity isn't effective.
So once you do it, right, then you could advocate that other people should do it too. You're not moral to advocate other people should pay taxes when you're unwilling to do it yourself.
Wait, so if I gave more in charity, I could advocate for more taxes. That's what you're saying?
I'm saying that if you want to advocate that other people should have to spend more of their money on something, then you should be spending your money on it at a bare minimum.
Do you think that the more wealthy should have more responsibility to pay for these things?
I don't know. It's difficult to say. I think that I'm okay theoretically with some amount of a progressive tax bracket, but that's only because the whole system's fucked in the first place. I would be more for a flat tax, like just federal sales tax or something like that. The wealthy would still continue to pay more than their fair share because they're going to be buying more shit, and therefore they'd be paying the tax on every sales. Sort of the system that we have set up now, I think, sort of bullshit. It's designed to be like in a very shitty, convoluted way, right? However, what I am saying is, I think that our system that we're all forced to pay in should be to benefit the people in our system. That's what should be going on. I'm very limited in how big I want the government to be in the first place, but what is off the table is that I should be able to demand that other people that are forced to pay into this system should have to give their hard-earned money that we then spend on people that have nothing to do with the United States. No. I don't think we have a moral obligation to help poor people around the world. And I think what happens is, and it was evident throughout that whole panel debate, is that's where people like you and people coming from the left were in that debate. And what happens is then you say, well, look, we don't have to worry about the fact that there are people that are struggling back home because hypothetically, if we were in charge, we would just tax the shit out of everyone and be able to help those people that are struggling back home and people around the world. Therefore, we don't have to focus on the limited funds we have now of helping people here first and foremost, because hypothetically, we'd be able to help everyone in an alternative reality so we could continue to let them struggle. I think that's a nonsensical position.
I think that the position of we can tax the wealthy more, and we can tax the middle class more, probably. We can do public option for healthcare. We can give
Are you middle
public
class?
housing, more public. Yeah, I think so, right?
So you should be taxed more.
Yes.
Why don't you voluntarily?
Especially because it's not that action is not effective, Rob.
It doesn't matter.
You're asking me, why don't I voluntarily do something that's not going to make a difference?
Because you're like every other socialist that says, this is the policy I want, and this makes me a good person because I want this policy, but I'm willing to do that. I'm unwilling.
I said that this would be an effective policy to being able to take care of our own people, which is something you pretend like you want to do.
I'm unwilling to do this, which I think unless I'm forced to do it by the law. I'm unwilling, and I have to force everyone else to do it as well.
Rob, yes, you do. You do have to.
Imagine this. Imagine
it doesn't work.
Imagine that, like, someone came to you and said, hey, I'd really like you to work at a soup kitchen. And you said, you know what? I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to work at a soup kitchen unless we force everyone else to work at the soup kitchen. Because let's be honest, if I work at the soup kitchen one day, it's not going to make a big change in that individual's life that comes in. And even if it did, there's so many homeless people, I can't make the change. So no point to volunteer, no point to work at a soup kitchen. Why do you even give money? Why do you give that 63 cents? Why do you give that 63 cents on do you want to round up? It's not making a change. Why even bother? Why do it?
Because SNAP is more effective at feeding poor people than soup kitchens are.
I asked you, so you're saying that you shouldn't volunteer for a soup kitchen. Okay, great.
I think that we should have a system that doesn't require soup kitchens.
Now I'm asking you, why do you donate that 60 cents when it says, do you want to round up? Why do you do it? It's insignificant.
Because in the system that we live in, I do have a little bit of excess. So I do try, when presented the opportunity, give a little bit.
So just the amount you give's the good amount. That's 60 cents. That's 60 cents.
If I wanted to be Jesus Christ, I could give more. Yes.
No, the point is you're doing next to nothing. If that's the extent of what you're doing, I round up when I buy my groceries or when I go to fast food. I round up. There you go. I'm being charitable. That's nothing. That's next to nothing.
Sure. It is. But even if I did $200, it's still nothing in the grand scheme of things.
It's what we're starting to see as a pattern of people that exhibit a mindset like you do, that they're always making excuses for why they can't do more, but they're morally justified in saying that other people need to do more. So, you need to pay more taxes. You need to give more money to different things.
Rob, if we didn't do that, if we didn't have the taxes, if we did a flat tax, 5%.
Sure.
Do you think that the charities will suddenly see a influx in donations, which will allow them to fill in the gaps that they would be left by in the social systems?
Well, who are you to know that flat tax would lead to less money in social systems? First off, you're just making an assumption.
But do you think that a flat tax would bring more money into the government?
I suppose it depends on how much the flat tax was, wouldn't it? If the flat tax is 80%, don't you think it would? Actually, it wouldn't because people would buy less, but you get the idea.
Yeah, people would buy less.
Okay. And if you have income tax that's higher, people work less.
That's not true.
Of course it is.
No, because you always make more money under a progressive taxation system.
Who?
Everyone.
Everybody makes more money. So progressive tax is so good that every single person in every bracket is making more than they would without a progressive tax.
What I'm saying, not compared to without a progressive tax system. What I'm saying is that the more you work, you are going to always make more money.
What percentage of taxes do the wealthy pay in this country?
The entire percentage of taxes?
Yes.
Like how much of the tax burden does the wealthy have? Is that what you're asking?
That's what I'm asking.
Probably a significant portion, I think.
Okay, let's look just real quick. It says federal income tax, the top 1% pay 40%. All federal taxes, top 1% pay 25 to 30%. Total taxes, they pay about 24% of all total taxes, the top 1%. As you go down from the, what percent of the bottom do bottom 50 pay? Okay. That's going to be, the bottom 50 pay 3%. So how much more should the rich pay?
I don't have exact numbers for you, Rob.
Just give me an idea. What percentage of the burden should it be on them?
My system wouldn't be looking at the rich and be like they should be paying 60% instead of 30. It would be looking at our bills and determining what each individual bracket can afford and if we can afford our bills that way.
The problem is, like, what would happen is, one, it's impossible to work that out. Imagine what that system would look like. Each year you have to find a budget, then you have to divide it by the amount of taxpayers, then you have to put everyone in brackets, then you need to find an equation of each person. It would change every year and much that they have to pay. This would be insane. It would be impossible. It would be rife with fraud. People would find ways to get out of it. We already, like, it would be what we have now times 10, the difficulty of it. It's crazy. It would never work that way, right? The point is, if you start taxing people at exorbitant rates, they'll just say, you know what, I'm not going to be in the United States. And basically, the proof's in the pudding. We already see people fleeing countries like Canada. Businesses fleeing because it's like, this taxation's too crazy. We can't do this. That's why they're coming to more business-friendly places like the United States. That's why we can see states. This works at a state level, too. Companies that are fleeing states that have high tax rates and going to states that have low tax rates. And the evidence is there. That's why you see so many people fleeing a lot of these blue states because of the tax burden. It's just not feasible. It's pointless.
I just don't think that the amount of people fleeing these countries is significant at all.
Well, it will be. If you would massively increase the taxes in the way you're suggesting.
The countries that you just listed, I think that like Britain, who has higher taxes, and France and Germany and Canada, they have a good amount of wealthy people there. They have plenty of wealthy people in their countries. They have plenty of businesses.
Yeah, what I'm suggesting is it wouldn't work like that. You can't massively increase the tax burden, and you can't say the tax burdens will fluctuate based on first we tally up each year how much we would owe, and then we negotiate the tax rate like that. It's just not possible. How would you even plan, by the way? Imagine how hard, especially for someone who's a businessman. You know how important predictability and consistency of what your bills are? Now we're saying you have no clue until the end of the year how much you owe at all. You can't even make an estimate.
No. We have people that can estimate if we do this to the taxes, this is what's going to happen. If we do this to the taxes, this is what's going to happen. You would tally up your bills, and they'd be like, I want to do this to the taxes, this to the taxes, this to the taxes. All right, that's going to cover your bills, and then that's the tax code.
I don't understand what you're saying, but that would change every year, right?
And then it doesn't have to. Not the tax code.
No. The amount of money we'd need to spend would change.
With inflation?
I mean, just in general, what you would want to fund. You want to fund all this crazy shit.
Well, it would increase. Yeah, it would increase but not too much year over year. We're supposed to, when we do budgets, we're supposed to do them like deficit neutral. So the fluctuation in the deficit shouldn't be that high, but
Okay, so we've spent a
turns
lot.
out.
We've spent a lot in this country, right?
Hmm.
Our deficit
Yeah,
is like what, $36 trillion?
probably.
Okay, so that would have meant that we had to have $36 trillion
But
of
deficit or debt?
debt.
Okay.
That would have meant that we had to spend $36 trillion less in projects, right? Which you don't want to do, right? You think we should spend more.
There's probably things that can be cut, but for the most part, yes.
Okay,
It would
and
probably
so
net out to
so then
more.
how would we have increased the tax burden on people $36 trillion?
You wouldn't need to decrease the tax burden by $36 trillion all at once. The thing you need
Over
to
the-
eliminate is the deficit, not the debt.
Okay, but yes, we'd have to pay down the debt at some point, right?
If you eliminate the deficit, you would be paying down the debt.
How is that possible? I don't think you understand what you're talking about. Deficit is how much you're adding to the debt each budget. If you're
Yeah, so
net
if you have a
zero, you're not
negative
paying
deficit-
down on the debt.
Well, yeah, but if you have a negative deficit, if you're taking in more money than you are earning, you can pay down your debt, right?
Correct.
Or
So
spending,
yes,
right?
if we took in more, then we could pay down the debt.
Yeah.
So the question
Over
is,
time.
what
We don't need that.
So the question is, what we need to do is somehow find more money to pay for more social programs in the United States, number one. Then to pay for more programs for people around the world, number two. Then we have to find ways to pay down the national debt as well, number three. And we're going to increase the tax burden to somehow pay all of our obligations we currently do, plus those three additions, so that we have zero deficits every time.
Yeah, I think it's possible.
I don't think it's remotely possible. How much would
But
you
do
pay
you
down
think it's
on the
possible to?
How much a year would you
Do
pay
you
down
think
on
it's
the
possible?
debt?
I don't know. I would have to look into the numbers because
I mean, give me there's
I
there's
haven't
roughly $36 trillion. How much a year would you like to pay down?
Rob, have you looked into the deficit and what we could? Have you looked into all this yet?
In what sense?
Like, how much could we have made if we? How much deficits could we have? What would our deficit be if we didn't have the Bush and Trump tax cuts, or how much? Like stuff like that. How much deficits will we have if we raise the taxes on all brackets by this much? Or
It would depend on each individual policy that you're talking about, right? So we are currently paying $970 billion a year in interest on the debt.
mm-hmm.
That's almost $1 trillion a year we're paying in interest on the debt, right? I think in a brief cursory look at that. Okay, so we have to at least pay that if we're ever going to pay the principal down, right?
Probably. Yeah.
Okay, so now right out of the gate, we got almost $1 trillion just paying interest on the debt because you could have zero deficits under your system, right? Right?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, then we have all of the programs we already pay for. What's that? Let's see. How much a year do we spend on entitlements? Let's see. We spend $4.1 trillion a year on entitlements, right? So add the $1 trillion to that. We have $5.1 trillion. Let's see. How much revenue a year? Let's see. So right now we're up to, what are we up to? We're we're over $5 trillion, about 5.1 trillion. We make 5.2 trillion a year is what we're making, 5.2 trillion. Now, easily what you want to add is going to cost 2 trillion a year. Easily. Like all the extra programs that you want for the United States now. So let's conservatively. So that's already that already puts us over how much we've earned. So now to increase the tax burden, right, just to break even with the national debt, just to break even, you're going to need to increase the tax burden about $2 trillion. So let's just real quick, how much more would we need to tax the 1% to raise an extra $2 trillion a year? Let's see what they say. All right. To generate an additional $2 trillion a year from the top 1%, the new rate would be current taxes plus $2 trillion divided by top 1% AGI. They would have to pay 3.31 times more taxes than they do now. So we're looking at paying an 80 to 86% effective tax rate would be what it would require for the 1%. 80 to 86% we would have to tax them. Does that sound
Effective
feasible?
tax rate?
Yes, effective tax rate, 80 to 86%. Yes, is what it would cost. Does that sound feasible?
Probably not an effective tax rate now.
So what are we gonna do? How are we gonna?
Hold on a second. Does that include? That's just income, right?
No. What do you mean just income?
No,
That's not just trillionaires aren't making trillions of dollars of income. No, we're talking about total taxation on trillionaires or multi-billionaires is what we're talking about. Like they're not getting the bulk of the super wealthy people aren't paying the bulk of their taxes in just quote unquote income. So how are you going to pay an 86%? And of course, what I'm looking at here says feasibility, an 80 to 86% effective tax rate is unprecedented. It would require closing loopholes, hiking marginal rates, plus new wealth taxes.
Yeah, so you would get whatever else you need. You probably wouldn't tax them 80%. You probably would tax them somewhere close to what other countries are taxing their ultra wealthy.
So what's that?
And then you would start tumbling. I don't know what it is. Tumbling down to the next level. So that's just the top 1%. So what about the 1% underneath that? The 1% underneath that? The 1% underneath that? The 1% underneath that? And you probably bracket it out more than just 1%, 1%.
I think what you'll see is if it came to being taxed at like 80% or high 70s or something, what incentive would someone that has economic mobility be to stay in the United States if they could go to somewhere else and not pay anywhere near that number? What incentive would they have to stay here?
Well, that's why I said the tax rate would probably be, you'll try to match what other developed countries are doing.
Okay, so what do we have? Okay. So
this is talking about 400 individuals.
So the United States is 37 to 50% taxes on the top 1%. So it's 37 plus when you look at state rate on average, it could go as high as, we'll say 50, right? So they're paying 50. Australia, it's 45. United Kingdom, it's 45. Canada, it's 54. Germany, it's 47. Netherlands, 49. Japan, 55. Belgium, 50. Sweden, 52. Austria, 55. France, 55. Denmark, 55. The OECD average is 42. Right? That's the top marginal rates. The effective tax rate is around 37% for the United States. In France, it's 42 to 45. Germany, it's 40 to 42. Sweden, it's 45 to 50. Denmark, it's 50 to 55. Canada, it's 40 to 45. OECD average is 35 to 40%. Basically right in line. A little lower for the United States.
Okay, so we could probably squeeze what, 10, 15 more percent from the top.
Okay, let's
1%?
say another 10%, right? If we taxed, by the way, many of them would leave. They'll go to countries then that are like, you know what? I'm going to go to a country that has a lower rate, but fair enough.
The other countries are able to keep them somehow.
Well, yeah, there's some that stick around because these countries put a lot of the ones in the United States would decide to leave. I'm not saying all of them, but if they tax the 1%, 10% more, how much more revenue a year? Okay. About $370 billion. So that could fund 370 Somalian food frauds. That could fund. Incidentally, official GAO says that the COVID funds, $500+ billion of fraud from the COVID funds. Private experts say that 10 to 20% of the total aid was fraudulent, which would be around $1 trillion. So the thing that almost no one gives a shit about, the fraud that happened with all these COVID payments, if it basically is tantamount to increasing 10% taxation on the wealthiest 1%. That's how much we're talking about. So
why didn't Doge get that back?
Why didn't Doge get that back? How would they?
No. Well, couldn't you litigation and shit?
To who?
If it was fraud.
Right, to who?
To the people who committed the fraud.
How? They sent it overseas. They had fake IDs and shit like that. How would you expect them? What sense does this make? It's not even a program that still exists.
Are you talking about the just in which so the programs all together?
Correct.
You're saying that the migrants committed
not just migrants,
500 billion in fraud, and they sent it overseas.
No, not just migrants. All sorts of people. There were all sorts of shit that was sent overseas. There was fraud that went. But yes, they estimate that. And what a snarky thing to say, anyways. Like it's sort of irrelevant. The fact that they were unable to get the money back, it doesn't. What's that supposed to prove? Oh, well, I guess $1 trillion of fraud. Doge didn't get it back, so who gives a shit, right? Right?
Well, it's like, what do you want to do about it, Rob?
Well, the point that I'm trying to make is, like, so flippancy saying, like, 10% more tax burden on the top 1%, okay. Literally, the amount of money that leads to is one of these programs. It illustrates the point of when you have programs that spend trillions of dollars, the amount of fraud that you see is incredible. So we haven't even factored that in. We're lowballing that we would need $2 trillion extra dollars a year for your plan of basically taking care of all the needs of everyone in the United States, plus significant needs for everyone around the world, right? So we're already lowballing that at $2 trillion, right? But that's not even factoring in, on average, 5 to 10% of that money would be spent with fraud. Then on top of that, you'll just have inefficient spending, which is certainly something that happens. Have you ever worked for someone that gets government money, a company that gets government money? You work for a prison, right? Is it for profit or?
It's state.
It's state, so it gets state dollars?
Yes.
Do you see them frivolously spend?
I'm sure it happens. Yeah.
Yes, it does.
I don't get involved with like the spending stuff.
I assure you it does, because what happens is, much like, again, human nature, when it's your money that you work for, you tend to spend more efficiently, right? Because you know the value of that. When it's just money given by the state, you're not that concerned. It's free money, basically, it feels like. That's why, like, I've seen all kinds of shit for, universities that are state university, frivolously spending money, etc. So we're talking trillions of extra dollars that we need to achieve this goals you're talking about. And so far, it's just like, well, we'll just raise taxes. That's what we'll do. But we're talking about basically maybe what would be necessary would be like doubling the tax burden, doubling the revenue of the United States per year. And I just don't see how it's possible. I don't see it. And that's even saying if we should do it. It surely comes to a point that says that no, we don't have any ethical responsibility to help all the world's poor people. No, we need to be focused on the people here. And no, the best thing is not to just throw money at everyone. By the way, the the money we get, it's not just from taxes, right? It's also tariffs and other thing. Trump, by the way, has the best deficit number, or yeah, I think, was I right about that deficit? His deficit numbers have been good here the second term. It looks like, and
I've
when
heard that because of the tax cuts, they've been bad, but I could be wrong.
I don't know, like the trade deficit's the lowest it's been since June 2020.
Oh, trade deficit, maybe.
Well, yeah, but
don't-
I also agree with the other deficit as well. I do.
well, any money you get from tariffs is mostly coming from the American people. It's just a tax.
So you don't have a problem with that, right?
Well, I don't. I have a problem with tariffs because they're a regressive tax. It disproportionately affects poor people.
How so? Explain.
Because if poor people are paying a more significant amount of their money on goods and services, so if I make $40,000 and I'm spending $36,000 a year on goods and services and goods, and that stuff is being tariffed, that's that's whatever percent, 36,000.
What kind of goods are poor people buying on average? What kind of goods?
Oh,
yes, textiles,
food,
shirts, etc.
cars,
Food. You think the food's coming from
textiles.
overseas? It's getting tariffed.
Some of it.
Most
Some
not.
of it. Didn't coffee go up significantly because of the tariffs?
Maybe no. In fact, I don't understand that. It's like it's very funny. Did you have any commentary on inflation during the Biden administration? Just curious.
Yeah, inflation sucked, but we were able to tie that to COVID.
Okay, so I don't think that we've seen inflation go up anywhere near what's occurring now as we did during the Biden administration. And by the way, we tied it to the very disastrous
made that
COVID
claim.
policies that you support. Yes, you just did. Well, you didn't make the claim, but what you did
No,
show, coffee prices are going up. All of a sudden, you're concerned about prices in a heavy way, that concern failed you in the past 4 years. And you're like, well, that's because of COVID, because of the disastrous policies that I supported of lockdowns, etc.
Well, no, I mean, I think that the COVID spending, the stimulus spending, did have a little to do with the inflation, but I don't think it was 9%. I think the majority of that was COVID, and the reason I say that is because the rest of the world was dealing with inflation at higher or similar or higher.
So you've already
levels than we were.
changed. For what you said earlier was you estimated the lockdowns and stuff were responsible for estimated 65%. Is what you said. Now you're saying no, I don't think it was the majority of it. And the rationale you give is the rest of the world. Here's the problem: why that doesn't fit in. One, doesn't prove that the rest of the world's disastrous lockdown policies also weren't a reason that the prices went up. And second, to the effect that maybe they were slightly worse. That's because they were.
I said COVID stimulus, not lockdowns.
Well, it's not just the stimulus, it's also the lockdowns, and many other countries gave stimuluses as well. So, same thing. Secondly, right, what we can see what happened was that because the world relies on the U.S. as the reserve currency, if the U.S. currency inflates, that means that they will also suffer through inflation. For example, if we print double the money right now, the dollars would double tomorrow, right? The people that are holding bonds and stuff and treasuries, they're going to suffer inflation as well because they're relying on the US dollar. So their inflation is going to be double. It's going to be how their currency inflated and the dollar that they're relying on, how it inflated. So again, this doesn't answer how these disastrous policies.
So how is it that? Hold on. Oh, there's a yawn.
Coffee prices went up most significantly because droughts in major producers such as Brazil and Vietnam, poor harvest.
Okay.
Tariffs do have a part, but predominantly it's because of poor harvest. It says coffee prices are expected to fall next year because of production increasing. So they anticipate prices will go down 13%. But weather risk and tariffs could say that they'll have hikes. But again, the idea that like some sort of like, I don't know that it's regressive as you think, right? I think that the majority of stuff, you still see people that are paying a lot of stuff that are coming from overseas that are more expensive. And it's not a one-to-one thing. Tariffs are a tax that's eaten by three groups. Yes, it's eaten by the consumer, but it's also eaten by the person that's importing the stuff from the company. For example, if I am a car manufacturer in the United States, right, you don't pay tariffs on buying my car because I'm manufacturing in the United States. However, I have to import steel, so I eat some of the cost of the steel that I'm importing. I don't pass it all directly on to the consumer, and the seller overseas that's selling also eats some of the cost. So whereas a direct tax increase 100% is eaten by the person that gets the tax increase, at least the tariffs a burden split amongst three people, two of which are business owners, etc. One of which isn't even from the United States. And it has the added benefit of encouraging manufacturing in the United States. All in all, we haven't seen inflation go up that much at all since Trump's put in tariffs. I mean, yeah, inflation's gone up, but nowhere near the levels we saw under the Biden administration. Not even close, which Democrats seemed unconcerned with. Now all of a sudden they're saying like
it wasn't that we weren't concerned with COVID. It was that with inflation. It was that every other metric that the Biden administration was having was doing well. So like
what
inflation
metrics?
was like
What
the only
metrics?
thing that we had.
What metrics were doing well?
The jobs and
what good are jobs? What good are jobs
and,
if wage growth's not keeping up? Real wage growth's what we're concerned with. How much your dollar buys. It fell under the Biden administration. It went up very well under the first Trump administration. It's going up very well under the second Trump administration. So any inflation brought out through tariffs is still being outpaced by people's economic growth and the wages growth.
By the end of the Biden administration, that flipped again.
How so? What do you mean?
Did it not? The real wages started going up again.
Yes, that's true. But for the entirety of the Biden administration, real wage growth was down.
Yeah, COVID. Like,
COVID. No, not COVID. Reaction to COVID. Spending during COVID. Lockdowns during COVID. COVID didn't do anything.
Well, COVID killed a bunch of people that caused the reaction.
The reaction's what did it, not COVID.
Sure, but COVID killed a bunch of people that caused the reaction. And that's going to include government actions, and that's going to include individual actions. The foot traffic that lowered even before government actions happened.
It is not indicative of what caused the inflation. The massive spending and the creation of money, for example, the near 50% increase in the M2 money supply and the lockdowns that caused the supply crunch was far more reason for inflation and for wage growth. And by the way, it's not what we were. It's okay. Prove it.
I don't believe that.
Prove it. At what point can we start judging Biden's economy, which we don't take COVID into effect? What point are we allowed? 2021?
Probably towards the end.
Define towards the end. Entire last year?
Well, I think that when Obama got into office, it took him his entire first administration to get things to turn around. That's why he had such a hard time.
The whole Biden. We can't blame him for any economic. Do we blame him for any economic goods? Or just
I think that the stimulus had a little something to do with it. I don't think it was the main driver.
What do you think was the main driver for inflation?
Of inflation, it was COVID, and like you said, the reaction.
How does that work?
COVID.
How does it? Oh, the reaction to COVID. Right, agreed. Yes, the lockdowns, the stimmies. Yeah. Yes,
you do realize most of the lockdowns happened under Trump, right?
They were pushed for by Democrats predominantly. Trump didn't.
But they happened under Trump, and Republicans also did lockdowns.
Not near to the extent of Democrats, right? Now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't criticize Trump and Republicans. Absolutely, that's true. But it's Rich saying that while Biden was there, the disastrous economic policies we saw, shouldn't be beholden to him because it's all COVID's fault. It was all this magical thing. It's all COVID.
Yeah, because the disastrous economic stuff that we saw was due to COVID.
No, it's not true.
It is true.
How come COVID didn't affect us? When exactly did COVID stop affecting us?
I think that we officially came out of. Did we officially come out of the emergency in 2023?
Well, the emergency would be the emergency of as far as COVID affecting illness people. So that exact moment when we
Yeah.
came out is when we could start judging Biden's economy.
No, because you're
Right.
still
So
the
then
economy doesn't just
Right.
the economy doesn't just like
Totally
have
got
a
it. Yes,
hard
that's why I
wall.
said when. That's why I said when can we start judging Biden's economy? Right. You said never, not his entire administration, like Obama.
It would have been nice to been able to see what Biden would have done with the second the next 4 years in the economy. I have a feeling, and I can't prove this,
You
but
have a
it would
feeling
have been
we
better than
shouldn't
what Trump is
credit
doing.
any of the bad, negative stuff that happened under Biden. None of it was his fault.
I just said the stimulus that he signed probably helped raise inflation a little bit.
A little bit.
Yes.
What did he do to help the economy?
I mean, he didn't hurt it that much.
What did he do? What were his positive economic policies?
I don't think he needed a positive economic policy. I think we just needed to ride it out.
So he didn't. He just ride it out. So the best you could say of Biden was he could have hurt it more. That's the best you could say about Biden on the economy.
Yes, like Trump is doing.
How'd Trump hurt it? Things are particularly better under Trump than they were under Biden.
Jobs are not better.
Doesn't matter. Most of the jobs that are lost were foreign-born people. The citizens of the United States are doing very well. Almost the vast majority of the jobs that were created under Joe Biden also went to foreign-born people. And what's that matter anyways? What did jobs matter if the average person is making more money?
So you're telling me that the job numbers do not matter?
No, I'm not saying they don't matter at all, but to act like that's some metric that's more important than something like real wage growth, people's debt, etc., is nonsense.
Real wage growth went from a deficit under Biden and ended up flipping under Biden.
Right.
I don't think he did anything. I think it was just a way that the economy was going to go.
So if we look, I have numbers here. Inflation was 21.2 during Biden's 4 years. The latest data is from December 2020. Earnings rose by 19.4%, so the typical family did in fact fall behind during Biden's presidency. Prices rose by more than earnings, which means the typical paycheck bought less. This from June, the trend continues. Blue-collar workers have seen real wage growth almost 2% in the first 5 months of the Trump second term. This is stark contrast to the negative growth seen during during the Biden administration. So we actually see.
But what was Biden's last couple of months? What was Biden's last couple of months?
I don't care. It was so shitty for so long. It's inevitable that it would rebound to some degree.
What? Hold on a second. So if Biden were so we have negative wage growth throughout most of COVID, right? And then that trajectory starts going back up, and then it flips to where we have real wage growth now, and then Trump gets in and he just gets to claim that.
Yes, what I'm saying is the policies under Donald Trump are doing precipitously better than the policies under Joe Biden. To say that we don't blame Joe Biden for anything is absurd.
Well, which policy would you blame Joe Biden for?
I think that the mass immigration was something that was terrible and that was leading to people to compete with jobs for the U.S. citizens and less jobs for U.S. citizens. I think that was number one. I think the mass spending that we saw of his infrastructure bill and other bills was causing a mass amount of spending. I think that the mass amount of spending that we saw him spending on things like USAID projects that weren't doing anything to help the country, I think that we could see that his policies that weren't advocating for production and energy production and things of that nature, which closed down some of the energy things that we had in this policy, was something that harmed us. I think that the trade deals that he was unable to negotiate, that Trump's been negotiating with, things would have been better. So there's a ton of policies that he did that I think were failures, in addition to just the fact that he continued to support lockdowns into his administration.
Yeah, no, I think you are overstating the extent to which any of those things, like the you talk about the energy stuff, the energy prices went up when lockdowns were being released, and people were going out more, so demand went up, and that's going to cause the energy prices to go up, especially since the energy companies had just fuck, that's just had quarters of net loss, and they weren't producing because they wanted to keep the prices up.
I don't understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is that the evidence seems to suggest that Biden's policies on energy actually led to less energy production than we otherwise would have had in the United States. So, for example, bragging about
I think much of the tightening of energy production had to do with the tightening of demand during COVID, and then after COVID, they kept the production tight to keep the prices up so that they can make up for lost profits during COVID. I'm not saying that his policies. I think his posture scared some investment. But I think that what I just explained was the bulk of why
I think that
the
what we
production
see
was the way it was.
I think that what we could see is that clearly Biden was a disaster for the economy. He continued to say that it was a hot economy, that things were doing great. A lot of the benefit that was going through things like jobs were people that were foreign born. People were struggling mightily. They continue to struggle mightily, not just based on the Biden 4 years, based on policies that have been done predominantly by Democrats throughout the years. For example, we have a housing crisis because we've imported millions upon millions of people. We are spending billions upon billions of dollars on welfare for people that are illegal, that are in poverty, that aren't really working and providing. We see that there's fraud that's going out in those systems. So yes, I think that you could draw a direct line to that. We could see that under the Trump administration prior to COVID, the economy was doing very well. It wasn't until COVID that it started to stymie that, and that trend has picked up again, despite the fact that the doom and gloomers told us that we would have massive amounts of inflation because of tariffs, or something that didn't come to fruition.
It was COVID's fault that Trump's economy stumbled, but Biden comes in under COVID, and it wasn't COVID's fault.
No, I'll give Biden credit for the first year or two. Okay, you're struggling with COVID, but the entire administration.
But COVID was still happening during the first 2 years.
Yes, but we didn't have lockdowns. The second year Biden was there, COVID wasn't that bad in 2022.
Yeah, that's when we were first starting to come back.
Right. Well, the point that I'm trying to make is that the idea that we should say no, the entire 4 years is a write-off of Joe Biden until the last 2 months is nonsensical. Right. And it wasn't just that. I'm taking Biden's own word for it. Right. Biden's own word was how hot the economy was and how great things were going. That's what he was claiming.
The economy was on an upward trajectory.
We kept hearing the big term from Biden's administration was it's transitory. Inflation's transitory. It's just transitory. For 4 years? That's Biden's own team's words.
If you're just talking about inflation, that was bad under Biden. That was mostly because of COVID.
It wasn't just COVID. It
went down under Biden. It went down to the level that it is now, a little bit less, I believe, under Biden.
What went down? Inflation?
Inflation.
Okay, so let's look at it this way. Let's say that this can of soda, a 12-pack of this, when Biden came into office, cost $10, right? Got it? 12-pack of soda costs $10. Now, let's say we have two scenarios. Scenario one is, after 1 year of Biden, that now costs $20. That's a 100% increase, right? Right? Or scenario two, and then it goes up 0% for 3 years. Scenario two is it goes up 25% each year. In both scenarios, we have that can of soda has increased 100% after 4 years of a Biden term. What you're saying is because his inflation numbers were so fucking high, reaching double digits, eventually when they fell to 2.8 or something like that, you're like, see, inflation came down. Yes, based on the already high numbers that he had set, inflation fell down back to earth. That's not a victory.
It is a victory because you want inflation to come back down to earth.
Why does it make a difference to me 4 years from now if I'm still paying double for that soda? And in one scenario, inflation was 100%.
Do you want the soda's price to go? Do you want the soda's price to go down in deflation?
Okay, I want you to listen to me. Scenario one is inflation's 100%, 0%, 0%, 0%. That is remarkable. You would be celebrating. Holy shit, Joe Biden brought down inflation 100%. It's been 0 for 3 years. Absolutely amazing. Scenario two, it's 25%, 25%, 25%, 25%. You'd say, wow, inflation stayed the same. How is that any different to me as the consumer at the end of those 4 years? It's of small comfort that you're like, we've beaten inflation, 3 years of 0% inflation. Right, because the
But the
original year
inflation,
was so high.
Rob, the inflation was caused by COVID. I'm not going. If you can excuse Trump's
The inflation wasn't caused by COVID,
economic.
though. Inflation was caused by the disastrous policies as a reaction to COVID.
Okay, I mean, okay.
That's a
You didn't
big
get
reason
shot.
the inflation was caused.
You didn't get you coming into my house didn't get you shot. My reaction to you coming into my house got you shot.
No, the
You
problem
would.
with your example would be that we don't blame you for shooting. You're the one who pulled the trigger.
Yeah.
And we say, so the opposite, the analogy is actually the opposite. You say, no, you can't blame me for pulling the trigger. I pulled the trigger because you came in. And it's like, yeah, but you pulled the trigger. Same thing here. The reaction, the policies to COVID are what caused inflation, not COVID itself. So we blame the people that did the policies. That's what we do. We don't say, act of God. It doesn't matter. If they wouldn't have done those policies, we wouldn't have seen inflation to the levels that we did.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yes, the reaction to COVID is what caused the inflation. The COVID caused the reaction.
Okay, so just to be clear, if there is something that happens, a natural disaster, a terror attack, or whatever in the United States, and then Trump issues disastrous policies that we all say, wow, that's fucking shit, and it collapses the economy. When you criticize him for it, I'd say, wait. No, you can't criticize Trump. He didn't do this. The terror attack did it. And you said, right, but he did policies that were terrible after the terror attack. And I said, yes, but the terror attack did it. Not Trump's policies.
Yeah,
It was the terror attack. Or would you blame Trump?
It's like it depends on what the policies were. If we could post hoc say, oh, that was terrible, similarly to what we did in Iraq, then it'd be like, okay, but at the time, most people wanted to go to Iraq. At the time, most people supported that. So is it really Bush's doing on there to the extent that he lied? Yes, and so if Trump did something that was like absolutely astronomically ridiculous and unreasonable, and we just can't understand it, kind of like tariffs, then yes, I would be like, yeah, that's Trump's fault. But if he was doing something reasonable that just turned out to be bad, then it wouldn't be Trump's fault.
So how many years? So we should count like Biden's last year economically.
We can count. I think Biden's last year can be. Well, I think you got to look at the trajectory of where the economy went shortly after COVID.
I'm asking you if we could count Biden's last year economically.
Sure.
Okay.
After COVID, look at the trajectory.
He spent $6.75 trillion in his last year. That was higher than Trump spent in 2020 with COVID. 6.75 trillion is what Biden spent in his last year. We count that, right? Or is that still COVID?
Doing what? What was it for?
Oh, we did the CHIPS Act, interest on the national
Oh my gosh,
debt.
I forgot about this. Do you not agree with the CHIPS Act?
It doesn't matter. I'm asking you about the total expenditure that Biden spent, 6.75 trillion.
Okay, so the interest on the national debt, what is he supposed to do with that? Is he not supposed to pay that?
I mean, I don't know what you're trying to say. There was interest paid in the national debt the year before that as well. I'm just trying to say certain things. You'd have interest on the debt, Social Security. You have all of our entitlements, the stuff that we talked about that you would normally spend. In addition to that, we see the other spending he had. Things like the CHIPS Act, things that were in his budget that he spent. I don't know the specifics of everything. He spent $6.75 trillion. As a percent of GDP on average, Trump during his first term spent 20%, 20.5. Biden spent 25.5. That's a difference of 5% more per percentage of GDP that Joe Biden spent.
Yeah, so I think that the CHIPS Act was a good thing, and I don't think that his last year inflation started going down. So it's not even like that was a thing that was causing inflation. You're just talking about like government spending right now. I'm not really
I think
pressed
that
about that
mass
one.
government spending is one of the things that leads to inflation. In fact, one of the primary things, because it leads to.
So what you're saying is that the 6.8 trillion that Biden spent on his last year is what's causing the inflation to go back up under
I
Trump.
think that. No, I didn't say that at all.
Okay, but the 9% inflation wasn't on his last year.
It doesn't matter.
Okay.
If this can of soda cost $1, right? And inflation goes up next year from Joe Biden to now it's 10%. So now it's $1.10.
But if you're going to blame $6.8 trillion on this last year for the can of soda going up by $100 2 years ago, that doesn't make sense.
No, what I'm trying to tell you is inflation going up 3% after it's gone up 19% is huge. That 3% increase is the effect of like maybe a 4 or 5% increase before you had the 19% increase. Understand what I'm saying?
Sure, but we
3% of a bigger number is a bigger number.
We always want inflation to be around 2%, which is not as.
We probably don't want inflation to be around 2% if it was 1,000% the year before. That's probably not good.
I mean, maybe that is an economic principle that I'm not familiar with.
So I just want to be clear. If prices doubled tomorrow, you would say next year, hey, Trump, we want you to keep inflation right around 2%. You wouldn't say, hey, I'd like prices to come down?
My understanding, because my understanding that if you get deflation, that is more detrimental to the economy, depending on why the deflation happened.
Well, it depends. It would be deflationary over time. The problem would be not if it's an immediate correction. And again, it's what I'm telling you is, like, you seem to not want to blame Biden for the policies that he had. Explain to me why. Okay, so I want you to explain to me year 3 of the Biden administration. How is it that COVID's fucking over his economy there? Go ahead. 2023.
Why his inflation's at 3%?
2023.
Why is inflation at 3? Well, like, for what aspect is it fucking over his economy that you want me to talk about?
You're saying that we shouldn't count it. We shouldn't count 2023 because of COVID.
No, I want to know, like, you want me to explain it to you. Which aspect of his economy do you want me to explain?
Real wage growth was down.
Real wage growth was down, or real wages were down?
Real wages were down.
Real wages were down, but I have a feeling, and I don't know.
What's it matter? Explain to me why COVID's responsible.
Hold on. I want to figure out exactly what the numbers were saying throughout the years.
Looks like inflation for the year of 2023 was 4.1%.
Oh, goodness gracious. All right, so 2020, under Trump, real wages were negative 0.2%. 2021, when Biden is just now in office, negative 4.6%. Still dealing with COVID. 2022, negative 9%. And then 2023, we have 1.1% to 1.4%. 2024, we have 0.8 to 1.2%. So we were able to take it from 4.6%, which was probably 7.9%, to 1.1% in a year. That seems like a positive thing to me. That seems like a positive trajectory.
I don't understand. Trajectory means very little when we're asking. Like, that means nothing, right?
A trajectory in economics is actually very important.
Okay, so just to be clear, if Trump collapses the economy by 50% his first year and then increases it 1% year 2, 2% year 3, 3% year 4, you'd say, holy shit, that trajectory is amazing. Trump did a great job.
If Trump collapsed the economy to something that was like an outside force, like a global pandemic or something, then yes, I would say, oh, it's great that we're going up. If Trump collapses the economy because of his decisions, which seems to be the fundamental thing that you and I disagree on, I don't think that Biden's decisions caused the real wages to drop the way
It doesn't matter. My question to you is, how did COVID affect his 2023 or 2024? How did it? That's the question I have.
Real wages were going up in those years.
It doesn't matter. They were still weak. Should we take those numbers for their value because COVID wasn't affecting them? Is that what you're suggesting now?
Well, I'm sure that COVID had lingering effects on.
That's the question I have. How?
Because COVID didn't stop until 2022, 2023.
Okay, everybody had fucking the vaccine. Everybody was relatively safe after 2021.
We were going through inflation.
Right. How? So inflation.
Massive amounts of inflation.
My question is, how did that? What? Are we still? So I just want to be clear. Your answer is this: as long as there was still inflation, we can't judge Biden's economy. Right? So if the numbers aren't good, we can't judge it.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that there was a lot of things going wrong with the economy. This is what you're explaining.
You're like, well, if we see the numbers and it shows that Biden's economy wasn't good, then we can't count that because clearly they weren't good because of COVID. But if they were good, then we count them because those are things that Biden did positively. Why can't I say the same thing right now? Well, clearly we're still suffering the effects of COVID because of inflation under Trump. You agree, right?
It's possible, but Trump has completely switched the trajectory of inflation. Now we don't have a whole lot of data points to. We're at like 3.2% now, right? Year over year.
Okay. I don't know.
Compared to Biden's last.
Real wage growth under Trump, it looks like, depending on what. Oh, it's the wrong year.
See control of employees using setup.
Quarter 4, I'm looking for Trump inflation 2.1%. Is that right? Or is this the wrong?
If that's true, then
no. This is that's I'm looking. No. That's Trump's first term. So I screwed up.
Did you see how willing I was to just be like, oh, well, maybe I'm wrong about this?
Let's see.
Look up, I don't even know. Do you think it's weird that we're not even getting numbers from Trump at this moment?
No, we just got a bunch of numbers.
Did we? Okay, well, I wasn't aware that we just got a bunch of numbers. I thought we were going off of the private sector's numbers.
Do you think it's weird that they constantly had to revise downward all of the numbers under Biden?
No, because they were revising downward the numbers under Trump too.
Nowhere near to the extent that we saw under Joe Biden. It was incredible.
Maybe we haven't gotten to the point that the Joe Biden. I think it's next year that the final revisions happen.
Okay, so here's what I'm seeing. I think these numbers are right. Real wage growth under quarter 1 for Trump was 1. Quarter 2 was 1.5. Quarter 3 was 2. Quarter 4 was 1.4. Inflation under him, quarter 1, 3. Quarter 2, 2.8. Quarter 3, 2.5. Quarter 4, 2.7. And so let's compare that to Biden's last year. Uh, very similar. Trump slightly ahead. Real wage growth, 1 under both of their first quarter, 1.1 and 1.5 second quarter. So Trump wins by 0.4, 1.9 to 2.0. Trump wins by 0.1% quarter 3, 1.3 to 1.4 quarter 4. Trump wins by 0.1. So in all metrics, their wage growth higher than even under the Bidens last year.
Wait, are you talking about
real wage growth? Inflation under Biden's last year, it looks like 2.5 to 3%. Under Trump, 2.4 to 2.7. Inflation less under Trump than under Biden. So when you're talking about when you're talking about high inflation numbers, right, under Trump, because of things like tariffs and everything, still Biden's last year, which you said we should count, still had higher inflation numbers than Trump.
I mean, Trump's last numbers that we have, which was from September, which is actually fucking insane. It was 3.0. Let's
see where the numbers came. Let me see where the number comes from. Data's from BLS, EPI, Atlanta Fed, and Fred trackers. What's that?
I'm on the BLS site. It might go down under Trump. It's completely possible that it's going to go down under Trump. But like, my feeling is that it looks like the trajectory is up. Now it might go back down and back up, and maybe it'll stay right around that 2.4 to 3% range that Biden left with. It might go up. If it does go up, would you blame Trump?
I think
if it gets back to like 3.5.
I think that sure we would say that the policies that the buck stops with Trump. He's the person that's there, right? The point is, like, let me see if I can find these BLS numbers. By the way, is that so odd that the BLS numbers are like, how many months are we? September, November.
They usually
2 months. 2 months behind.
15th of the They usually post the 15th of the next month. Yes, it is odd. It doesn't usually happen that way.
Says BLS confirmed that the data's been November's released until December 18th due to the 2025 appropriations lapse revised release dates because there was a lapse in the appropriations.
What about October?
I think that
read the following definition. Select which concept is described. Having or displaying a simple or trusting nature, lacking in experience, lacking in careful judgment or analysis, simply unthinkable. Read the following definition. So which concept is?
The prediction is using estimate for October and November, projecting 2.9 annual for December 2025. That's using the Cleveland Fed and nowcasting models. Is what so 2.9. That's still under what Biden was.
They're predicting. Well, I mean, Biden got as low as 2.4 September of his last year. And then it went back up, and then it went back down, and then it went back up. Like I said, it might just hover around this 2 to 3. In which case, I would probably say, oh, it probably wasn't Trump that caused the inflation. Because it's hovering right around the same where Biden left it, and that's probably what Biden left him.
So in 2023, inflation was 2.9, the quarter 4. You're saying in 2024, Biden's inflation?
Which 3 steps? Do you want me to just link it to you?
No. Look here.
Okay.
Let's see.
Which 3 steps of setup need to obtain in order for legal apprehension to take place? Shopping list limits.
Headline CPI, I'm reading 2.9 was his final year, according to BLS.
Yeah, I said his lowest was 2.4.
You mean month to month?
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
No, not
Trump's
month to month. Not month to month. Year to year.
okay, but the lowest month year to year was 2.4.
Yeah. And I think Trump's was 2.3. So, like I said, it could hover right around this 2.5 to 2.
So far, Trump's outperforming even Biden's best year.
This was before inflation. This was before his tariffs, though. Like, yes, it was going down under Trump. It was going down under Trump before the tariffs, and now it's going back up.
When did Trump start tariffs?
Wasn't it April?
Okay. How's inflation since then?
It's up. It went
from
How much? 3.3 to 3.0.
Okay,
2.3 to 3.0.
Okay, so we would expect if the tariffs are causing it, the next number to be higher than 3.0.
I would expect the next few numbers to start stepping up. The next number might be 2.9, 2.8, but then the next one goes back up to 3.1, and then the next one goes down to 3.0, and then the next one goes to 3.2. That's what I mean by trajectory.
Why would inflation matter if real wage growth's up? Why would it matter if it's around 3? If real wage growth's higher than it was under the Biden administration?
My guess would be if inflation continues to tick up, the real wage growth will start going down. Especially with the lack of jobs that are available for people, and if the unemployment rate starts ticking up, that's also going to cause real wage growth to slow. But this is all speculation. He's only been in for 1 year. Like I said, it's possible that this what's happening now. I don't know if the jobs are, but what's happening now is just him riding the Biden inflation years. But I do think that Biden showed a significant downward trajectory from June of 2022 all the way to his last year. And if it starts ticking back up, that is probably due to something that Trump did.
I think that it's absurd to claim that because we had insanely some of the highest inflation numbers that we've seen in modern times, and then it got lowered to that we say that this is somehow a victory for Biden. I think that's an absurd claim. It makes no sense. And to just be like, well, it's trending in the right way. So just to be clear, I just want to be clear. What you're suggesting is if inflation under Biden was 10%, then 9%, then 8%, and then 7%, you'd say, hey, man, that's trending in the right direction. That's what you would say?
Yeah, yes, because I don't believe that Biden caused the inflation. If I believe Biden caused the inflation, then he fixes it, then he's just fixing his mistake.
I don't even know what to say. That's one of the most inane things I've ever heard. So the results always prove your conclusion. If the numbers trend downwards, even if they're exorbitantly high, that's just evidence that Biden's fixing his mistake. If they don't, then it's just evidence that Biden didn't cause it.
Because I don't think that the high trends was Biden's mistake.
Whose mistake was it?
It was a consequence of COVID. It was a consequence of
and the policies thereof.
Actions taken. Yes.
Why would we count 2024 still as the consequences of COVID?
2024 inflation went down significantly. Was down significantly compared to where the COVID.
Okay, so we can count the 2024 numbers then.
He got it down to 2.6.
So we can count the 2024 numbers then.
Yes.
Okay, inflation over the year was 2.9%. Real wage growth was less than it is so far under Trump in his second term.
Yeah. Okay. So you heard where I gave you. Hey, if this just continues doing what it was doing, that's probably him just riding Biden's inflation. If everything and real wage growth was trending upwards comparatively, if this continues doing what it's doing, then it's probably just riding Biden's. Now, if everything flips, it's probably because of Trump. If it goes up significantly, if everything just gets significantly better, like more than your average, then we could probably say something Trump did.
I think that it's absurd to say that the evidence, no matter what, you could say, well, maybe we could give Trump credit or not. It's absurd to say Why couldn't I just say the same thing? No, it's still reaction to COVID. Anything negative that occurs now is still reaction to COVID. Why can't I say that?
Say that again?
Why can't I just say anything negative that comes from the Trump administration is still a reaction to COVID? Why can't I say that?
Like, if it continues doing what it's doing, that's probably a fair assessment. If it continues staying right around that 2.5 to 3.0 range and it's not trajecting up, then it's probably fair. Yeah, it's a reaction to COVID. Now we need to do stuff to make it go down. And Trump has had more time away from COVID than Biden has to make that happen.
Wait. So if inflation stays around 3%, the reason for that is COVID.
It's possible, yes.
If it goes up, the reason for that is not COVID.
If it goes up, yes, because there's no reason for it to go up because COVID is not like a thing that's affecting the economy anymore.
Why? Was it in 2024?
Yes, because we were still reeling from COVID.
So
that's why we were around 3 instead of 2.4.
Okay, so 2024 we were reeling.
Wait, can I ask you something real quick? Where would inflation have had to be in 2024 for you to say Biden was successful?
I would have said that his term, it was terrible. If we would have seen real wage growth start to come back because of the losses we saw to something where it would have been at least net zero under the Biden administration, that would have been much better. But we could see under the Biden administration that it was a negative. People made less money after 4 years of Biden, despite the fact that he touted how great his economy was doing and inflation was going to be transitory, etc. Most of the people that actually benefited were the extremely wealthy and people that were foreign born. A lot of jobs went to them, but American citizens, not so well. They didn't do so good. Again, the point that I'm trying to make here, what I'm saying to you is, like, it's absurd if you say that, yes, COVID was still affecting us in 2024, but not in 2025. That's your argument. Magically, at some point in 2025, as soon as Trump gets in office, now it's like, nope, COVID's not affecting him. It affected Biden the month before.
I think that we were on a downward trajectory under Biden. And it's possible that if Biden had 4 more years, that would continue going down to around 2.4%, which is, I think, what the Fed says that we should have our inflation be. I think under Trump, because of tariffs, that 2.4, around 2.4 trajectory that we were on has started going up again. Now, how high is it going to get? I have no idea. If it starts going low again and it makes it to 2.4 and then starts going up again, then we're probably still reeling from COVID. If it starts getting low and it stays low, then we were all wrong about tariffs causing inflation. And if it goes high, then it was probably because of tariffs. Like, I've given you all possible worlds in which I am giving you, like, this is the reason if this happens.
Okay, so let's see here. So the further we get away from COVID, the less you would blame it for inflation. So you see the trend going one way and you would say, So then, for example, in 2024, in January, it's Biden, inflation 3.1. Trend going up. In February, 3.2. Trend going up in March, 3.5. That's not COVID, right? The trend was going down after COVID. We came over the hump. Now we see the trend going back up with inflation. So that's Biden's fault, correct?
Say that again?
Trend was going down. COVID ending. Trend going down. So coming into January, year-over-year inflation, 3.1. Then it goes up in February, 3.2. Then it goes up in March, 3.5. Why? Biden had it trending inflation the wrong way there. That's not COVID.
Yeah, but then it goes back down, and then it goes back up, and then it goes back down, right, and overall, the trend has been lower.
Overall,
like at the beginning of the year.
Wait.
At the beginning of the year, it's 3.1. This is how the trend works.
No. Let's see.
2023, 2024, February, January. 3.1. February, 3.2. 3.4. Down. And then back up a little bit. So we go for like 3.1 to 3.4 to
What you're doing, the point I'm trying to make is you're looking at this and you're saying, so we get to see Trump come in. We like Trump, January 3.0, February 2.8, March 2.4, April 2.3, trending downward significantly, 2.3, very low, very good. Then May 2.4, June 2.7, July 2.7, August 2.9, September 3.0. If you take a microcosm of any 4-month appearance under pretty much any administration, you could say, look at a trend. For example, if we do the same thing under the Biden administration and I look at the trend of January, February, March, April, we could see, wow, inflation was trending up. It trended up, right? And then you're like, yes, but then later for the next 4 months, it trended back down. Right. So instead, with Biden, you're willing to say, look, when it was the beginning of the year to the end of the year, I could see that it trended positively, but you're not doing that with Trump. So for example, right now, Trump's inflation rate.
Yeah, no, I did because I said that it went down to 2.4 in March, April 2.3 in April, but then he did the tariffs
again. And now what I'm saying, yes, I understand what you're saying. Your argument is this. Yes, I admitted that it was trending down and then he did something and it trended back up. My argument is, but you can take any administration and see that there are dips and balances and something like this. So, for example, I can make the same argument under Biden. I could say, look, if we look at this 4-month trend, we can see that inflation's going up under Biden. You would say, yeah, but then what we look at is the beginning of the year versus the end of the year. And you can see that the overall trajectory, even though there were peaks and valleys, was that inflation went down. Right now with Trump, the latest numbers we have, our inflation are exactly where it was when he came into office. The exact same. Right?
Yeah, but I said that if this trend continues the way that it is, then it's probably still a product of the Biden inflation. So I did say that, right?
What do you mean if it continues the way that it is? I don't understand what you mean.
Continue with that 2.4 to 3 range. It's probably a continuation of Biden inflation.
Well, wait a minute. I don't even know what you're talking about.
Well, that's turn the lights white.
Like, for example, like under presidents, what's inflation normally? What was inflation under Obama?
It usually sits around. Well, we had really, really low inflation for a while, but the Fed wants it to be around 2.4, 2.2. 2.3, something like that. I'll be right back. I gotta go.
Well, Obama's last year actually had good inflation numbers. All right, I gotta go take a piss anyways. I'm gonna have to end this. I don't know if I should end the stream and start my 24 hour. I'll be right back. Oh my goodness. I have bad news. I don't know if I'm gonna make it 24 hours. I don't know. We'll talk about it here in a minute. Once this Joker gets back. We'll talk about it. Closing room parks, chair said. I don't know. Do I still have the 24-hour stream to do? Maybe. I might put it off to next Friday. We'll see. I'll talk to you all here in a minute.
Was that my fault?
No. I'm not blaming you. No. So, nonetheless, what I'm saying is I don't understand your point that if it was, around 2, then we'd still blame Biden. What I'm suggesting is that what we see at the trend is Trump right now, based on the last available data, Biden's last month would actually be January, seeing as how Trump got sworn in January 20th. So we would say that probably the January inflation we would say was basically Biden's number, right? So Trump has inflation right now in his last year, right where he had it where Biden left off. And in fact, Biden's last
Yep.
total year was 2.9. So at best, if inflation even remains 3%, as it is right now, if it remains that way for the rest of the year, that means Biden's or Trump's total year would actually be less than Biden's last total year.
Yeah, probably.
Correct?
If that's the way it is, because the further you get away from COVID, the less the effects is going to be. Here, I've given you. Here is what I would say a successful Trump administration looks like when it comes to inflation. If that 3.0 starts going down and it stays at 2.4 or whatever the next few months, then that was successful for Trump. If that 3.0 goes down to 2.4 and then goes back up and then goes back down and goes back up, and we still don't really we don't get it to where the Fed wants it to be, then that was a failure, but not so much so that I would probably blame Trump. If it starts going up from 3.0 and we start seeing higher numbers, then that was a failure for Trump.
I think that we
Is that
could look.
fair?
I think we could look at the. No, I don't. I didn't hear exactly what you said. Right. I'll say this. I think that we could say that the numbers that we have now for under Trump, that it's fair to say that the buck stops with him, and that he's the person that we should say. Just like we could say that any president that a lot of the budget, et cetera, has to do with the legislative branch. I'm willing to say that no, the buck stops with Trump. If the numbers go higher, I'll say it's on Trump. If the numbers go lower, I'll say it's on Trump. Just like I'm willing to do with Biden. I certainly give Biden leeway for like that first year in 2021. Totally understand that, even though I think that the reaction to COVID was a disaster. But after that, we have to see that the policies that Joe Biden were doing, we have to have blame for what was going on with the poor economic performance. I'm not saying that there weren't extenuating
I still
difficult
think that
circumstances.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead. That's it.
Oh, I just don't think the economy reacts that fast. I just don't think the economy is that reactive.
I don't believe you believe that.
the-
I don't believe you believe that. If that's the case, then why do you think that immediately the month after Trump's tariffs, you blame that on inflation ticking upwards? You just got done
Am I allowed to
saying.
be shirtless on stream?
What's that?
Am I allowed to be shirtless on stream? I just almost changed my shirt on stream.
Oh, I don't care. But you said, the reason that we had an uptick from April to May and then June was Trump's tariffs. That's how fast the economy
It's possible,
works.
yes. That is a possibility. Taxes tend to be a much faster thing a much faster. It must have much faster effects on pricing.
Here, 1 second, since.
Are you on Twitch?
Am I on Twitch? Yeah.
I don't think Twitch allows shirtless people on stream.
Okay.
Unless they're in a hot tub.
Well, then don't come on stream. Point is, we look at the actual. Oh, what is that? When we look at the actual policies of Joe Biden, we could see that the net result of them at the end of the day it was still a shitty economy even in 2023, right? We could see that it was the Democrats that endorsed lockdowns. It's the Democrats that endorsed more spending. Not to say that there isn't blame for Republicans. I blame Trump and Republicans heavily for it, but it was that reaction that was largely led by the Democrats that actually resulted in the things that we saw as inflation, which had a predictable consequence that we would suffer from years on. These are policies, by the way, which you supported. These are policies which, by the way, I did not support, that I was vehemently against at the time, right? The economy sucked under Joe Biden. The people that were benefiting the most was the very wealthy and foreign-born people. Domestic American-born people were doing very poorly.
Okay.
All right, you end to work?
Soon, yes.
Okay. Well, enjoy yourself at work.
Oh, it's gonna suck ass, and I blame you for that one, Rob.
That was the plan. I intentionally wanted to keep you up. So, all right, man, we'll see it.
Did you really? That's fucking evil.
It's true.
Anyways, have a good night, dude.
Yeah.
I might be back for your 24-hour stream if you're doing it tonight.
I'm not sure. We'll see. All right, we'll see it. Oh, I don't know. Hey, what's up, Avers? You're still here, huh?
I'm not going anywhere on you, Rob. I said I'd be here the whole time.
Now listen, I'm thinking of canceling this and doing it next Friday. That's what I'm legitimately.
Well, that's fine, but I had so many fun things to show. So, like, since we're gonna cancel, like, we might as well show. Do we make at least $1,000?
No, we're close. But
Oh
here's
my
the thing.
God.
So let me explain to the audience. If they're too enraged, then we'll try to proceed on. But here's what's going on. Original plan was to do the 24-hour stream next Friday, right? But then I thought I was going to America Fest to debate Brian Shapiro. But then that fell through. And so I've gone 12 hours here.
Yeah, it's been a long.
It's been
messaging going out.
So far, it has been a 12-hour stream. So I guess I could go another 12 hours until 8 o'clock tonight, right? And call that the 20. But I feel like that's sort of cheating.
Okay.
Yeah,
well,
I know. People are already saying week. 36-hour stream. Let's go.
I've had some fun the last few days, so I wanted to show you a few things. So maybe we can use this opportunity.
Mhm.
So this is going to be the fun one. So if we can see here, we're going to go to share screen right here. Okay. There we go. So go ahead. There we go. Okay. So this is operative list. So you can see here we got Rob GPT.
Oh, this is nice. Oh shit!
Play with Rob. So,
Yeah. Nice.
yeah, so we're still working on a few things here, but beginning project of Rob as a video game character.
That's awesome. Sound effects are awesome too. Look at this.
Yeah, so that was that. So we have that piece, right? So that was number one. So that's something to show you guys. So we'll have more of that available soon for people to play. Now I have one more sneak peek. So I knew that you don't like listening to the Rob Noerrons song, right? Because you don't like how much glaze it is. So I brought one down with a little less glaze.
Oh, okay.
So this right here is the Rob Noerrons song soundtrack, song 3, let's just say.
Okay.
And so I brought this for everybody here. Do we make 1,000? This was supposed to be $1,000. What do we make really quickly? What are we at?
We're at 882. Yeah.
Okay. I'll call that somewhat good.
On dull streams and heated rants, bits and pieces and facts from the hand, we're debating. Rob Noerrons claims I've never heard before behind Twitter doors, talent and provocation. Rob Noerrons. Not what pundits said to do, making points come true, living issues, hot debates. Rob Noerrons. Run on streams and heated rants, bits and pieces and bits and pieces and bits. My argument, is it real? It's my takedown. I do not know. No hesitation, no backing down, just facts and fire. I do not know. From my heart and from my hand, why don't liberals understand my intention? Rob Noerrons. Rob Noerrons. Rob Noer. Rob Noer. Conservative populist flair, former debater, no despair. Challenging the establishment's game, Rob Noer. Conspiracy theories, bold and bright, in the spotlight day and night. Most of normal America, what a sight, Rob Noer. Running for Congress, PA's call, anti-establishment standing tall. Debating destiny, having a ball, Rob Noer. It's my platform, is it real? It's my vision for the nation. No compromise on corruption, just truth and fight for the station. From my mind and from my soul, why don't people see the goal? My intention.
Oh, yeah. It was nice.
So that was our new rendition for you. A little less glazy on there.
Listen, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go grab a beverage.
Oh, you're leaving me a chair.
Just for a minute.
Fantastic. We
Right?
need to have
It is a banger. I enjoyed that
we
song.
need
I'll be
a
right back.
fantastic moment with me and Chair. Hi, Chair. What'd you think of today? Yeah, he was retarded. I mean, special. I mean, it's already been 12 hours. After the 12-hour mark, they have to cut anything else. So whatever I say now is just useless material. I can use any slur I wish, Chair. Yeah, I'll watch my R word next time, though. Yes, I'm getting voice like tone policed over here by Chair. I'll let him know. He was mad about your guys' lack of super chats. Well, the donos, you slouches. That's what Chair's saying. Here, let me just bring up the main. There we go. The main. Yeah. Love you, Nuki. That's Nuki, everybody. Nuki. More Nuki. More Nuki, everybody. Why are you not green, Nuki? Why is your name white? Everybody heckle Nuki for having a white name. He's got a lot of money. He's got a good job. He can afford to buy that and hit that membership button. We all know this. Who's stronger, Chair or Average? Not the Chair, obviously. The Chair would break me. We all know this. Yes, we know. Everybody wants to try to have the Larfleas debate. Then come debate me on Larfleas, Mr. Overrated Man. Get some rest. I'm exhausted. I know, right? Who thought Rob was going to be the one to keep me up instead of the newborn, right? Everyone says, Avarice gets some sleep once you can. When does Avarice sleep? This is just normal. You guys have already knew this. What did I hear? A $100 donut? That's right. I found the button. I found the button. Was that a big tease or what, boys and girls? For those that weren't listening. Oh, man. Yeah, I found the button. That's right. You don't know it, but I found the button.
This is the Rob Noer Show.
This is what we do when we go 12 hours. I just have buttons now.
This is my favorite show because it is my show.
Look at, just blame Chair for hitting the button.
If this was your show, you'd probably like it more. But maybe that's just because it was your show. But it's not.
I mean, we're making it time for morning shift.
It's the Rob Noer
I
Show.
don't think I mixed that well.
Oh my gosh. He has no
All
idea
right.
what's going on right now. He's just sitting there just scrambling.
Now,
What
Nice.
happens in free time?
I had a slice of pizza. It's the first carb I've had in fucking weeks. All right.
This is the Rob Noer Show. It's not the Noer
Yeah, it's the
Rob
no
Show.
sleep 12-hour show.
This is my favorite show.
Ever since Child was born, he was.
If this was your show, you'd probably like it.
Oh shit, he found the button.
But maybe that's just because
So,
it was your
you know what I did?
But it's not
You know what I
your
found?
show. It's the Rob Noer Show.
So do you know what I found?
What's up? Oh, goodness. No.
Tariff.
Need to check is, did the video title change to 24-hour stream? Yes. Okay.
Oh, are we just going on
Except
with it?
I spelled it spectacular. What a
You-
fucking what a goober. Give me a second.
So we're just gonna push through, eh?
Well, I don't know. We'll talk about it here in a second.
Is this a discussion?
Well, I'm gonna try to keep going, right? So here's the problem. I fucked myself in this sense, right? Here's how I fucked myself. I could do it. I could go another 12 hours. That's not an issue.
So you
Right,
said we go
but
another
the-
24, right? We
But
start
listen,
at 8.
here's the issue, right? Here's the issue. If I do that, that'll mean that I woke up yesterday morning at 10 and that I would go till today. So I've been up 24 hours at 10 o'clock. I'll have been up. And so then that'll put me up at, if I would go all the way until 8 a.m. tomorrow, I'll have been up 46 hours in a row. And I know that's not possible for me. I mean, it's possible, but I was be a delirious
So
lunatic.
what you're saying is to start the first in ever Rob Noer 48-hour stream.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen. I don't see it happening. I think that would probably be unhealthy. So
You know,
I think
you should start with reading all the fucking donos you missed because I can tell you.
so. I think what it's gonna be is a failure for the 24-hour stream. That's what I think. I don't think I'm gonna make it the full 24 hours, but I could still stream for a while. That I could do. And maybe we'll make it to noon or something and then say that I was a big shitty failure. Or maybe I'll end it before then. I don't know. I haven't decided. But I do know this. It is 24 hours is fine. Take a nap and come back for the 24 hours. But the problem with that is that'll drag me into Saturday, which I didn't really have time for. Right? Because I actually had shit that I got to do. Saturday, I got to I have a Christmas party. My son's going to meet Santa Claus. He's going to meet Santa Claus. So,
And we still haven't even covered Andrew on Pierce.
no, we didn't. So,
Nice.
but even now, I will say this. I was definitely, the last 2.5 hours, I was definitely intentionally, once I found out that dude had work, like, fuck this. I'm keeping this guy here.
I think we.
Ah,
do-
that doesn't
okay.
count. That doesn't
Wait,
count. Having
Wait,
a
hold
friend
on.
fill in.
Wait, there's a button for it. Hold on. I got it.
Oh, yeah, we'll just put chair on. Yeah. Leave chair stream for 8 hours, then I'll come back. Oh my gosh. Crowd would go nuts. So I was definitely keeping that guy. Once he said he had work, I was like,
Yeah, dude,
I'm
I
keeping this
didn't know how long.
motherfucker up
Did
at
you
this point.
see? I was preparing little bits in the back. Like, so I even had like a long sleeve t-shirt that matched his. Then I went back, like, I went into my deepest, darkest dungeon and I went and grabbed this. I was like, I'm just going to be this
Ooh.
guy for an hour.
nice. That's
I'm
good
gonna be
shit.
like, Rob, I don't believe anything you say because I'm gay and I can only hear my ass.
So I'm trying to decide what I want to do here. Yeah, I'm halfway there. If I go to 8 tonight, I mean, yeah, I think postponing might be the way to do it. And I promise I'll do a 24-hour stream. Though I do have some things I want to talk about. I got some bad news. Right.
We have bad news.
I
Am I
do.
getting fired?
No, it's not
Oh.
that. Though I don't know that it's my news to break. Maybe people already know. Did you hear about Word War?
Lightly.
So, yeah, I don't think Andrew's going to be doing Word War. And I'm sure he'll talk about it. I'm not going to talk much about it. But I will say that, in case you were buying tickets with the intent of going to see Andrew there, I don't think he'll be there. I don't believe the event's canceled. I believe that Andrew's just super busy and is not going to be able to do it. But he could explain what's going on. The only reason I bring this up is because I know that I've been promoting the show a lot here, and one of the big ways that I was promoting it was that Andrew was going to be there, and I didn't want to mislead my audience. And so I just wanted to be upfront. I don't think there's hard feelings or anything of that matter. I don't think there's bad terms between the guys at Word War and Andrew. I don't know anything about that. Alls I know is that I've been informed that he won't be part of it. Now, there's a question is if I will still be part of it. It's tentative. I got to be honest. This is my feelings on the whole situation. I have no problem with those guys. I think the idea is a good idea, and I hope that it thrives. I really do. But me going out there and helping with the project and all this shit, I basically had one reason to do that, and that was because I'm friends with Andrew. That's it. And so, to the extent that Andrew's not going to be part of it, the issue that raises for me is it worth it to miss my son's birthday? Because his birthday's January 9th, and I would have to be out there January 9th and January 10th. And I don't know if it's worth it for that. It would depend on what the situation is. If it wasn't that, I would happily help in the short term. If there's still a lot of people, I can't bring my son. That's not going to happen. So long story short, I don't know if I'll be out there or not. I don't know. I happily encourage you all to watch it, and if you still want to go out and everything, I like those guys. I think that the idea behind the project's very good, but it's one thing to be like, sure, man, I'll help you guys out. I do some online shit and like talk to you guys on the phone and help set up people. That's one thing. But to miss my son's birthday, I was willing to do that for Andrew, but that's different. I'm friends with Andrew. It's a different thing, you know? If your friend asks you to do something and it cuts into family time, you might say, yeah, it's my friend. But if it's just, some acquaintances, that's a bit of a different, so I don't know. I haven't made any decision or anything. It's something that I'll have to talk over with my wife. I'll have to see exactly what they were planning on me doing out there. If it's just like, hey, we want you to come out and just hold a boom, that might be different than if they want me to come out and moderate or something, you know what I mean? So yeah, that's it. So that's a bummer. It really is, but onward and upward. So, I'm not going to lose sleep over it or anything like that. And I do hope that the project still does very well for those guys. But
I still will talk to them and see what they want in my capacity when we meet, because I know we have a meeting, so I'm not gonna not uphold what I've said I'm gonna do.
Right.
So.
That's yeah. This was a project that Andrew and Sam Tripoli came up with. So, I don't know. I don't know exactly what the rationale is. I'll say
we're
this.
not Andrew, right? Anybody out there, right? To be honest, I don't want to get you caught up, but we're not Andrew, so we don't know what's going on with him or his decisions, right? And so all we can do is see this is where our friends are going. And I hate to interrupt you on that one. I just say we just know where our friends are going, and we have to kind of and we've always had to pivot or act in a manner. All we can do is just make sure whatever we do with our head held high.
Yeah. So I don't, and I'll leave Andrew. In fact, I wouldn't have even mentioned it other than because I've promoted the show so heavily, and part of the promotion was saying like it's going to be like DebateCon, Andrew's going to be there, it's going to be a Crucible thing. I just didn't want to not say anything, and then maybe if my audience doesn't watch Andrew, right, and then 3 weeks from now they're like, can't wait to see Rob and Andrew out there, and it's like, well, Andrew's not going to be there, and I don't know if I am. So I'm not trying to break anything. I don't know the exact reasons. I know I haven't talked to Andrew at all. I talked to the Word War guys, and they were basically like, it was no hard feelings or anything of that nature. It was just sort of timing issues. So maybe Andrew's story's different. I don't know. But I just want to say that. So by no means am I trying to step on Andrew's toes and, speak for him. He may have a completely, different story of what happened or whatever. I don't know or care. You know what I mean? So, thank you to get us to 9.
Yeah, you have to read super chats. We had to start from the top.
All right, we're going fast.
We have a long way to go.
We read the first one. Naughty Germ, $5. Thank you. Lavin, $5 says Shapiro says that leftists never call for violence, but Maxine Waters is on video calling for violence against Trump and those administration. Absolutely. Wade Boggs, $50 says coming in hot. Sup, Rob, chair, whip wheel. We'll see. Gooch, $20 for the goal. Not one step back. Get him, Rob. Thank you. Hellstorm, $10 says not the panel verse. And then we got Chop Chop, $10 says let's get those donos in or else you go to the crystal. Draco, $5 says kick Ryan. Can't, wasn't my panel. Premonition, $2 says kick Ryan. Mumbler, purple hairdo. Chop Chop gives 10 membership and then another 10. Thank you.
If we can get to 1,000 before he gets through all this, I'll play the song he doesn't like.
Another new account, $5 says I swear I heard the word racism used at least 100 times.
People.
It's the left's only move to deflect away from walls being involved. The Meat Bill, $5 says nothing like hearing collective white guilt privilege pushers complain about collective punishment and blame. Look in the mirror, Ryan. Wait, Bugs, 20 memberships. Thank you so much. Gooberang, $10 says I've been listening to Rob for almost 2 years and never realized he was such a racist. Shaking my head, can't believe you. Of course, Gooberang, $10 says I don't care if you call me racist. I'm not letting you my country to become the UK. Since when did you Americans get so soft to forget how to say fuck you? Not me, I'll say it. Q-Tard, $5 says, oh, what a surprise. The only one that brings up skin color is one of the lefties. They can't stop, won't stop. They're obsessed with race. Yep. Colmark talks. Thanks so much. $5 says merit-based immigration from third world dooms the third world and will always be the third world. Stay and fix your own country. Yeah, it's this concept. Brain drain, they call it, right? So, for example, if you take all of the talented people out of a developing country, the chance of that country ever developing is much worse, right? Because what happens is they're sort of stuck to not be able to, grow from that. Blasterbot, $10 says YouTube's censoring what I want to say about walls. Take my money. I will and thank you. Because Race Car, $5 says be careful how much melatonin you consume. Apparently, it turns you into a descendant of Tim Walz.
Just so you know, I heckled Blasterbot, so I hope we have a dono in here about dinosaurs because it's been a dino. I've yet to have a dinosaur dono in a while. Blasterbot.
Gooberang, $10 says lefties think government's the best answer to every problem, so big gov and any fraud is worth it. Righties see government is necessary evil and minimizing it, and the fraud as much as possible is better. Outing the fraud. Yes, I totally agree. Another new account, $10 says, in Afghanistan during Obama, military was ordered to pay $1 million daily. No oversight, just get it done. At one point, we paid the insurgent name to delete a building so we could rebuild it. Yeah. By God and Iron, $5 says there's nothing to buy in Somalia. One would have to import resources. The Great Gully, $146. Thank you so much. Our good friend Zach, $10 says Medicare is $1 trillion and Medicare is $900 billion. So basically $2 trillion a year on both per year. What an idiot. Yeah, and on top of that, he wants to provide health care for every other person. Medicare and Medicaid is $2 trillion a year, and that just covers a portion of people. So you'd be talking trillions of dollars just on health care more. Zach Gelpy, $10 says, that's disingenuous. He has the option to raise his own taxes right now. There's a box he can check to put in the percentage of income. He wants to pay in taxes above what he already pays. Yes. Of course, like every good socialist, right? Everyone else needs to pay more their fair share, but what he pays is perfectly legitimate. Zach Gelpy, $20 says it actually was a reality before. Charities thrived decades ago doing this exact thing where they relied solely on individual donations, not government grants. The larger the government got, the less effective charities got. Yep. Grid, $100. Thanks, man. Said I paid $240K in income taxes last year. That's more than most pay in 5 years. Why is it okay for me to pay 5 times or more than most people, especially when the money is squandered? I agree.
I was actually texting when this was going through with Grid, and him or I were like, "We'll play taxes. They're taking our."
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. Vita, $5 says, hot damn. I literally shouted, define significant just before Rob said it. Watching too much Rob. Yeah, and I'm not one to really argue semantics, but when the argument that he was making there is like, you should only be morally obligated to help the poor if you could help them significantly. And
Well,
it's
I
like,
think I told you so. I pay $330 a month for my kids' insurance, right? I just got this, right? $330 a month, right? And I looked at this, and the Medicaid person came in right in the hospital, said, "All right, I need your husband's income," and I'm like, 0. And they're like, "No, sir, how much do you make?" I claim nothing, and they're like, "No, sir, you're not allowed to do that. You have to tell us how much you make." And I go, "Well, do people who get SNAP tell you how much they get for SNAP?" And they're like, "No." Then I go, "Why don't you count that as money? You're counting all my money." Like, I was so mad because I knew I didn't qualify as soon as it started, right? So I put my
yeah, and for me, I went through it's like I don't know how much I make. It varies month to month, right? And so it's hard to give yeah, I know it's crazy. Dan Goldstein, $5 says I took part in an experimental drug trial. This is half of what they paid me. I can smell colors now. You're welcome. Did you ever watch that show Testes? It was the Kenny versus Spenny was in it. Yeah.
No.
NPC, $5 says brah. Thank you. Gooberang, $5 says how could there be a scientific consensus when it was never isolated? Yep.
Oh, so I don't know if you know, but we even said we called it, you were just tunnel vision at this point. I said, Rob has gone plaid. Like you weren't watching any super
No,
chat.
I didn't see any of the chats. No.
I was like, Rob's gone plaid.
I love that shit. I love fucking with a guy all night like that and just watching him squirm. NPC, $5 says Dr. Sabin Hassan was not allowed to publish her research on the damage the vaccine did to healthy gut bacteria. Ain't no consensus, my guy. Wade Boggs, $20 says for science. Yeah, to both NPC and Wade there. Like the frustration is the idea that there was a consensus when we see so much was gotten wrong by it, and still people defend like, no, it was all the right decision. It's just great. They tried their best. Fuel My Fire, $10 says, I was so lonely. Now I feel better. Thank you, Rob. You're welcome. Our good friend Old Joe, $100 says, you're a gentleman and scholar, sir. I'm proud to be a Noerron. Hold the line. Thank you. Old Joe. Please include Zen's forehead in my super chat. Thank you, Zen. And then OG2ENV, thanks for gifting a membership. Base Street Racer, $5 says the vid was a scam. What is that? 1 billion%? Yes, we'll say it. David Moore, $20 says, dude is getting some on-the-job training from Rob. Trying? Great Thorn, $10 says, for the OT debate stream. Thanks for the long late night beatdown. You got it. I'm adding words now. I'm so tired.
So
David Moore, $50 says, the liberal postmodern mind lives by assumptions. They don't believe in the evidence or reason. They use whatever sophist liberal pop culture answer in the moment that fits their preferred narrative. Sub 100 IQ mitwits that do not value the truth. Mr. Somebody, thanks so much for the membership. AJC, $50. Thanks, says, for being a beast and doing this stream ahead of a 24-hour stream. Crazy. See, I can't let AJC down. Tim Chi, thanks for becoming a member. I Stand America, $5 says, woke up for work and so you're still on. Might call in later to discuss the Shapiro debate, particularly some of his inconsistencies. Sure. Great Thorn, thanks for becoming a member. Tim Chi, $2 says, I bought a membership, but here's money. Thank you. Bobby Brash, a member. Bill Hicks, a member, and then gifts a membership. Thank you.
Look, I might have been heckling the audience while you were there, right?
Oh, that's fine. AJC, I feel like he's just trolling this kid and sleep depriving him. That's awesome. I feel like he proved his point in the first half hour or less. Yes, that's exactly what I was doing for the last 3 hours. I'm glad someone noticed it. Laddie, $50. Thanks, says Pure Blood here. This guy's gaslighting on how we were treated if we didn't take the juice. I isolated myself to people who were okay with me. This is disingenuous. Additionally, did you review my Twitter message? I don't know. I don't know if I did. Chronicles Lives, or Chronicles Lives. Thanks, $5 says, sending good vibes to the 24-hour stream, Rob. Thank you. Barry Wren, $20 says, forever stream. Michael Ruiz, $5 says, coffee fun.
Well, that's what I was wondering. If we were going, I was gonna put the coffee on. I was like, all right, man, that's long haul.
Mr. Somebody, $20 says, adding to the coffee fun. Thank you. Blasterbot, $5 says, does this still count as night shift? Sure. Monkey Rilla, $10 says, went to bed, woke up, still going. Nora's a serious dude. Thank you. Chop Chop, $10 says, let's fucking go. Not one step back. Thank you. Vita. Rob's a savage, $2. Thanks. Mem Birdman, $5. No, you can't do 36 hours. 40 hours or bust. And then $5 says, Larfleeze is overrated. Oh, shit.
I see how it is, Jungle.
Chop Chop, $5 says, can we get chairs, some giant googly eyes? Hypothetically, it's doable. Devil's Raspberry, $2 says, what were the toppings and what were the best toppings? Cheese pizza. My favorite toppings, I really enjoy onion and mushrooms, but I always have pepperoni. I always have a meat. So like pepperoni, sausage, something like that. But like the toppings that are a little less usual, I like mushrooms and onion. Now, this pizza was a pizza we got for my son last night, and he will only eat cheese pizza. So there was a slice left. And that's what I had. How long, Nate? $5 says, found some signal in Montana. You're a legend for going 12 hours so far. Thank you. Nuke Bop, thanks for becoming a member. Justin, $20 says, to get you all to 9. AJC, $100 says, don't tempt me, Avarice. Do it. Oh, shit. I know what that's about.
Yeah,
Thanks,
I already
AJC.
have to do it now.
I know. Baxter Boy, $2. Thank you. Blasterbot 20 says, fine, just for avarice. The name dinosaur was coined by Sir Richard Owen in 1842 from the Greek word of dinos, or terrible or fearfully great, and soros, lizard. Wanted to hold off a bit for the 24 hours. Abel, $5 says, we need another Rob rap. Oh, jeez.
I already know we got one coming. Locked and loaded.
Sarah Marie, $10. Not one step back. Strong work, Rob. Thank you. Ah,
We did make a promise, Rob.
We made it through. All right. Have at it.
He hates this one, guys. Watch his face. Here,
From
let's
the
just.
hills of Pennsylvania rises a titan so bold. Rob Noer, the voice of the people, breaking the mold. College days at Clarion, debate team on fire. First to qualify nationals, taking it higher. Ziegel-Mueller vibes, crushing opponents with facts. Wins stacking up like trophies, no turning back. Populist, conservative, anti-establishment king. Challenging corruption, making the swamp sing.
Ran for Congress in 19, fighting the elite. No fear in his heart, bringing the heat. Host a normal America, truth on the screen. Rob Noer's the legend, living the dream.
Going once, going twice, Rob's on the rise, debating political grins, taking the prize from college halls to YouTube brawls. He's the boss, destroyed destiny, made him rage quit and toss. Bid high in the feet, no one competes. I'm the Labrador folded into Wilson beat. We need to get from Cheerio to everything, they go fast. Rob Noer's the master, making history last. YouTube warrior debating the woke and the blind. Destiny melted down, left his ego behind. Up Chicana boy, first amendment. Two Rob's logic like lightning, cutting right through bad faith. Now he's pure fire and steel. Conservative coach, keeping it real. Conspiracy crusher, calling out lies from Biden scandals to election ties. Political victories in the hearts he ignites. Running for the people, winning the fights. Normal America's calling. Tune in and see Rob Noer's the hero, setting us free. Going once, going twice, Rob's on the rise, debate wins, political grins, taking the prize from college halls to youth to brawls. He's the boss, destroyed destiny, made him rage quit and toss. High on the feet, no one competes. Minds of hero shattered, foes in defeat. We need to get from Cheerio to everything, they go fast. Rob Noer's the master, making history last. He's funny, he's charming, downright handsome and wise. Challenging the system, opening eyes. From Pennsylvania roots to the national stage. Rob Noer's the future, turning the page. No meltdown for him, he's steady and strong, leaving opponents wondering what went wrong. So raise up your voice for the man who's unchained. Rob Noer forever, his legacy ingrained. Badass and brilliant, the king of the fray. Normal America rises, hip, hip, hooray. I said
Hey, we did it. We did it.
Oh man.
Cred, $20 says, I could not hang out until you read my super chat, super last night. Liberal Cluck is a central casting lefty with canned rhetoric. Yes. Ron Quay, $5 says, woke up and went to continue from where I left off last night. This mofo's still going. You're a legend, Rob. By the way, I'm the real Ron, not you. Vince Shamwow guy disagrees. All right. So I'll tell you right now, there is zero possibility I'm making it until 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. It's not going to happen. But I could keep going here for a while. But I just know that'll be 40-something hours. I fucked myself because I'm an idiot and I was having fun arguing with that dude. I do love that shit. I hope people notice that. But we're gonna start with this. Like, let's start. Now this is cheating. I'm definitely gonna cheat here, and I know people are gonna get super pissed, but I don't care. I'm doing it anyways.
While you do that, can I throw out? Is it possible if somebody throws a $500 $500 donut? Let's say someone does a $500 dono. Can you wrap Forgot About Dre?
Yeah, for $500. There, I set the donut.
This tired, you'll just do it.
Yeah, I could do it. Yeah, fuck yeah, man. Yeah. I could probably make it till 7 o'clock tonight or 8 o'clock tonight. We'll see. We'll give her.
Okay, what about Forgot About Dre 2-speed?
2-speed, I don't even know is possible. What the fuck happened to my phone? My phone's dead.
Well, that's what happens when you're doing a 24-hour stream.
Everything's quitting on me.
Well, I was working on a computer, not your computer, but a different computer, and it's been having trouble with me all day while I was.
Oh, it was a software update. That's what it was. It probably assumes I'm normally asleep at this time.
There.
Now listen. No, I don't want to share this. Get the fuck away. This is going to be an absolute shit show of what's going on here. Let me start with this, though. If you are going to send donos, might I recommend PayPal at Robert Noer, buy me a coffee at buymeacoffee.robnoer or .com/RobNoer or Cash App $RobNoer. If you're going to send a big dono and you want to do that, I will try to check and add those to the dono bar if necessary. What is happening? This is aggravating as shit. My phone's like really shit in the bed here. I don't want to. What is this? Everything's. Wow, it really did change a lot of shit.
Just updated the phone.
Yeah.
Boomer that doesn't like change. Boomer that doesn't like change.
All right. So here's what we could do, right? I could take call-ins. We could do that, right? So if anyone wants to call in, we could. How deep are we? I'm at 12 and a half hours right now, right? That wasn't the intent, but so I could take call-ins if that's what we want, or I could start talking about a topic. Yeah, I just got iOS 26. Is that what it is? Your phone sucks now. Everything looks stupid and different.
Or I could derail everything and do what every new dad does and just be like, hey, have you seen my new baby?
That's funny. I can't even. I'm getting irrationally pissed off about how my phone looks now. I just have to step away from it. So we'll put out the link if anyone wants to call in. We'll accept that. 24 hours.
My baby with Courtney's gift.
There it is. Well, yeah, I love that. He's like, oh yeah, like,
isn't he fucking handsome?
He is very handsome. He definitely is. Anyways, what stories did I want to talk about if we don't have Colin? So
I mean, what story didn't we fucking hit during that debate is the question. You went for fucking fucking the shores of Tripoli to Mount Everest. I don't know where you're going over here.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely something that was fun. I love that COVID shit. I can't believe, I could not believe, the excuses that he was making for that. Like, there's certain things that you're just like, putting COVID patients into nursing homes, that was bad. Locking down children.
Most teachers are liberal, entitled people that think they work harder than they actually do. to be honest. I'll say it. Teachers, not a hard job. It's not. Safety, maybe nowadays. Yeah, I'm pretty concerned nowadays compared to safety. But on things to do or tasks to do, literally, you just follow the workbook.
Listen, I agree. I agree. Now, let me be clear. I don't think that all teachers didn't want to do in person. I'm not suggesting that. What I am suggesting is I think teachers were right in line with like basically so many other people that were more than happy to work from home because they knew it was easier and they were perfectly fine for that, right? That's what I think. The difference is this was predictably harming children, right? That's why it's way shittier, right? Like it's bad enough that like you heard all these stories that you had during the second Trump administration here, where it's basically like they had to twist people's arms to be like, hey, Mr. Executive Branch employee, you have to come back to work now. You can't just work from home. And they were like, no, you can't do that to us. You can't do it. It's been so long. And it's like, yeah, that's the mentality that so many people had. You know,
I was in Seattle the whole time, so we know during the whole lockdown, right? I was in like pretty much downtown Seattle the whole fucking time, and 90% of the people outside were like, "Yeah, do you believe it? I'm getting paid. I don't even have to go. I get paid extra just because I have to stay at home. I'm gonna fuck the system because we get to stay at home now. We get paid more. You know, they didn't want to. They just wanted to stay home because they were getting paid more with all the fucking medical emergency money coming in for all the fucking shit going on. I can't think of a single person that like on the left that wasn't like, you know what? I just want to milk it for more. Like everybody was milking it, right? That's what they didn't want to do. They didn't want to stop milking it. Cause here's what happened. And I'm going to say it, fuck it. I don't even care. We're 24 hours in now. They literally they saw what reparations were like as a mass and were like, yeah, I want Easy Street. Everybody.
Yeah, I think there was a lot. And that's bad enough as it is. But again, what makes it uniquely bad in the schools was that this was directly, predictably harming children. Like you could see the direct consequence of it. And all of the evidence was saying, like the excuse that they have for all the other shit, the vaccine mandates, the lockdowns and all this was like, well, we did the best we could with the available evidence. That's not true when it comes to the school lockdowns. The evidence was overwhelming that was a bad idea.
Well, and think about it.
So to see those people that like still pushed that, and then the excuse from this guy to be like, well, but you have to understand that they were fearful. But again, you could justify all kinds of crazy shit for that. Like we're about to bring on my friend Nate called in, right? And Lobster, both are in there, right?
I
both are truck drivers, right? Both are truck drivers. Like imagine, like there's tons of shit. They have more of a risk on an average day driving to die than a teacher did under COVID.
For sure,
so imagine if they just said, you know what?
Well, listen,
fuck
I'll
it.
even put it this
I
way.
want paid to not work. I want paid to not work because I'm at risk. I'm at risk, everyone, you know.
I'll take one step further. I'll say that they are more at risk as truck drivers than any active shooter in a school. Because you have car accidents that happen every day. More.
Oh, there
Tons more.
I thought you meant, let me be clear. I don't know what the percentages are, but probably the majority of active shooters, once they start shooting, their mortality rate's probably pretty high.
But look at the mortality rate of truck drivers. It's crazy. Like
I know what you're saying. All right, I'm going to read a super chats real quick.
And I'm tired, so I'm just saying shit now.
Nate, no, I hear you. $10 says Apple iOS updates are why I'd stay with Samsung. And then Christian, $5 says for the grip. P.S. Children are amazing. Congratulations on becoming a dad. Couldn't agree
I guess
more.
we're just starting the morning show early.
Yeah. Nate, what's happening today, man? How you doing?
Oh, dude. You know, it is so funny that you just started talking about the dangers of trucking. I decided to pull over because at 20 mile an hour on like a 5%, on like a 2% grade, my truck just started sliding.
No shit. Where you at? What state?
Oh, I'm in Montana. Just about
that's
about,
right. You did say that, yeah.
Just about an hour west or east of Butte. Anyway, I decided to pull over. I'm going to wait for another hour for the sunrise to come up and it get up above 32. Because at 29 degrees, it was just a sheet of ice. It took me half a mile to stop.
Yeah,
I like when you're stopped. This is the best connection we've had all day. Look at this.
Right? Hey, So anyway, yeah, there's, yeah, I don't know. What questions do you have for me on that? Or
Well,
on anything?
the first I was gonna say is like it's been happening here where the weather's been fluctuating around like 29 to 35 degrees. So what happens is in any given day, like you'll wake up, it's colder out, so it's snowing, right? And then it'll get up to like 33 in the snow and it'll rain. The snow will change into rain, which melts the snow, and then it gets colder in the evening. So, like on the main roads where they're plowing them and throwing salt and ash, they've been reasonable. But the problem's like my driveway. Because what happens is you get like the snow, then the rain, then it melts, then it freezes over, then snow's on top of it. So, as soon as you step on it, it looks like just powdered snow. But underneath that thin layer of powdered snow is just a solid sheet of fucking ice. So, I fell right in my ass yesterday and went out and bought a bunch of ice melt because I'm like, damn, it looks just like your regular snow in your yard, but actually it's like super icy.
Right. Well, and what one of the things I know, you know this, but a lot of people who haven't been to Pennsylvania don't understand this. So because of the humidity and the fluctuation in temperatures, it actually does a layer of slush and then thin layer of ice and then slush and then thin layer of ice. So you'll actually get multiple layers that are breaking underneath you as you're sliding. And it's so much worse than solid ice. You can't get you can't get any grip. It's horrible.
Yeah, the best thing I can tell you for driving on snow as a driver from snow, right, is always maintain a good constant speed. It doesn't have to be a fast speed, just a constant speed. It's easier to stay on top of the snow. So don't follow the same line. Stay on top of the snow. For cars for sure. And then less braking. Like if you do less braking, because every time you hit that brake, you're just hitting that ice and you're creating that traction. It's going to slip and slide you out. So you just want to maintain a good constant speed.
Well, so a lot of people don't understand this because everybody drives automatics now. But I grew up driving manual transmissions, right? Like everything from the tractors to the irrigation truck to the dad's pickup that I used to steal and do 300-mile nights in. Anyway, he knew about that. But if you do not want to use cruise control in heavy rain because of hydroplaning or on any kind of snow conditions, no cruise control, and the lower your RPMs, the better. Because the high RPMs put more torque to the tire and you're going to slip faster.
Yep.
But you're right. Much slower. See there. Oh man. Some of these trucks, I bet you one of these trucks did the little downhill wiggle like I did.
Yeah. Woo. It's absolutely like, I never learned to drive a stick. So the first time I ever tried was my wife drove escort car for her father. Right. And she had this shitty, I forget the year, but it was a Pontiac Vibe, like a 5-speed.
Oh,
and so like that was her escort car. And I was like, yeah, fuck it, I'm going to learn to drive. I never tried it in my life. I'm like, I'm going to learn to drive. I couldn't get this shit moving. But my father-in-law told me, he's like, that is the absolute shittiest 5-speed that's ever existed. He's like, I've driven truck my whole life. I've never driven automatic. I can't get the son of a bitch running. So I've never tried to drive like a manual that's not a huge piece of shit that even dudes that drive truck were stalling out all the time. But I assume I could do it. I assume,
We had this old 1940s pickup truck or 40s or 50s pickup truck, Ford, that was on the compound. We drive to go cut wood in the back and bring forward, right? And it was just for driving on. So I drove that thing at like age 9, right? And it was like big fucking thing with this big shifter, and I was so little, so the wheel would be way up here. I'd be looking over with this big shifter that was all the way up here, trying to move stuff. Oh man.
Oh yeah. No, it's awesome. Like so my uncle had a 68 Bronco. So it was the small one, the first edition of Broncos. Okay. And it was stuck in 4-wheel drive and it had been rolled. Nobody knew about wide tires and the stability that offers you before that. So these were notorious for rollovers on really simple curves, especially going downhill. But that was our irrigation truck. So he had 80 acres. That was he lived next door. Well, his property was next to ours. It was a walk to get to his house. But he had 80 acres that was behind us. Most of it was alfalfa, and then we did about 5 acres of a family garden, and then the horse pasture. And I would get assigned irrigation, and I would have to at 3-4 o'clock in the morning on like a Tuesday go start that up and run that through the mud out to run the irrigation or to stop the irrigation or whatever. And yeah, I'm glad that that's the upbringing I've had. I've only actually been stuck once. And that was a fun time. That story's not TOS appropriate, but I was only stuck once. That was in the mountains. I stopped in a spot that the tires created ice right underneath, and I only had a 2-wheel drive pickup there at that time. And there was no, somebody had to yank me out and then I had to back down about 3 miles.
I've seen like the worst I saw with the oversized load. My father-in-law one time had to back up. I think it was something like 11 miles. He had to drive backwards because you can't turn this oversized load and you have to stay on permit. And they permitted him through this little town, and here comes an overpass, and there's not enough clearance. So there's no room to turn around. So imagine not just backing a tractor trailer up like 11 miles, but having to back it up with a fucking huge oversized load house on it, right? So he had to back this up. It was absolutely insane. An absolute insane like feat. I can't back my shitty fucking little car up, let alone do something like that. But that's the sort of shit you run into when you have to do a permitted thing.
No, it's nuts. It's nuts. So I've got some disappointing news on the trucking front. So it turns out that since DOT changed the rule, and anyone caught without not being able to speak English and a non-domiciled truck outside of the issuing state. That's the condition. So California can let non-domiciled people run truck in California. New York can let non-domiciled people run in New York, but they can't run in between because they don't have a home address. Okay.
Sure. Okay.
Most of these people are undocumented, which is why they have a non-domicile. Non-domicile just means they don't have a home address. Okay. It's how they get around, these people claiming refugee status when they get here and there's no paperwork to back it, all that stuff. Anyway, there's only been 4 of those that have actually been deported.
They
get shut down. The companies have to pick them up and pick up the truck. But then there's no saying that same person doesn't end up behind the wheel and driving somewhere else.
It's a very unusual thing. The amount of people that weren't able to speak the language that ended up doing this driving. And for me, it's one of the things I've always said with like illegal immigration. I think that one of the best ways to stop this problem at the root is to go after the employers, right? And so these companies that are basically rubber stamping, allowing these people to pass the CDLs, and the people that are intentionally hiring people, because there has to be, it's not just a matter of illegality. Like, if you're hiring someone that can't speak the language, that it would only take you a couple minutes to make sure, like, can you read these signs? Are you able to communicate this language enough that if a law enforcement officer needed to direct you, or you know, you heard me argue with that one guy one night. Like, the reason you need to read the signs, and it can't just be a matter of shapes and something, oh, stop sign's an octagon. The reason it's important is because, sure, when things are going well and you're driving along, that's one thing. But as you know, as a truck driver, it is routine, probably at least once a day, that you'll see some amount of road work or an emergency situation where there's a wreck or something. And all of a sudden, they have to have other things to direct you that the traditional traffic pattern isn't something that's going to go on. We need at a bare minimum to have people that's capable of reading English to be able to understand the directions on those sort of like emergency signs. And I don't think it's a surprise that we see an increase in like wrecks and lethal crashes, etc., from these drivers. It's a shame that, you know, the last thing I'll say, and then I'll leave you go here, the juxtaposition, as I always say, for the strict standards when it comes to sort of just U.S. citizens that are truck drivers, you have to get a physical like every 2 years. You have to be able to pass this test. You have to keep logbooks. You have to, like, all of this stuff has to be on the up and up. And then on the opposite hand, here's people that can't even speak the language. Oh, well, put them behind the wheel. I'm sure it'll work out.
Right. Well, I mean, the huge double standard of this is if either of you were to hop behind the wheel of into an 18-wheeler and go down the road, right? You get stopped for anything, even just waved in and they just randomly say, perfectly good company, good safety record, whatever. They randomly select you for a what's called a level 3, where they just want to see your driver's license, make sure your documentation's in order, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you don't have a CDL, you go to jail. Now, there's nobody coming to pick you up. There's none of that. If I let mine lapse, say it's suspended because I didn't make it in time for my physical, right? Like, I go instantly to jail. There's nobody able to come pick me up. These people are being sat comfortably in a chair until someone comes pick them in the truck up, and then they're let loose again. Like, there is no, and like I said, only four documented deportations out of all this. And how is it that I'm supposed to continue making a living? These people get cut loose time and time and time again for offenses that I would go to jail for a minimum 12 months.
Is it true? Like, I don't think I'm incorrect about this, but isn't the law, if you have a commercial's license, very strict when it comes to alcohol? Even if you're not driving your truck, and even if you don't reach the limit that an average person would need to be considered a DUI, you could lose your CDL if you're like have any small amount of alcohol, even one that we would consider for a normal person acceptable when you're driving a personal car.
Okay, so nationwide it's gone to 0.04, right? That's the federal limit for any operation. That can be thrown off with the wrong kind of mouthwash.
Right.
Okay. So, you know, I mean, they throw a little lenience there. For a CDL for the last 20 years, it has been 0.02, which means I cannot swish with alcohol-based mouthwash.
That's also if you're in a non-commercial vehicle. You have your commercial license, right? Yeah.
Correct. I have a CDL, which means no matter what vehicle I'm driving, my speeding infractions are held to a higher. All those points go to my CDL, regardless of what I'm riding or driving. Any wrecks that are my fault or any wrecks that I'm in, period, create points on my CDL, even if I'm not in a CDL. If I'm behind the wheel of any motorized vehicle, if I'm on a motorcycle or whatever, anything that happens on the road that gets reported through the police hits my CDL record and follows me for a minimum 10 years.
That's crazy. That's so crazy. And like, I can
Yeah.
understand this logic, dude. If you're drunk and you're behind the wheel of your commercial vehicle, I get it. I understand why the standard would be much more strict for that. But I don't understand if we say that a .02 is safe operating for an average person in a regular vehicle, why it would be punishable to someone with a CDL to have that same .02 in an average vehicle that's not a commercial driver's license vehicle. It never made sense to me. Like,
Right.
If you want the standard to be higher for when you're in the big truck, fine. I can understand that there might, but if the standard is for Avarice or me to drive a vehicle at .02, a regular vehicle, a car, a truck, perfectly fine. That's considered legal, but not you. For you, that takes away your CDL. It makes no sense.
.04, the officer has discretion based on your mobility and your physical movements. Are you still fluid? Do you actually seem intoxicated even if you blew at .04? It's .041 that they really start losing their discretion.
It's crazy.
.02, it's a ticket.
Thanks for the $10. That's some power and good money. Thanks.
I don't know if this is off the sidewall here, but the other thing I think about just in the conversation is I always think about it, like if you were just to give me or Rob your truck, right? Just give it to us, right? And we started driving your truck, right? And we got pulled over. We're fucked. Like Rob or I are fucked. Like we're going to prison, no CDL, no license to drive that faster.
Not necessarily, not necessarily prison. Like you would definitely get a ticket. You've got like I'd say 80% chance based on
they're not letting me drive that truck home. There's no way they'll let me
you're not driving that. You're not driving that truck home. You got, I'd say, like a 75-80% chance you might go to jail overnight, right?
Well, here's the kicker: if I drive without a license, right, even with your CDL, then I'm going to jail for at least 24 hours, right, with a truck.
Yes.
Here's the kicker: these undocumented, how the fuck are they getting licenses to do this?
The state, the sanctuary states have created a interstate non-domiciled CDL, which does not have the ability, which is not supposed to run outside of the state that issues it. That was the federal agreement with that, is that a non-domiciled CDL should not run outside the borders of that state. Okay. It also has limited hours and should not be running overnight, even in the state. That was part of the federal DOT agreement with doing these non-domiciled CDLs.
We had a question for chat for you, Nate, really quick. What type of loads does Nate haul, by the way?
Over my history, I have hauled flatbeds. I've hauled Conestogas, which is the roll tarps, the ones that have like a tent along the outside. I've done dry box, all kinds of freight, and I am currently running refrigerated, which is 90% frozen food.
Okay, so steal long hauls truck first. I'm just food motivated. That's all I'm saying. Just food motivated.
Well, so sometimes it might just be a bunch of boxes full of vegetable oil that has to be held at like 50 degrees. It can't go below 50 degrees.
Look at who just woke up. He's been
gone
the whole
EOD,
time.
what's up, man?
He's been slouching
EOD, what's up, buddy?
Time.
So anyway, I'll let you get on to level 4 lobster. He's a lot more interesting of a guy.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think so at all. Tell him, love. No, I'm just kidding. No, Nate, it's always a pleasure, man. And I'm glad you got to pull over and talk. I know you're probably peak driving hours normally when I'm doing the call-in show. They're afternoon for me, so I'm glad you got to pull over and talk a little. So,
yeah, well, with this job change that I did in October, it puts me into a different region, and I do a lot more of the mountain passes and all that stuff. not so much of the long valleys. So I'm getting to see more about. I'm going all the way to Massachusetts, Springfield, Massachusetts, with this one from Seattle. So,
Wow.
Oh yeah. Oh, here's another one. May give you guys a chuckle. I was heading before I take off. Yesterday, I was heading empty from Seattle over to
Wait,
over
so
to
you're going
Eastern
east? Are you
Washington.
going on 2 or 90?
I'm on 90 right now. I'll be on
so you took the
94.
easy route. Okay, I don't want to hear it. You took the easy route.
Yeah, no, I took two. I took two last time because there was a big snowstorm on 94,
How'd two
and
treat ya?
I bent myself over. Like, oh my gosh,
So
it was worse.
I can drive the 2 all the way to Wenatchee blindfolded.
Right? Oh, it's so awesome. Anyway, so I was empty, and in Seattle, they're still having rainstorms, and it's actually affecting all the way into Idaho. Is having floods. Okay, from what's coming down on the west side of the Sierras there. And then I get out past the storm, and there's high winds. 4 miles from where I was supposed to pick up, I had to stop for 45 minutes to let the winds die down, because my passenger side tires on the trailer got lifted off the ground 1.5 feet.
Jeez.
I tell you, my chest hurt for like 2 hours, because the only way to correct that is to turn toward the side that the trailer's leaning. And I almost hit a car, but if I had just let it lay over, the trailer would have hit 2 other cars. Because nobody knows how to just get the heck around a truck. They want to sit there and speed pace. Anyway, don't do that. Get around trucks or stay away from them, as if at all possible. Save your life. Don't give the driver a heart attack.
Yeah.
I like to try to jackknife in between them, like Fast and the Furious. I like to try to see if I can get underneath them and stuff.
Yeah, that's Death Wish. You're not going to hurt the driver. There's so much safety equipment, as long as they're wearing their seatbelt. Oh, they might get a scrape, whatever. You are going to become pancake.
Yeah, but it's fun.
Are you gonna co-pilot automated AI truck thing when they come up with those?
No, I will become outlaw.
There you go, man. My father-in-law intentionally drives like I think it's an 89
They're
International.
Rob.
He drives, I think it's an 89 International.
Oh yeah, no deaf, nothing.
Yeah, they're like written in to where they don't have to do the e-logs. Loves it. He loves it.
Yeah.
Thing, like so.
Yeah, well, but he has to spend at least an hour a day making sure that his log is perfect, and he probably has 2 or 3 different logs to make sure that he's legal at any one point.
No way.
What?
Yeah.
No.
What? Yeah.
Nobody does that.
Yeah.
Nobody does that.
Perish the thought. All right, Nate. Hey,
Anyway.
thanks so much, man.
Hey, God bless you guys. Avarice, congratulations. Riddick is an absolutely handsome little man. Tell your wife she's awesome. She was a trooper. Yeah, hopefully one day I actually get to meet you guys in person. So then you'll get to see just how calm in person. On here, I'm really very calm. In person, Avarice is like a little hyper.
A little.
I'm a lot worse.
I don't think you got me beat in that range. Like, I mean, I think I got a whole slew of people tell you that I'm a lifeblood of energy. Except this guy.
Yeah.
This guy's the second time he said Avarice is a child. I don't know what this guy is. Got it out for me, but this is I don't know why he's got to repeat himself either.
You are young, my friend. You are young.
Am I?
Compared to me,
I'm 30. I'm 39. What's young?
You're 39. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know what young is.
I've got nearly a generation gap on you.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm just saying, like, what's young? I mean, I'm 39, so I
Okay,
don't know what
well,
young is anymore.
I'm 10 years older than you. You know what? Okay, you're the same age as my as one of my brothers, and
Yeah, you see,
he will always be a kid to me.
Aris did just have a child.
So, anyway, all right. Yeah, you guys get going. They've had 3 plows go past me now throwing gravel, so I think I'm gonna chance it.
All right, man. Good luck to you. Stay safe. Thanks so much.
Hey, you too. Hey, Lobster, keep it shiny side up.
We'll see you, man. All right. It's checking here. Something. Shit. I screwed something up here. 1 second.
Did
We'll
you
bring
screw
Lobster.
something up, bro?
What's that?
Did you screw
I
something
closed.
up, bro?
Yeah, I closed a window I didn't want to close.
Oh.
Let's see.
You want me to bring Lobster up?
Sure.
Boom.
There we go.
Lobster.
What's
Hello,
happening,
hello.
Level 4 Lobster? How you doing?
Good. Is my coming across well? I'm in my personal vehicle.
Yes. You sound good.
All right. Hey, I wanted to talk to Avarice real quick. Avarice, congratulations. You are
Thank you, man.
on the road to the most challenging and most rewarding part of any human life. So strap in. If I would give you one word of advice, this is the most delicate time for your wife right now. You need to be honestly treating her like a princess because things can go south really quick. So be patient, go out of your way to help her out, make her day as easy as possible, and then do more on top of that, and you will set yourself up for success. And 3, Avarice, this is not your fault, but you started mentioning how dangerous my job was as I was driving my kid to school, and I'm sitting in the lobby listening to this stuff. So that was a great conversation I had to have with my kid.
Yeah.
Not your fault.
Bad.
My bad parenting. My bad parenting. But no, congratulations.
No, thank
I am
you.
so
Yeah.
I'm so happy for you.
It was amazing the first time holding my kid in my hand. It was awesome. It was fantastic. So
I was scared shitless. The first time I held my kid, I was scared shitless. I was like, what did I do? Making the baby was so much cooler than what's happening right now because I don't want to fucking move because I'm afraid I'm gonna hurt this thing. So
Yeah, for me it was the it was like I wanted to go buy like 1,000 Christmas hams and go door to door and say, hey, I have a kid, here's a ham. I have a kid, here's a ham. That's how I felt.
no, but good luck and once again congratulations.
Thank you, Lobster.
Rob, I've seen you yawn like 8 times, and even in your tired state, I don't think I could get one up over you. So I don't want to get into the conversation deep into what we talked about yesterday. I just want you to know I wasn't mad. I wasn't. I hope you didn't get upset. I just my idea is always to get to the magic number of 60 so that we can get everything through, and that means working with people that honestly are pieces of shit and you don't agree with. But in listening to Zach's comments later, he is accurate too. It's like we need to force these people to vote. We need to get these people who are pieces of shit on record and get them out of there. The problem is, even with the filibuster, they're not going to do that because they can vote yes, knowing that the filibuster is going to keep them safe. So I guess my question.
Yeah, go ahead. No. I agree.
My question is, what are your thoughts on the filibuster? Would you get rid of the filibuster?
No, I don't think so. For several reasons. One, I don't think that it really would help benefit this current administration because I don't think that there'd be enough will, anyways, to have this stuff happen. Secondly, I think that I have questions about like violating or changing the things that have that have been there for a while. That's sort of norms in our policy. I do think that there is a complete ineffectual nature of Congress, basically on both sides. It's certainly true that both the unelected officials in the executive and the judicial branch have much more power than Congress at this point. And you would think that if one of the 3 branches was more powerful, it would be Congress, but they do nothing at all. And it's clear that all the powers with like even now we see with unelected judges that are issuing these rulings over and over again, and you know what you see with these people in the executive branches. So right now, I'd have to think about it heavily if it's something that should be removed permanently. But right now, I think I would say that no, I wouldn't be for ending the filibuster.
Well, how do we get a head count on who's good and who's bad without removing the filibuster? Even if you force a vote, do you disagree that Republicans, even the bad ones, know that the filibuster will save them, so
No,
they'll vote?
I totally agree with that. But I mean, I guess what you do is you decide that you need to be able to find these people out and learn about them and primary them based on what they really believe. Like, yeah, it's always true that people could say things that they don't really believe, but I guess it's our duty as one voters to try our best to see what they really say and the things that they are voting on and what they're out there pushing, what their narrative is. And secondly, right, the idea that we need to be able to make sure that we're primarying these people if we think that they're not living up to the expectations we set for them. But yeah, you're right. It would be easier if we force votes on everything. I get it. But I don't know that that's a reason in itself to end the filibuster.
Yeah, I mean, the other thing Zach was talking about, and the bad part about my job is I never get to read chat, and it's probably a good thing too. But like, I agree that the deep red states select some of the worst candidates.
Mm-hmm.
The thing I've ran into, even just into like, and you telling your stories, you have too. The party politics and money in these deep red states, there's absolutely nothing you can do. Like, you can't get rid of these people because one, they're so entrenched in the state politics, and two, there's so much money behind them that even better candidates, even when the party politics of that state are going in the opposite direction, there's so much money behind them that they can't win the God, it's early, the pre-election, the primary. They can't win the primary over these seated incumbents with these massive amounts of money behind them.
Well, yeah, and I think that's because what you see is that the truth is that those deep red state Republicans are what the establishment Republicans truly are. They're not exceptions to the rule. They are the rule. So the people that control the purse strings and the people that are in positions of leadership in the Republican Party, absolutely, they want those people to continue to thrive. That's the point. So if you try to have a more populist candidate from one of these districts run, yeah, the institution's going to back the establishment candidate. That's how it's going to go. So, yeah, I mean, it is frustrating. I know it, but I guess then that it's our job as sort of the electorate to be like, we're going to try to overcome that massive spending advantage that those establishment candidates are going to have. And if I'm an elected official, or if I'm a Republican that's not in that state, what I would do is I would actually be calling out the terrible Republicans. But of course, they're not going to do that because they're all going to try to be team players. So.
But then you run into that issue too. Like, it's just circular, because the problem is you need the establishment Republican voters as well to win these elections. And I know you say in a deep red, that's not necessarily the case. In some states that's not, but like when you get closer to purple states, without you pissing off the other half of the party is a recipe for disaster. Especially in some place where my state, where the big cities are completely blue, but the rural is so red that it's enough to outweigh it. But if you start infighting between, say, establishment Republicans and populist Republicans, and you get into a food fight, you've set yourself up for failure, because now you've irritated one half or the other, and then the blue candidate sneaks his way through. So, like,
yeah, well, that's true. But the deal is always the deal that we have to take that don't agree with the neocons is we always have to eat the shit sandwich. Because if we don't eat the shit sandwich, well, then the Democrats might win. They're never bending for us. They won't do that. They're never going to be like, well, yeah, Trump's there. Yeah, we got to follow his lead, a populist. They're like, no, we'll still do our own thing. We won't pass any legislation. I think I was reading today, perhaps it was 5 pieces of legislation that's been passed in Trump's first year. Average for other presidents were like double digits, triple digits of bills that Congress passed in the first year. And the Republicans controlling the president, the Senate, and the House have managed, I believe, 5.
I mean, I know you're super busy, but do you ever watch any of like the committee meetings on bills? Do you ever catch any of
Sometimes,
that?
yeah.
I find, I mean, driving around all day, I find that stuff very interesting, but it usually turns into, a cat fight between the D's and the R's. But like simple bills, like every bill brought up, it is literally, hey, this is a good idea, and it is a good idea, and not just like from a Republican standpoint, but just as a American standpoint. But then there's always something that the D's will nitpick and say, well, we can't support this. This is blah 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 blah. Like, and it's constantly every bill that gets brought into committee just gets shut down instantly. And could it get out of the House by one vote? Yes, but knowing that it's going to go to the Senate and completely flop, nothing ever moves.
So I misspoke. I was looking earlier. The 5 Republican bills were like in 1 month that I saw early. But nonetheless, when you look at like the signature legislation, there's just not a lot. And you're right. Like, I understand how this works, that it's impossible to get things through. I get it. But I mean, Democrats manage. They get what they want. And at some point, like, I'm just tired of all the excuse making, I guess is what I would say. All the like, well, but, purple state, we got to do this. Well, but we need Democrats to work with this. Well, but we'll do it next time. Like, at some point, I'm tired of it. I'm just so tired of the constant, like, well, another excuse, 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 another excuse. It's always an excuse. Nothing gets done. Nothing. Like, they couldn't even do something simple like pass legislation to enshrine any of Trump's executive orders to protect and help secure the border. And make no mistake, as soon as a Democrat gets in office, it's totally rescinded. As soon as it happens. So, I mean, at some point, you just have to be like, we could sit there. I mean, you could do that about anything in life. Take your favorite athletic competition, whatever. You could make every excuse in the world for every single loss. And you could, and oftentimes it's legitimate. Well, so-and-so hurt their ankle, so, well, this occurred. Well, this guy doesn't play well in the rain, and it rained. So, yeah, I guess. But how long do we do that with Republicans? How long do we just sort of say, like, okay, at some point you have to overcome despite that. Or if it's just like, nope, there's nothing they could do, right? Because of these barriers that are set up and stuff. I just don't know. I don't know where we go from there. At some point I say, fine, if we have a bunch of Republicans that can't do anything, then we might as well replace them for other Republicans that can't do anything. Like, I'm you know what I mean? Like, at this point, I'll take a chance on someone possibly breaking due. And they said the same thing about Trump. He won't be able to do a lot of these things. And he did a lot of those things. So I don't know.
Well, I think it is disheartening, and it is like, I get your frustration. I understand, and I agree with your frustration because, like, especially in this generation, this time in America, everything is so quick and so fast. I look across the aisle and I see what the Democrats are doing, and it disgusts me what they've turned into. But they're doing the same thing we are. The arguments that you're having with me right now are the same arguments that the Democrats are having with themselves when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to paid college tuition, when it comes to all of their like secret wish list. They always say the same thing. Well, we're tired of waiting. You keep saying it's our turn. We're taking over. And they're in the same position that we are currently right now. And you can see that it does work when you stick with the plan. Like, the whole left has gone insane. They are now the party of AOC, not so much the party of Nancy Pelosi anymore. Like, and the Republicans are looking over that, licking their chops, thinking that's a good thing because the general public, the normies, are going to look at this with disgust. But like, when you look at the actual amount of normies that they actually need to turn, they got their base so revved up right now because they're finally doing what they want them to do. They're finally pushing things on their wish list that they want to do. And honestly, we need to do the same thing. And we kind of are already. Trump is an example. JD Vance, I think, is another example. Or Pete Hegseth. We have people in positions. We have to slowly keep pushing our representatives in the direction that we want. And then, and that's why I also, like, whenever you tell me, what do you want me to do? When you ask me, what do I want you to do? I don't want you to do anything different. my frustration is kind of like watching my father grow up watching the news and the newscaster saying something that pisses him off and him screaming into the void at the television. The only difference between him and me now is I got a chance to call in and scream at, not that I scream at you, but I have a chance to voice my frustration, and I do appreciate that more than anything. And I never want you to think that you, I wanted you to change anything you're doing.
I didn't take it that way, right? Like,
okay, I appreciate
it. Yeah, no problem. What it is, though, I don't agree with you totally. Yes, of course, there are the more progressive branches of the Democratic Party that had a wish list, and it's true. They're rarely going to get that wish list, but the thing is, those people will go along to get along, and the bulk of the Democratic Party, the establishment sort of corporatist bulk, they get what they want all the time. They constantly are getting what they want, constantly, right? And to the point where it's like imagine them. It's like they get 95% of what they want, and they're super pissed off about the 5% they don't get. Sure, they don't have something like Medicare for all now. They have mass migration. They got that. They have their buddies in these NGOs getting billions upon billions of dollars. They got that. Right? We're literally left like the desperate Republican ask is like, please stop funding the Democrat NGOs. Please. And they're like, nah, we can't do that. Sorry. So could you stop funding like horseshit places like PBS that are literally just for indoctrination against conservatives? I'm sorry, we can't do that. I'm sorry. We're incapable of that. Democrats are operating from a tone. Democrats are like, we're on 80% offense and we're pissed because we want to be on 100% offense. And Republicans are like, can we play defense? Can we do that? Can we get anything defensive? No, sorry. Best you could do is have the Democrats go on offense a little less. Thanks so much, guys. That's where we're at.
It sucks, but that is the way the system is set up. Congress is supposed to move at a slow pace, and I do think that I do agree. It does look like President Trump is doing more than nothing, even though it doesn't look like he's doing much, because every avenue that he goes down, some federal judge throws an injunction his way, and now we've got to wait 6 months before it comes to the Supreme Court, in which I think his record's like 94% of the time he's getting relief from the Supreme Court saying, hey, federal judges, you were wrong here. Stop doing this. Like the other videos I like to watch the oral arguments for the Supreme Court cases. And I'm sitting there, that raspy, I don't know what the raspy voice dude is, but he is a fucking machine. We need to get him somewhere important. But sitting there listening to the arguments, and it's comical because even the Supreme Court, it's like watching a food fight. You've got the conservatives on one side, asking questions, and then the liberals on the other side being a complete 180 asking questions. It is entertainment at its highest value. I don't really have anything else to add, Rob. I kind of sad that you're not doing the 24-hour stream. I was looking forward to having a full day till.
Well, it might be. I'm at 13 hours right now, so we'll see what happens. But
do what's best for your health, Rob. You do enough for us. So if we miss out on a 24-hour stream, we will get over it. Have Avarice sing whatever song to appease those crazy night shift crew. Yeah. But thank you for taking my call. I'm sorry that I always have shitty reception in and out of neighborhoods. So have a great day. Avarice, once again, congratulations. I'm 100% serious when I'm saying treat your wife like a goddess right now, because this is the most difficult time. And you will notice if you don't, it will be difficult on you. A happy wife is a happy life. Never means more than right after having a kid, because her hormones are all out of whack, and you will be public enemy number one. So you need to avoid that as best as possible.
I'm giving her the best treatment. She has a week break from the stove. I kept the chain off her ankle, so she gets a week without the shackles.
Well, get the fuzzy shackles when you put them back on, okay? Stop with the hard cold still. Get the fuzz shackles.
I'll consider the fuzzy. The padding for re-entry into the shackle program.
All right, guys. Well, you have a great day. Thank you again, Rob.
Yeah, no problem. We'll talk soon, man. Thank you. Super chats. Thanks so much for people getting super chats.
Did you get the Pisco's going to come in?
Oh, no, I was just going to read. It says, Max, $2 says, looks like Pisco's in the chat. Call in. Yeah, if he wants to call in, that's fine.
Yeah, so he's going to be in like 20 minutes.
How Long Nate, $10 says, any votes of president rather than a vote either direction need to be scrutinized heavily. Agreed. And Bobby Brash, $10. Thanks so much. Appreciate it, man. Keep getting those super chats in, folks. Next up, we got our friend Fallen Heathen. What's happening, Fallen Heathen? How you doing today?
Pretty good. Never thought I would agree with what's his name, Red Lobster, Level 4 Lobster.
Level 4 Lobster. Red Lobster.
Yeah. Avarice, just so you know, postpartum can last up to like 2 years. So he's right. You got to treat her like a god.
I listen. You all are sitting there. Like, I saw you with your baby. I saw your lovely wife too. But listen, there's still feminism that needs to get snuffed out. All right,
Yeah.
I'll treat her good. All right, but the chain goes back on. All right.
You saw me
That's
trying
how
to
she
help.
knows I love her.
You saw me trying to help my wife with the baby who is absolutely glued to her, and she's exhausted because she hasn't gotten sleep since he was born. So that's what you saw.
Listen, I'm not gonna. I love you all, but I'm not gonna always subscribe to this Freudian concept of give her all the treatment. Look at Adler. All right, she needs to get the fuck over it. All right, it happened yesterday. All right,
and just so you know, boys are glued to their mothers for everything other than fun. Like,
Well,
it's gonna be like roughhousing and outdoor stuff. But every time he's sick, every time he's, gets hurt or anything like that, it's straight to mom.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. That's perfect. I want to do all the fun stuff and mom can have all the annoying shit. That sounds actually pretty perfect. I don't know how you didn't. You're just making this sound even better.
Yeah.
What you're really saying is that my wife has to do all the hard work and give my child all the attention while I get to play with them and do all the fun stuff and continue to work.
And that's where the fights come in, and the postpartum kicks in, is because dad gets to have all the fun and mom has all the hard stuff to do.
Well, mom's always had all the hard stuff to do. You don't think that she's not consistently chained to the stove before the kid?
Yeah.
I gotta eat, son.
Right on. Well, actually, I wanted to talk about a little bit about what Nate was talking about the truckers and stuff like that. My brother-in-law is in Southern California, and he's been trying to get his CDL license, and he passed the written test apparently with flying colors, and they've been getting him on the driving test. He's failed it twice, and now he has to redo everything. So it just blows me away that somebody who's American citizen trying to get their CDL license is having such a hard time. They failed him the first time. Apparently, you're only allowed to open your door twice to check when you're backing your trailer up, and he opened it 3 times and they failed him. But yet these people that don't even speak our language are getting CDLs is absolutely insane to me.
Yeah, it really is. And that's the frustration. That's what I say. It's the double standard of these sorts of things, right? Like, you can handle if it's like, look, we're going to be loosey-goosey with this, and hey, you got your regular driver's license, get in that truck, son. Okay, maybe we can handle that in society. Or if it's going to be like, look, this is a very serious ordeal, you have to go, physicals and logbooks and all of the things that, is sort of burdensome, but possibly for a good reason for the truck drivers that are citizens of this country. But it's the double standard. That's what it is, where it's like all of that safety and shit goes out the window seemingly when it's a person who can't speak the language. Fuck it. We'll cut them every break possible. But the legitimate people that are trying to drive, right, that are being, their wages are being suppressed by, the fact that we're bringing in so many people. It's like, for you, we're going to really clamp down and make sure that, the rules have to be followed. You have to go through all this burdensome regulations, etc. So that's what's incredibly frustrating about it. When you then predictably see that there are these accidents that are occurring for people that can't even speak the language, it's just infuriating. And it's something that's dear to me because I have so many people in my life that are truck drivers or work in the trucking industry. And to watch them, the shit that they've had to deal with, whether it be to, keep going to physicals, the stupid ass I've heard stories. I haven't personally seen that. New York's one of the worst states to drive in if you're doing oversized loads. They will take they'll clock and make sure that the rotation of your lights on the top of the escort car are spinning at different intervals and they have to meet. That's how strict they'll be, right? But then here's some fucking dude that doesn't speak the language. It's like, let's give him a break. It's just infuriating. So,
it's just like all the other stuff like in California with the homeless. Like if there's a homeless guy shitting on the corner, and if you go shit right next to him, they for 100% will arrest you because they know that you have stuff to lose, you have money to pay the fine, but the homeless guy, they're never going to get anything out of. And
this is why
Adam Carolla's got a bit by like that. Well, not really a bit, but I heard him talking about this once, and he's like,
really?
There's a certain like. I don't know which in LA. I think it's in LA. There's a street, and he's like, on this street, right? You just see illegals lined up with food kiosks, right? And no one's permitted. It's just they're selling merch, whatever. It's just illegal as far as the eye can see. Police will go right by them and bust someone for like fucking speeding 1 mile an hour over the limit. And he's like, why? Well, you can't get blood from a turnip. They know that if they find these illegals, what's the point? They don't have money. They're not going to pay the fine anyways. So we'll go after the people, right? We'll leave the shoplifters go. We'll leave the illegal sell, whatever. It's you, the law-abiding person. Oh, we'll get you. You have $400 fine for speeding 2 mile. Or, you jaywalked. We'll get your ass, right? And at some point, it becomes sort of anarcho-tyranny where it's like, well, the law is being enforced against certain groups, but not others. And that's exactly what we see with a lot of this shit with the illegals. And by the way, this is one of the messages you hope Trump sticks to. This is why a lot of communities, even like people in the black community, one of the reasons they were so infuriated by the Democrats, because they look and they're like, so you mean to tell me if I'm an illegal, I get put up in a nice hotel, I'm given like thousands of dollars a month. Meanwhile, here I am in my community, no one gives a fuck about me, you saw that a lot in inner city black communities that were pissed off about sort of the situation that was going on.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully it opens a bunch of people's eyes.
Well, this is why I found some fun shortcuts. What you could do, I just recently found this out, is you could live inside their system a little bit. So a fun thing I just recently learned, and it's a little bit off topic, but it's even living in the system wise, is when you have a baby, right? Since it's just we're in a state of preferences, if you're in a preference state, you could just change the race, right?
Oh, so baby?
Yeah, mine's just a black charismatic Christian nationalist as his race.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. And then they were like, sir, you're clearly not black. I go, are you questioning my race in California? So if you go and look at my kid's birth certificate, it literally says African-American charismatic Christian nationalist as his race.
Dude, my brother-in-law is Hispanic. He's Mexican.
Funny.
His last name is Gonzalez. Like, hey, it doesn't get more Hispanic than that. I thought for sure he would have no issue passing that CDL test, but they keep busting his chops. Which, by the way, you've never learned to drive a manual, Rob. That is
no.
That is absolutely insane. My first 2 vehicles were 90s Toyota pickups, stick shift. Every one of my friends drove a manual. I don't think we got our automatics till we were older and realized.
I didn't even know what an automatic was until I was 13. Exactly. I didn't even know those things existed. I remember everyone. You remember as a kid, it was the '95 Honda Civic everyone wanted, right? And that thing was a Cluck.
That's what intrigued me. Was my mom, when I was a kid, drove a little Civic hatchback. That was a manual. My mom
Civic,
drove
I called it.
Yeah, and then when I got older, I was like, well, I'm into, dirt bike riding and off-roading, so I got a Toyota pickup manual. But living in Southern California, dealing with, traffic and shit like that, driving a manual sucks.
We have just this chat that's worth talking about on Twitch. Says, almost like foreigners could drive just as well as anyone else. I wonder if speaking a different language doesn't affect one's ability to drive. The inability to read English or understand warning signs or traffic signals, yes, absolutely does. And we've seen person after person that's been busted because they've been given these CDLs fraudulently because they are incapable when police pull them over or when Department of Transportation officers pull them over. They're incapable of passing simple tests to prove that they understand simple orders or simple signs that would be necessary for them to drive. So yes, if you cannot speak and read English, then you cannot safely drive in the United States, particular when it comes to a commercial driver's license. Yes, that does make sense. How else would you know if there's a sign that says, detour ahead, please slow down now? How would you know? Well, there's a reason you have to be able to read those signs.
Well, not only that, the way they drive in different countries is way differently than us. You know, they always say, you know, the Asian stereotype about Asian women being terrible drivers is because Asians are taught at a very young age, you mind your own business. So they're not really like self-aware and they don't look around. That's why you see these videos of a girl looking straight ahead and driving, you know, right in the middle of traffic and stuff like that. And they're reckless in different countries where they like cut each other off.
Is that what it is? See, I thought Asians drove like the kid from Indiana Jones, just with wooden extra length on their shoes and, you know, phone books.
Yeah, no, they're taught at a very young age, you know, to mind your own business, and that's why, you know, they don't pay attention to a lot of their surroundings and stuff like that. So that's just not true. They drive super reckless in other countries and foreign countries.
So I don't have the data in front of me, but just a quick search. According to the U.S. Department of Transportation, a nationwide audit of non-domiciled CDLs issued to non-U.S. residents, often foreign workers on temporary visas, sampled about 62,000 licenses in California as of June 2025. 26%, roughly 16 to 17,000, failed to meet federal standards, including they were renewed beyond the holder's authorized work permit, lack of proper validation of lawful present documents, systemic errors of policies, procedures, program that allowed ineligible nationals to drive. There were two high-profile cases that triggered this. August 2025, Harjinder Singh, an Indian-born driver on an expired work permit, caused a fatal crash in Florida, killing 3 people while using a California-issued CDL. Florida sued California over it. In October 2025, Jashinpreet Singh, a 20-year-old asylum seeker from India, killed 3 in drug driving a semi-truck crashed in California. These cases highlighted broader concerns about language barriers, non-English speakers passing exams, and unvetted drivers. Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy called it the tip of the iceberg, threatening to withhold $160 million of federal funds if all non-compliant licensees aren't revoked. So, yes, despite this sort of jestful nature of what you're saying, it absolutely was a serious deal when these sorts of people can't identify simple signals because they don't understand the language and have caused deaths.
Well, you know what? On top of that,
that's the point. Violent Smoker says, wouldn't they have to pass the same test as everyone else? Yes, that's what they're finding out. Tens of thousands of these CDLs are being given to them fraudulently. That's the problem. That's why they're starting to go after the companies in these states that are giving them out fraudulently.
Well, that and like prepping your truck. You know, if you got a bald tire in a different country, they'd be like, I don't got the money for that. I'm going to let that fly. I'll drive this thing until that tire explodes. Where the United States, we have really strict regulations on the vehicles, on like you were saying earlier about the lights, you know, spinning at different intervals, like stuff like that. They would completely overlook. You know, one of the brake lines is leaking. They'll pinch that one off. I got, 4 other brakes or 8 other brakes, whatever it is. They'll overlook a lot of that safety concerns that just wouldn't fly in the United States. So there's many reasons why these different cultures and the way they go about things in their country versus our country, why they need to understand our language and our rules. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's not good at all. It's really not. Let's see. National enforcement in 2025, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration reported 3,724 commercial driver's license placed OOS on ELP violations nationwide through October 2025, including 448 specifically cited for inability to read highway signs in English. So that's 448 times they cited someone who was incapable because of the language barrier of reading signs in English.
Scary.
Insurance and trucking experts, being the American Trucker Association, estimate that 10% of the 3.5 million U.S. interstate CDL holders lack sufficient English proficiency, equating to about 350,000 drivers. Of these, foreign-born individuals comprise the majority of all CDL holders that are foreign-born, up to 40% in sectors like port trucking or long haul. Now, I don't give a shit if you are just illiterate. If you're born in America and you're illiterate and you have trouble reading signs because you never achieved an education level capable of reading. Yes, I don't want that person driving a CDL. Like, you got to be able to safely read signs, right?
Well, I mean, yeah, we have these rules and regulations for a reason. It's not just for no reason. So, yeah, I mean, I agree 100%.
Yeah.
Did you see the Dan Crenshaw, Sean Ryan drama going on?
No, I saw that it was mentioned, but I didn't look into what it was.
So Sean Ryan had mentioned on his podcast about how did Dan Crenshaw get so rich, on a government salary, on a Senate salary or whatever. And, apparently he had some big party for his 40th where he hired some expensive DJ and all this stuff. And, how did he pull all this off? And Dan Crenshaw hits him up in the DMs like on Instagram and says, my buddies over at Team 6 tell me that you've been, saying this, that, and the other, kind of threatening sounding thing. And then sends Sean Ryan a cease and desist from an attorney saying he needs to take those episodes down and shit like that. So Sean Ryan did a video and said, I ain't backing down from you, dude. We have the right to know how you got so rich on a, Senate salary, Congress salary, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, the idea, I don't give a shit, whatever party is being criticized, Republican, Democrat, Trump, someone else, it doesn't matter. The idea that people threaten lawsuits about criticisms of elected officials is nonsensical to me. Now, if you specifically say, this person sexually assaulted this person, which is a blatant bullshit lie, then that's one thing, right? When it comes to defamation. But to just be like, hey, where the fuck did this guy get all of his money? If we can't say that without being threatened with the lawsuit, what sort of criticism will you be able to make? God forbid, this might sound crazy to people that there's some sort of insider training going on in Congress. Perish the thought. What? We can get arrested?
Well, that's what Sean was saying. That's what Sean was alluding to, was his insider trading.
Right. But the fact that we can't make those sort of criticisms, right, is nonsensical, that you would be threatened with lawsuits against public officials, I don't know.
Yeah, because I was actually talking about this with a buddy. He was like, hopefully, Crenshaw gets voted out. But the problem is, he already did his propaganda, 5 years ago or 8 years ago, whenever he ran, and got everybody on board. And nobody looks any, to any new information coming out. They're like, yeah, he's the military guy who is pro-America, blah, 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 Christian conservative. And they're just going to keep voting him in like Lindsey Graham. How in the world up to this point is people still voting for Lindsey Graham? Just blows me away.
Well, a lot of it has to do with, the state they're in. It's so weird. You ask people, I've done this all the time. People be like, I hate Congress. And you'll be like, what about your congressman? He's pretty good.
Yeah.
And it's it's such a weird thing. But I've seen this. I've seen this much of my life. And so I don't know, even at a less level, you're just talking about the party apparatus. What are the officials in the RNC doing in Pennsylvania? Yeah, they fucking blow. Oh, so that guy from your county. Nah, he's cool. Okay. Yeah. Right. It's weird how that works, but
yeah, that was just a big letdown. I'll let you go though.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll let you go, and then I'm going to go to the restroom real quick. But man, it's great.
And then I get a grift.
Yeah, congratulations, Avarice. Good luck to you.
Thank
brother.
you, Fallen.
All right, Take it easy, man. Yep. All right, I got to go to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Me and Chair, grift time.
Get another energy drink. Ugh.
Look at he's out. We're losing him. You know what that means? We got to do that. Hold on. Where is it? I think I found it. Where is it? Hold on. Where is? Did I lose it? Oh, there it is. Oh shit. There we go.
Rob needs money for this transition, so get out your wallet and quit your bitching. Birthday back at 7 is the dollars he needs, but he
All right.
I'm still
Now
waiting.
listen, we will shut her down here soon if we're not getting donos. That seems to be reasonable.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes. See, I didn't even hear you saying that. Yeah. So, I understand this is the best damn audience out there. Don't get me wrong. But even I have priorities, and sleep sounds pretty good right about now as we approach hour 14. We're close to hour 14. Look at this logical thought. $10 says, here's some scratch from Big Grifton Noor. Thanks so much. For, not from. Don't forget, you could send to Cash App at $RobNoer, or you could send to PayPal at Robert Noor. Our friend Sniper, $2 says, for Rob's transition, trying. All right, let's bring on the next caller as everyone decides to open their pocketbook. Remember, trying to
might have
raise...
played the Big Grifton song, so that's where the transition might have come from.
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Remember, we're trying to raise $5,000 for various things. So
Dude, we make it to 50%, and I'll play the song Rob hates again.
Rundar, what's happening, man?
Hey, how's it going?
Doing great. What's happening?
I wasn't expecting to go next, so one second.
Oh, no problem. You were just next in the queue, but
yeah. So I guess a little bit background for me. I'm from New Hampshire. I don't know how much you are familiar, but all of this talk about how the states are divvied up and the Minnesota stuff kind of forced some perspective on the whole thing. And it's been kind of disheartening learning about my state, unfortunately. A little bit of, I'm not going to drown everyone with a bunch of history, but basically during the 1800s, we were primarily a logging state, from what I seem to understand. And, well, we were probably down to 20 to 30% of our forests by like 1850 or something like that. And, that was with the British Navy, and we were having farms and everything. But there is kind of like, historically, they say that a glacier went through here. So we did farming, but it's all kind of shitty farming. It's all rocks, you get all the granite. We're known as the granite state, things like that. Vermont, on the other hand, didn't have this glacier go through. And so they have actually quite a bit better in terms of the land and everything, blah, blah, blah. So we were known for logging, and we kind of stopped that after the 1850s, and we kind of did this regrow the forest plan. And it's kind of gradually, in some senses of the word, start to kill the state in one way or another. And so what we have going on right now is instead of the 70 to 80% of our forest gone, we're in the flip. It's 80% of our forest now, most of the state. And so we have a decent number of people, but the problem is it's all at the bottom of the state. The entire state of the top of it is just fucked. I sometimes like to go hiking where we will get some people from Florida who will fly up and down, back and forth. But these are all people, especially after COVID, they're all coming from very leftist areas like New York, Connecticut. There was kind of like this mass exodus, and they all bought up prime property, I would say. And one of the things about the prime property here in New Hampshire is there's no rules against what they call a scenic tax. And so what they'll do is like mountaintops, lake areas. We have a lot of lakes, a lot of beautiful areas, well-developed, Lake Winnipesaukee, things like this. Very, very culturally rich areas. All of a sudden, we're bought up by a bunch of left people, essentially. And so kind of what happened is, where to go. So for like the election, what we had happen is this recent election, we have probably, I'd say, a pretty 50-50 split in terms of our population, 50% Republican, 50 Democrats, kind of on average. They say 40%, but I don't think that. I do delivery, so I'm kind of familiar. You get to meet the people when you're out on delivery, obviously, so you kind of get an idea of who you're dealing with, and I've traveled all over. for various things. I used to work for UCare. I do contracting for the state post for the USPS now.
Okay.
And so kind of what happened is we have a Republican governor, but because of how the gerrymandering essentially happened, all of our representatives became Democrat. Democrat. And when you do kind of like the town by town breakdown of everything, what ends up happening is you get the typical suspects where it's the big cities. We don't really have big cities. We have Keene, which is kind of like this island in the middle of nowhere. It's close to Vermont, but it's kind of its own little weird island. In the middle of the state, you have Concord and kind of Manchester, Nashua, and then you have Hampton Beach over that way. But that's literally where they all are, and around the lakes. And so the problem is that now that because of how it's all divvied up, because I think that the power of the vote does come from Congress and everything. I don't think the president can really do much besides executive order, and we've been kind of going back and forth. It just seems like over the past couple of days, just watching you. I don't know. I guess what I'm getting at in this long spiel is I don't know how to make a difference for my state. Is kind of the problem, because we have this issue of all of the votes are dominated by what is becoming very quickly shitholes.
Well, it's very similar here in Pennsylvania. Like, we're dominated by Philadelphia and sort of Pittsburgh. Now, when Pennsylvania goes more red, it's because Pittsburgh tends to lean more red. And when it goes blue, it's because it tends to lean more blue. But Philadelphia, by far the biggest city in the state, and it's overwhelmingly blue. You know, what can you do? Well, the first thing is it's not just about the federal level, it's also about the state level. So I would imagine there are still Republicans that win seats in the state legislature. And that's where a lot of the issues specifically about your state in general are going to occur. Also, just because you're not winning right now doesn't mean that you can't be pushing to win, right? And so one of the arguments I make is in a lot of these deep blue areas, what ends up happening is Republicans just give up. So like they don't go into Philly here in Pennsylvania, and then predictably, well, what's that mean? Then the people of Philadelphia are never going to vote for you. By the way, I don't mean they don't go in, but you knew my point. They spend very little time there. So my recommendation is you don't have to change what you believe in order to entice people to vote for you. You just need to be able to explain to different groups of people based on their value system by what you believe is best for them to vote for. So I believe that you should vote for Republicans because XYZ. If you're a liberal, here's the reasons. If you're a conservative, here's the reasons. If you're Christian, here's the reasons. If you're Jewish, here's the reasons. You should be able to make that case. So to the federal level, what you could do is you could still be pushing to get into the game, talking to people, show people that like you as a conservative are someone who's living a life that's something that people could be proud of and they could look to because your actions are going to be more important than your words, and let people know that like, look, this is the policies that would be best for our state, for everyone. But yeah, it could be very frustrating. This is a problem in a lot of states. That it's a big geographic area. Not that New Hampshire is that big, but you know, by if we're looking at it in scale, you have these bigger urban areas in New Hampshire, which for New Hampshire would be a bigger urban area, and that's going to outweigh the vast majority of the rest of the state because there's less of a population there. So.
Well, it's actually funny that you mentioned that because the problem is becoming a bit more than that, and it's kind of the maybe I'm viewing it wrong, but kind of the way that it seems to be happening is because I mentioned the scenic tax earlier. The last time we tried to get rid of this was like back in 2009. And what happens is a lot of these towns become very very loose with how they wish to apply it. And so we do have a lot of lakes. And so kind of what's been happening is a lot of people in the state are becoming priced out in a sense. Where a lot of just because it seems like there was the flood from New York, and then that was like right after the beginning of the pandemic, and then towards the end we had a flood of people from Connecticut. And so the problem is now we have like, instead of the lower parts of the state, now it's starting to become like around these lake areas, like especially around like kind of the middle-ish towards the main side of things. There's just seems to be a lot of migration there. And so what's happening is like, I'm talking with a lot of locals lately, even small towns, like near, like kind of out in the middle of nowhere, like the Sullivan as an example. No one's going to know where the hell that is, but they have a lake there, and it's very unique. You have to do very distance delivery, but the taxes there, they can't have anything for their kids anymore. Like they're literally all getting priced out because they're being bought out in a sense, and so there's no local competition.
Yeah, no, I totally get it, right? And this isn't. We talked about this yesterday during the call-in show. The time running together for me here at this point, but yeah, the idea of like, well, what do you? Someone called in and was like, I live in the South. They have a very similar story to you, and it's like, you know, I'm in a rural area, and now all of a sudden, all these people from suburban and urban areas that are sort of left wingers are coming in, and they're buying up all the land and stuff, and they're pricing people out, and they have a vastly different culture than us, and we don't want these people. Yeah, it's something that's frustrating. You see this all over the place. A lot of people are moving out of the liberal hellholes that they've sort of created into sort of more conservative and rural type places, and then they go and they bring their same shitty policies there. It's very frustrating. The best you can hope to do is, to the best of your ability, balkanize around people that you feel are like-minded people. But yeah, there's no guarantee. And by the way, it's like that outside the scope of politics, right? You could say, hey, I'm going to live in a neighborhood next to my friends, a nice quiet neighborhood, right? And you do that, and then all of a sudden someone buys an apartment and puts college apartments in there. Right. And it's like, well, this fucking sucks. This wasn't what I intended. So I get this, and it does suck. But, you know, the best I could say is I don't know what you could do, like, legislatively. Like, could you run for some sort of position and mandate that people will not be allowed to move into your state? I don't think that's possible, right? And, you know, the truth is maybe you as an individual and your friends could say control, if you have pieces of land, who you're going to sell to, and say, no, I don't want to sell to, like, big city people, but the truth is most people are going to sell to the highest bidder, right? And so if wealthy people come in from the city, I mean, what do? Intentionally make your community shitty so that these people don't want to move in from the city? So it's one of these weird things. And I talked about this. I was like, it's not all bad, right? It's bad if they're massively changing the cultural makeup of an area. But, you know, if someone moves in and all of a sudden they build a plant and all of a sudden it's providing jobs and money for the local area, yeah, that's good. But it's inevitable. We're going to see that people from cities are going to start to transition to moving to more rural and suburban places. I just think that's going to happen because I think that what you're going to see is the affordability crisis is going to mean that less and less people, even those that are making good money, are going to be able to afford or want to live in these cities. And there's something... We live in a society now where it used to be, because of our lack of interconnectivity, that if you were in some sort of business and you're making a lot of money, you were probably in a central hub like New York City or Chicago or Los Angeles or something like that. And now you don't have to be. You could run a company in some rural area thanks to like modern technology. And so you could be, you know, Zoom calling every day or, you know, basically doing things digitally that formerly it would have been like, no, we all have to be in person in a big location. So that's going to lead to more wealthy people from the city saying, hey, I don't have to live in the city for work anymore. I could move out and do stuff. Now, obviously, this is not universal. There's going to be exceptions to the rule. But I think it's a shame. It really is. I haven't seen that where I'm at. In my specific area, we haven't seen a lot of people moving in from like a vastly different culture, like a lot of people like big academics or something like that from New York City or something. We haven't seen a lot of that. But I do know people in communities it's happened to, and it sucks.
Yeah, well, it's like it does suck because the problem is like we didn't have such a massive homeless situation either. Like that was also the biggest change too, because I did grow up around the Keene area, and it's been a liberal sort of place, but it's been relatively fine. You know, the population was minor, but then all of a sudden the migration happened, and all of a sudden it's like there are literal encampments everywhere along the highway, and their only solution is to build more shelters, and to just build more shelters and more shelters and more shelters. and they will just bounce all they will do is keep them there for a period of time, and then they'll bounce them to the other city. And they've been playing ping pong, essentially, is what they do here. And it's just a lot of the locals are just kind of getting raked over the coals for it.
Yeah, it sucks. It really does.
That was a Logical Thought yesterday's call-in show.
Yes,
that was
you're
the
right.
Machinist.
Yeah.
Just thought you ought to know. Give a shout out to the call-in.
Yeah. So, all right. Well, hey, I appreciate it, Rundar. Sorry, I got like some stilted way of talking here as I'm up to like hour 30.
No, I get it.
Well, don't worry. I brought in a new co-host for us. He decided he wanted to wait.
He's adorable, by the way, Iris.
He's looking great.
This is the greatest. In case you guys haven't seen, we'll bring him into the 24-hour stream. I'll bring him for you, Rudolph. This right here, the official baby Avarice, everybody.
Adorable.
Live at home and on stream. Look at this handsome man. He looks just like his father. So there we go. There we go. Look at that.
I'll go ahead and pop out. I know you said your ex is a little bonkers. Is it still bonkers, or would we perhaps be able to talk a bit more over message there sometime?
Oh yeah, you could message me on that. I thought you meant ex like an ex-girlfriend. I was like, oh shit, what? I said that somewhere. I was like, oh no, what the hell was I talking about? No.
Now that
you can DM me an ex. Yeah.
Now he figured out how to get his message request.
Yeah, now he's got to figure out how to make it work.
I'm getting there. I'm learning. Yeah.
All right.
Well, hey, I appreciate the call, Runder. I really do. But yeah, go ahead and message me, man.
Will do. Awesome. Thank you.
A few weeks, a few days.
I was like, what the fuck? Like, I was like, what I was talking about an ex? You know what's funny? Like, this is gonna make me sound like a total tool. I don't really have an ex. Like, there was one girl that I dated pseudo seriously, but it was only like 3 months. That's about it. So, you know, I kind of got lucky that the first girl I was ever like really serious in a long-term interest was the one I ended up marrying. So I wasn't one.
Man, I went through a roller coaster relationship. Did you? I'm just here. I'm just jealous. I'm just like, I wish I was just had like 2, 1. You know?
No, I was never like a big like, you know, casual hookup guy, and I wasn't someone that did like a lot of dating, like date someone for 3-4 weeks and be like, nope, not for me. I just sort of, I think part of it was I had low self-esteem, and part of it was also just, I don't know what it was. I just didn't have an interest in like sort of, I had a lot of friends, and I thought that like that as far as like socially having things to do, I already had a lot of people. So it wasn't something that was like fresh in my mind, and I didn't know. I guess I always just put it off like, yeah, someday I'll meet a lady and like I'll settle down. But I wasn't like actively looking when I met Courtney. And then when I met Courtney and we went, you know, I was like, I'll tell this story. Like, I met her at this party. And I've told the story about that. But then her, our mutual friend, comes to my house like the next day and it's like, hey, did you like her? You know, your wife, or well, not my wife. Did you like Courtney? And I was like, yeah. She's like, I think she likes you. You should call her. And I thought she was just being polite. So I didn't call her for like 2 weeks. And then finally she shows back up and was like, what the fuck? Why didn't you call her? Like, she's upset. I was like, oh, okay. So I called her and then we ended up going out. But yeah, that was basically it. I wasn't actively searching for anyone. So yeah, I didn't. I was gonna say, I hope I wasn't talking about an ex. What kind of bullshit was I spreading on here? It's because it's not really true. Let's see. Nate, $5 says EOD. I also owe you a visit to your channel. Yes, EOD's great. Check out his channel. Cherry Blue, thanks for becoming a member. Also, cute baby in that pic. Did you see it? Look at that baby. There's a cutie too.
Hey.
Oh, by the way, a special shout out to my friend Carlos, who's been made a grandpa again. Sent me some cute baby pics as well. So everybody having babies. Carlos, a great dude, and I couldn't be happier for him as well. So Carlos, if you're watching, I know you're probably not right now, but Carlos is a great dude, and congrats to him too. Lavin, $20 says, Republicans need to care more about the states they view as flyover states because, as you said, that's where all the establishment rhinos come from. You'd all be purple in 10 years, and the Republican Party doesn't care. I couldn't agree more. Absolutely. There's our friend Logical Thought. Yes, right on cue. $5 says I feel his pain. Yeah, that was the exact conversation we had, Logical Thoughts, yesterday. And then look at this absolute Chad. Our friend Unforced Ego, $100 says, congratulations, Avers. Thank you, Unforced Ego. And yeah, again, congrats, Avers. Also to the initials AK, $10 sent in PayPal. Says, keep up the great work, Rob. Thanks so much. I really appreciate it. Wrongfully, he says. So
Fantastic.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Someone, now listen, I don't mean to be a big jerk here, but can we get just like a $2 dono over on Rumble? Just to let me know everyone's alive. 42 people watching on Rumble. I'm very proud of that. I really am.
Dude, I'm just
I
proud.
love my Rumble.
We held over 200 the entire night. You know, like analytically wise, like we had over 200 viewers through the entire night.
We're doing great. We're pushing forward. Now, I actually was excited.
No, listen. Hold on. Let me interrupt you. Sorry, Pisco. Yeah, I've been waiting for you. I actually sent you a message on your X because I couldn't get a hold of you to bring you in the back. So if you see a message on X from Lost to Avarice, that was me giving you the link.
But the link's also up top.
The link's also, yeah, but I thought that he was going to go live. So just in case he went over to his and he didn't save it over, I sent him an X message because, you know, I like to keep the back all organized.
Yep.
So,
all right. As we wait for Pisco, I'll move Pisco to the front of the queue just because I'm half falling asleep.
I know that there's somebody here. It is literally coming just for a second. So let me bring that person up. How's that?
Yeah, go ahead. Real quick. Yeah.
There we
Hey,
go.
what's up, Providence?
Hey.
How you guys? Sorry, the sun is just coming up.
I feel that.
Just a couple things. Now, Rob, if you need to go to bed, you cut it and go to bed.
Oh no, we got a Pisco here. So I knew you were coming up because you were looking at the baby. So I knew you were just doing. This is what she looked like back there, Rob. Ready?
That's how it looks like me, like looking at dinner. Like
I know. I've been, and he does look just the brow ridge, the nose. He looks just like Daddy. And he, I don't know if he probably hasn't even had his first official doctor visit yet, but
Monday.
He's a big boy. What was his weight?
7 pounds, 15 ounces.
He looks like he's gonna just really grow.
He was 22 inches long.
How tall are you, Avarice?
6 foot.
You're
that
6
tall.
feet.
Yeah, I'm not that tall.
That's decently tall. I'll bet you he'll be 6'2". He's beautiful. Congratulations.
Yeah, he's a handsome man.
Yeah, he is a handsome man, and oftentimes the boys look just like the moms. It switches back and forth, and the daughters look like the dads. My son, who's in his 40s, looks just like me. It's ghastly. I look more like a man. He's very manly looking, and but we're identical. We always were. But thank you for showing him to us.
How's your verbal combat appearance going there, Bass Grandma?
My what?
Your verbal combat appearance.
Oh, my verbal combat. Yeah, that's tonight, isn't it? Are you guys gonna be
I'll be watching. Don't worry. Me and Baby Avarice will be in the corner going.
Yeah, I don't know. It'll depend upon everything. And last time I came out a little too vociferously, but this time I understand now, and I understand they'll kick you out if you're, if they want to.
If you need me to come in and spurg on them for you, Bass Grandma, you let me know.
I
will come in just.
I will. No, if you get the feeling of that, just go ahead and do it. How do you? Every time, because I can give so little, and I want to talk about this a tiny bit before I go. I won't take up too much of your time. How do we do it on PayPal where they don't take your money?
Do cash out. I'm not going to tell you because technically it's unethical. You could put friends and family discount, but the purpose for that's like you're sending money to someone in a pinch that's a family member. That's not really so Cash App doesn't take any money. So that's Cash App $RobNoer. But Yeah.
Okay, or I'll just do it on YouTube. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, and then
I
just
just want
use,
to
even PayPal. Trust me though, even with PayPal, it takes very little compared to places like YouTube. So
yeah, just use promo code Avarice for 0% off.
0% off. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll do something. So I wanted to really quickly last night that all those people you were talking to, Purple Guy and Mumbler.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And Fluffy Head, Foof Head guy.
Side note, Andrew, I told you didn't come out looking as ugly as me. I told you, Andrew.
It's not unethical PayPal. What's up, Andrew? Go ahead, Premonition. What's happening?
Well, the bottom line is I see it. Everybody's talking around the issue, trying to be politically correct and yada, yada. And the way I see it, we've been so horrifically damaged by this, pile on, pile in. And what it's done to us, and I'm looking, like I said, I'm looking up at the Sierras. They're beautiful, but what it has done to us without even us seeing it, like in our faces, and being chased around by people. We have gone from an upper middle class, steady for forever, all the way back, to barely making it. And everybody dancing around, oh, what do we do with this group? And what do we do with that group? And no. And you know what? Kick them. All of them. Like I've said before, get the jets. Every jet in the country. I'm not joking. It's like if somebody said, do you want to be the one that presses the red button? Give it to me. Give me the red button. I'll press the red button. Nobody else wants to do it. Give me the red button. But and I know it sounds ludicrous, but it's really not. If they wanted to really save this country and the American people within it, they would get every single jet available in the country, load them up for the next 3 years, and get them going in a circle.
Every illegal should be deported. I agree with that.
Every single one. Because they're killing us.
Yeah, I think that I totally agree with it. And listen, like, I know that it's something that it's like, it might not, obviously I don't mind starting with the people that are the worst offenders, etc. I get that. But I think that we need to make it clear that no one that is here illegally is welcome to stay. If there are people that are beneficial to the country, they could go and possibly get in line to return the legitimate way. But yes, I agree that we should deport every illegal at this point. Totally.
I don't care about the ones that are beneficial to this country. You know why? I'm extremely smart. The American people, look at your audience. These people you've got, and these are primarily middle-class people. These are very smart people. Americans are very smart and have ingenuity. Again, we built the Hoover Dam. We didn't go to the moon crap. Yes, we did. Okay. I just think when we landed, we didn't go where they showed us that we went, but we've been there. My great-grandfather is the one that came up with the method through which they measured the exact distance from the Earth to the moon on the first moon landing. The thing that he didn't have anything to do with it. He just made the suggestion. Like I told you, I could think outside the box. So could he. And he thought outside the box and gave them a suggestion, which they put on the ship, which they put up there. And it's just a mirror. And they used light. They bounced light back and forth to measure the exact distance from the Earth to the moon. We are very smart people. We don't need anybody. We need us. And there are homeless veterans. There are homeless Americans. And I'm sick of this. I can no longer watch the news. I can't watch it because of this. And you know what? Reagan, I loved Reagan. But when he made 3 million people legal, he said, okay, I'm going to make 3 million of you illegal. It was like, all right, okay, here we go. That was,
Reagan made a deal, and it's a common deal you see with the Democrats. The Democrats like, trust us. If you just grant amnesty, the ones are here. We promise that we're going to have secure borders. They don't. The truth is, the Democrats want the mass importation of people. They lied to us and told us that we were racist for suggesting they'd want to give them a pathway to citizenship and vote. Chuck Schumer admitted as much during the election season that, of course, the ideal is to give every illegal person here a pathway to citizenship eventually. They gaslight and try to shame you into not noticing the truth in front of your eyes. And that's why the numbers were so bad under Joe Biden and they lied to you for so long. It wasn't because Joe Biden made a big whoopsie. It's because Joe Biden intentionally wanted this amount of people to come in. That's why that's why these amount of people did come in and they did nothing. And then he rapidly, during an election season, when he saw that it was a voting issue, said, oh shit, now that people care about this, I have to pretend like I give a shit about this. So Premonition, I gotta let you go though. Thank you so much. We always appreciate it.
Baby. Thank you. And
Thank
you
you.
don't
Oh,
go
thank
too
you so
long
much.
and not get any sleep, boys.
Oh no, I'm doing good. I'm actually gonna have to go in the back for this one, so I'm gonna let these two wrangle it out. So
Okay.
me and you are both heading
great.
out.
Thank you, you guys. You guys have a
Take it
wonderful
easy,
day.
Have a
Premonition.
good
Yes,
one,
you
Prem.
too.
All right, time to bring up the next guest. You ready, or do you want a second?
Hey, what's up, Pisco? How you doing
All right,
today?
I'm heading to the back. Enjoy.
Turn your hat around. What the fuck are you doing wearing your hat backwards? You're muted.
Is that better? Can you hear me?
Yes. There you go.
Yo, how are you? 24-hour stream, hey?
Yeah, 14 hours in. A little tired.
Holy
Doing
crap,
all right,
man. I feel like this is a tradition. You do this like every year, right?
I usually just do it on like the even number years during election, so I try to do it before the election. But yeah, I was gonna do this next weekend, but then I was close to debating at America Fest. Actually, I don't even think America Fest when I looked into the details. I was gonna debate Brian Shapiro. Me and Jake Rattlesnake were gonna debate Brian Shapiro and someone. But Alex Stein's going to debate him instead. So I bumped this up because it was supposed to be next Friday. So I bumped it up and then that fell through. So that's why it was today. So,
well, I just want to say, speaking of like the election years where you do the reactions, I was just talking to Counterpoint, so I know is your very most favorite real Republican, actual real Republican. And he said that your reaction to the 2025 elections, that you were quite angry and upset with a lot of things, but particularly congressional Republicans.
Yes.
So I wanted to start first, instead of in our usual combative fashion, just getting your take on like, what the fuck is happening with your party? What's the losses? What's going on? Is this a mirage or is stuff bad for the congressional Republicans?
I think that it's what it's always been since Trump's first term. And there's criticism to be had of Trump here, which is that the people that are sort of the more establishment people in the party, the ones that like Jeb Bush, the Mitt Romneys of the world, formerly you would have seen John McCain, Jeff Flake, those types of people, they don't like Trump. And a lot of these policies that they're putting forth, they don't like, and they don't want to announce that because they know it'd be the kiss of death because it's basically Trump's party now. And so they're basically intentionally ineffectual. And it's one thing to be ineffectual when it comes to legislative matters, right? To not be passing things, but they're incapable of actually even saying things for a narrative that would make people think that there are, possible attempts being made to make their lives better. So I don't think Republicans in Congress have done jack shit. And the only two bills of any relevance that they passed were the big, beautiful bill, which I'm willing to accept if we're going to have mass amounts of spending, if it means doing these mass deportation. I'm unsatisfied, and I see that Trump's giving counter signals to suggest that a lot of illegals will be allowed to stay. So I don't think it was worth spending if that's the case. If you can't do the things that you're promising involving deportations and shit, then at least be fiscally responsible. I don't see that occurring. And then they passed a CS that was literally just the same CS that Democrats have passed before. And the Democrats are so good at pushing their messaging that the Democrats actually pushed that the exact same CS that they formerly supported was actually like a shame for them to have to swallow it. And that was a victory for Republicans.
That was like me on Live and Learn. No, it is really funny watching the mirror of these conversations. Sorry, I'm going to be a little bit louder because people are saying that I should be louder.
It must be on your end. You sound fine on my end, so it might be for your audience. You're muted now. I can unmute you if you want. Oh, okay.
Cool. How about now? Testing.
Yep. You're good.
Cool. So I'm just going to be a little bit louder because I can see my levels. I don't know why they're heading off. It's so interesting watching how these conversations happen in two different contexts, because you're right. In the live and learn sphere, I was like incensed that we allowed this CR to go through. And yeah, it's just like a very different take on sort of the messaging of the Democrats. I'm very often highly critical of people like Schumer and our leadership at being shit messengers and not being able to deliver the right message. Maybe we're talking about different contexts, but it's correct to say that your support of the bill was contingent on a particular kind of immigration enforcement that you're not seeing right now.
Correct. That's how I felt about the big, beautiful bill. I was up in the air. There's a lot of things about Trump's policies I feel that way, right? Tariffs are one thing. We could talk about that. The Venezuelan strikes. The idea that the hoax that you all fell for this double tap shit's hilarious, right? That was clearly bullshit from the onset. But the idea of even if it's even if we accept that it would be legal to attack these Venezuelan boats and shit, should we? I certainly don't want to see war with Venezuela. I guess in the grand scheme of things, as someone who's been against interventionism around the world, I find it more palpable to possibly deal with bad actors that are literally directly on their way and doing things in the United States than random people in Libya, Syria, which not only has Obama bombed and Biden bombed, so Trump. So I find it more egregious, like Trump's bombing of Syria in the past, than his bombing these Venezuelan boats. But that doesn't mean I'm exactly thrilled about the bombing of the Venezuelan boats. If it's true that this would precipitously decline, like cartels' influence in the United States, fentanyl coming in and other things, then I guess that I could accept it. It's very similar to the bombing of Iran. But what I will say is I feel that one of the reasons that Trump's polling numbers, particularly with young people, is doing so bad right now is because the focus of his presidency at this point, undoubtedly, at least for the last 3 to 4 months, has been foreign policy. And I don't think the people in this country give two shits about foreign policy anymore. They're tired of not being able to afford groceries. They're tired of the median household, our first-time home buyer, being 41 years old. They can't afford their house. They can't afford health care. They can't afford groceries. Most of this is because of the disastrous policies of your party and Joe Biden, where we saw inflation go through the roof. But nonetheless, Trump's not even selling the message that, hey, we've stemmed the bleeding, but we understand people are still hurting. It's the same mistake that the Biden administration made, right? They should have been out there from day one saying, yeah, you're absolutely right that people are suffering immensely economically. We blame Trump. Instead, they were like, one of the greatest economies ever, Jack. Inflation's transitory. And I was like, what a fucking terrible messaging. Now Republicans and the Trump administration make the same mistake, and they deserve to be punished for it because it's insulting to people that have been struggling in this country for a long time, that were more focused about fucking Ukraine and bombing Iran and Israel and bombing Venezuelan boats, as far as I'm concerned. Not to say that in a vacuum, each of those things are the worst thing in the world, but the priorities are all wrong in my opinion.
I definitely want to get into, hopefully we can get into the strikes at some point. I understand that you're against them on policy grounds, but
well, I don't know that I'm against them. My guts to be against them, but yes, that's what I would say.
Got it. So you're saying you're withholding judgment as of now, but your inclination is to be against them.
Correct.
I do want to get into that, and also your contention that the second strike, whatever, is a hoax. But I do want to more broadly get your view on the challenges of the party right now. Initially, from your perspective, I think that there's always something valuable to be gained, because I do see a lack of policy coherence from the administration. It seems like half of the people have different ideas than each other. Half of them have their foot out the door preparing for 2028. And I don't know, like a lot of I can understand from the MAGA perspective, for someone who actually believed in this, what I think is like the weaponization hoax on behalf of the Obama and Biden Departments of Justice, et cetera, or Russiagate, all that stuff, that there's plenty of reason to be disappointed with how Trump is performing, with his personnel decisions, with how they're messing up, even just on like procedural grounds, on competence grounds. The Lindsey Halligan appointment, right? That was a mess that didn't need to happen.
Well, now wait. The Halligan appointment itself, it's not that I have as much of a problem. What I have a problem with, where it's actually legitimate criticism, was her indictment of Comey, right? Where they had to know that there was going to be a challenge to her appointment, and the dumb fucks didn't even have anyone else sign off on the indictment.
Right.
So you literally had the one person sign off on the indictment basically by herself, that you knew there was going to be legitimate questions about whether or not she'd be appointed.
So that's my point, Rob.
That's egregious.
Even assuming that like all these cases, and we have very differences of a print of cases, even assuming that the cases are, they ought to go out against these people for the various things they're going after them for. Between you and me, I think the Bolton investigation is more justified. It seems like there probably is some. I haven't had a deep look at it, but it looks like a more solid case than the others. But putting aside the substance,
I hope he goes down hard. Fuck that piece of shit. I've hated him forever.
Yeah, no, I don't. Yeah, I don't think you've ever liked Bolton. But it does seem though that like even taking on the values of someone who's against the swamp, you have Epstein, you have the Comey and Letitia James indictments, which have been disastrous just from like a competency perspective. Pam Bondi in terms of optics, Kash Patel in terms of optics. We're getting reports of the FBI is like pissed about his ego and the trips and the patches and misinformation sometimes on like active investigations when he's like in a New York restaurant tweeting about, we found the killer, we didn't find the killer, we're still looking for him. So in terms of, part of the appeal of Trump, and I know this isn't your specific pitch because you've always had problems with the people around Trump, or at least that's what I take as the cope. But that's your position. Your position is that he surrounds himself with people who give him conflicting, stupid, bad advice, etc. That hasn't been alleviated in Trump 2.0.
No, and I think you're absolutely right about most of the stuff you're saying with personnel. I think Pam Bondi's a fucking joke. I really do. Like, she should have lost her job with the original Epstein debacle. Like before, I'm going to get to like smacking your worldview here, but like to criticize, unlike you, what I'll do is happily criticize the shit out of the people I vote for. So with Trump, like, I think that just starting back, the Epstein business, one of the worst political mistakes I've ever seen. Not even a mistake. It's just fucking damn near unforgivable, right? Say what you will about the Epstein files, and there's legitimate reasons that Trump wouldn't want them released, even though he suggested that maybe he would during the campaign trail. But what's not excusable in any way, shape, or form is that his core base that he alluded to, this Epstein issue being an important issue, he literally told them he did not want their support anymore if they cared about this issue, which is Politics 101. You don't tell people to not support you. He should be telling Democrats, you should support me. Republicans, you should support me. So to take an issue that he basically promised on, that many of his supporters think is a very important issue in these Epstein files, and say, trust me, bro, it's all a Democratic hoax, and if you don't believe that, I don't want your support anymore, was a fucking joke. And that came off the heels of Pam Bondi's absolute debacle and joke, where she waffled like 17 times, it seemed, including the disastrous photo op of giving these Republican influence this binder of basically bullshit that had already been made public. Then she tried to cover.
You blame the administration for that, right? You don't blame the influencers. You kind of see them more as like.
Oh yeah, I absolutely blame the administration and not the influencers, because I truly believe the influencers were like, well, hell, we didn't know what was in there. We were there for some other meeting on other things, and they're like, we got exciting news. So they're like, wow, we're gonna get this shit that we wanted for a while. And then when they open it up after the photo op, they're like, what the fuck is this shit? It's all the stuff that's already been made public. This is nothing. Right? And then what's even worse for Bondi after that, remember she said like a day or two after, didn't she say like, oh, evidence was withheld from me and it's all sitting on my desk now.
Yeah. So
and that was all bullshit. And then they were like, well, nothing got released. And if I want to like try to be as charitable as possible, which I don't, but if I wanted to, I could say, well, maybe the shit she was looking at for whatever, reasons it has to remain hush hush. Maybe it's, classified and blah, blah, blah. So now she has to pretend it never existed. I don't care. Optically, it was a nightmare. And Pam Bondi's done other shit like this. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, John Smolleman was kind of sort of all people pushing back against her a month ago because she was
right. Not Smolleman, John Solomon. You're right.
Solomon, yeah. Because he had said something like I was seeing this story where she came out and was like, "Can you believe that like the investigation into like they got the phone records of was it Trump or was it one of the senators?" And Solomon's like, "Right, this has been public information for 8 months." Right. Yeah. And you're coming, and Pam Bondi's like releasing a statement like she just found out about this. This is fucking amateur hour. Now, is it? I've heard people like Shipwrecked and others that like cover legal shit on X claiming, I don't know if this is true, but claiming when it comes to like a lot of the procedural shit that's made its way to the Supreme Court, a lot of the victories that Trump's experienced is because of her influence or possibly because of her Tim. Maybe that's true, but she's a disaster on the issues I think are the most important, and I think she's been optically a nightmare. Kash Patel, same thing. Dan Bongino, the same thing. Big bullshit talkers when they weren't there. Like, I'm fine with saying you're wrong about something, right? And so if it's like, no, trust me, bro, we're here now and we looked at the Epstein files and there's no there. That's possible. That could be. But then you owe us an explanation for why you were so wrong before your time in government. And you haven't given, especially Bongino, who had a talk show that talked about this shit all the time. Like for example, I talk about like shit like, the Burisma scandal and shit like that. Let's say that Trump appoints me to the FBI and they're like, here's all the books, man, look at this. And I look at it and I'm like, holy fuck, I was wrong, right? I would owe people an explanation. I might not be able to talk about classified material I saw, but I'd be like, look, I saw this and I was wrong, and here's what I got that was wrong. But we didn't get shit all like that from Bongino or Patel. And I think that that's ridiculous, and it erodes trust in them from the perspective of me, someone who supported them. So
I heard that from Sam Harris, who I think he gave such a great example, which is like, we can apply it to me right now. Suppose that Pisco comes out and says, I'm actually, I regret my vote for Harris. I'm supporting Trump. I'm full MAGA now. And I just didn't explain what caused me to like drop all of my prior criticisms of Trump or consider him the lesser of two evils or whatever. You would want like some kind of accounting for your audience, for your credibility. You made these arguments for the longest time. And for Bongino, this was like a point where he even claimed certainty. He said, I'm 100% certainty. I think this is on the bomb, right? On the pipe bomb. And I have to say, Rob, we'll get into it, where a lot of MAGA media has been pushing, even against this, like a woman who was a part of the Capitol Police, and the Blaze TV had a little report on it. And there's no accountability, right? Like Bongino, at a bare minimum, I think deserves, the American people or his audience deserve an apology for what occurred. I do think that from a MAGA perspective, it makes you worry about the credibility. That said, I have to think, as between Bondi and Barr, the way you talk about Bondi, and you are excruciating about Barr, but the way you talk about Bondi is almost like worse. And does that have to do with a disappointment or something? Because Bondi, one thing that Trump can't say is like, Trump loves Bondi. Trump it doesn't have a complaint about Bondi. And so is that why it offends you more? Because it's closer to who like Trump is maybe, and Trump less plausible deniability? Or is it because, you think that Bondi's more incompetent, or Bill Barr is just like, you kind of priced in that he was a shill, but you were always kind of critical of Bondi.
I think Bill Barr was basically someone that was there to check Trump and make sure that he didn't aggressively go after establishment interest. And so I would put that in the realm of sort of corruption, loosely, like is what I would say. I think Pam Bondi's just brutally incompetent. And I was definitely, it depended on when you heard me, like I was flipping shit about Bill Barr back in 2020, and I was arguing with a bunch of QAnon people all the time. So I don't know that I've been more aggressive on Bondi. Right.
Yeah,
I don't know if
you were
I'm
arguing from the side of QAnon. So for the audience, he was arguing with the QAnoners who were saying Bill Barr has us. There's a plan, and Bill Barr is going to get to the bottom of it. And he was arguing with me, saying Bill Barr is corrupt and in the pocket for Trump, and him basically saying no, he's here as an op to fuck up with Trump. So
correct.
You were criticizing Barr.
Yeah. So Bondi, though, I think is incumbent. Maybe the reason it sounds more harsh now with Bondi is because it's more look, this was always the problem with Trump 2.0, right? From the perspective of you wanted to out corruption. The reason that Trump was my third choice and I had Vivek and DeSantis ahead of him was because it's the same thing that is good and bad about him. It was the wild card about him. He was there no matter what you think. If you supported Trump, if your issue was drain the swamp, did Trump drain the swamp in his first 4 years? No, he didn't. He appointed a bunch of swamp people. So he had his chance. Would he do it this time? But the counter to that is, but now that they've gone after him aggressively, this time he's learned his lesson. And I was like, we'll see. I don't think so. And I think it's clear he hasn't learned his lesson. And so now that's probably why it's even more disappointing this time, because you just roll your eyes and you're like, well, okay, I guess you haven't learned your lesson, because like the truth is, even after 2 assassination attempts, the truth is, like, you would straight up, you would want like immediate investigations into Trump and to jail him for all sorts of shit after he's done, right?
100%, yeah.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen. Democrats are going to do that, and that's what people like you in the base want. And unlike Republicans that are like, we want people that are corrupt like James Comey in jail, or people that are corrupt like John Brennan in jail, that won't happen. But you guys will go through with it, just like you went through with the bullshit charges against Trump the first time. Because you have no problem with using the lawfare. Republicans won't do it.
Obviously, I take a different view about whether it is lawfare, but I will say that there are a lot of copers, and I would include in this I would include in this Destiny, to be honest. I saw a debate he had about what's the fucking name of it? A Nuremberg style commission for MAGA people.
Dude that says he's a Destiny fan wants to debate me on that.
Yeah, but like one of the problems here is, I am not going to support charges against Trump that I view to be unfounded in law or moored to some kind of constitutional standard.
So what charge would you go for? Just to be curious, what do you want him locked up for?
I think that I would want him locked up for, at a bare minimum, murder, war crimes. This is related to, I mean, I know you're gonna laugh because you don't.
Did you suggest the same about Obama when he killed an American citizen without a trial?
No,
of course you didn't.
That was an authorized strike, and we could talk about
Doesn't matter. It's not authorized to the point where it was an American citizen.
Yeah, it is.
No,
Yes,
I disagree.
Okay, we can get into it, but because I want to talk about the assassinations for a second. I definitely want to talk about this. So I'm not dodging the comparison to the Milwaukee strike or anything like that. But you're correct that we want to see prosecutions of Trump and a lot of these cronies underneath him. And the problem, though, is, and where I think the cope is I don't think there's going to be a lot of opportunities to actually charge people from the administration. For one, they're going to pardon everybody, and I think that's like for sure going to happen. And to the extent that the Supreme Court isn't adjusted or enlarged, which I don't really see a big appetite for currently among a needed set of Congress, the executive immunity imposed by Trump versus the United States is going to cover a lot of the things that I think are criminal, except for the prosecutions, prior to the immunity decision in the first place, which again, I just don't really see that there's going to be a lot of opportunity, and there's going to be plenty of like legal issues that Trump will be able to raise. And so I'm less optimistic about the potential for these kinds of charges and actually having a pathway to them. But on the actual, you are taking the view that there's some urgency here. I think that's a correct assessment that Trump, if he really wanted to make an impact and if he wants to do what he said he wanted to do, there is an urgency. And it's not 2 years and it's not 4 years. It was 1 year. The place where I see you most emphasize this, and this is where I want to get the question, then we can get into the challenges and the debates and the worldview stuff. On the Charlie Kirk stuff, I hear you say you had a certain amount of time, X amount of time to use this narrative, and that kind of plays into your initial position that Republicans suck at the narrative. And I'm just like, what else did you want to happen? Like, what other action did they fail to do in that moment to take advantage of the assassination of Kirk? And sort of play into the urgency, which I agree is there for a MAGA supporter or whatever, because the movement is looking to be on its decline. There needs to be some either ideological core or some successor to it, and maybe that'll be Fuentes or the Groypers. Who the fuck knows? At this point, there's some kind of civil war.
You all deserve it. I hope that you get that.
Oh, you guys deserve each other. And you should deserve.
No. The next person that'll come after Trump's going to be far harsher against you people, and you all deserve it.
Wait, I agree with that it's going to be worse before it gets better. I just don't think we deserve it. That said,
of course, that's what you get for the lawfare and the corruption against
Trump. Talk to me about the Kirk assassination. What did you want to happen that didn't happen? Then we can get into more divisive stuff.
You remember how you guys scream January 6th every time you talk about Trump and the insurrection and all that? Of course, then, by the way, you excuse the massive amounts of insurrections by your own definition we see Democrats doing on a near daily basis now. Nonetheless, you'll admit that, right? You don't really care about insurrections?
I do care about insurrection.
That's not true.
About all insurrections equally, though.
Okay, so you care about the Democrat-led insurrections?
Which Democrat-led insurrections are you referring to?
You don't know. You don't know if there were any insurrections.
What you're referring to.
Take a guess. What do you think I'm talking about?
You might be referring to certain conduct against ICE officers in California.
Yes, which are insurrections, correct?
Some of them, I think, would fit the definitional test of insurrection.
Okay, so any time that we had 2 or more people for a public purpose, according to your definition, for a public purpose that used violence or intimidation, right, in order to interfere with the course of law enforcement, this would mean that anytime 2 or more people, of a law, were gathered to prevent ICE from detaining people and push them, shove them, use violence, intimidation, that would be an insurrection.
It's that just is analytically what insurrection is.
Okay, so how many times do you think that's happened?
I don't have an accounting of it, but
more
again,
than a dozen times.
We're grounding out to the same discussion we had before, Rob.
I'm asking the question. How many times do you
I don't know is the answer.
Why are you not concerned with that?
What do you mean? I am concerned with that, and I think that it should be stopped.
So you don't even have an estimation of how many times that's occurred?
No, I don't.
Do you like literally? I'm not asking for a specific. Do you think it was more than 5 times?
I'm not sure. I just told you I don't know.
You don't know. Well, then it seems like you're not that concerned about it.
What do you mean?
I mean, I think that you would at least have some ballpark idea of how many times that's occurred.
You're concerned with murder, aren't you?
Yes.
Do you know the statistics of murder all over the country?
No, I don't know the statistics of murder, and yet I have a general idea. Insurrections are clearly something that should be more rare, and there would be more concern from a political perspective than just murder.
When you say clearly, I mean, what's the argument for that? Clearly, it should be more.
When it comes to a political perspective, when we have insurrections against the government of the United States, that would seem to be something that you would pay a little more attention to. Yeah, I don't really like insurrections, but I don't know. I haven't paid attention to how many times this has occurred. But let me ask you this: would it shock you? Would it shock you if it's occurred more than 30 times?
More than 30 times, meaning the definitional test of insurrection?
Yeah.
Would it shock me? No.
Yeah. You think that's entirely possible?
I think it's by possible. Do you mean logically possible?
Yeah.
Yes,
No, I don't mean just logically possible. I mean, given what you know, do you think, that could be true? It could have been that many times.
The answer is I don't know. I thought I've answered this question 3 times.
No. It's not that you don't know. It's you're being willfully obtuse here. You know that that's a distinct possibility.
When you say possibility, do you mean logically possible?
No, I don't mean logically possible.
What do you mean by possible?
I mean, given that someone that at least remotely pays attention to the news, you know that there have been many, many, many incidents that have occurred since Trump's second term.
I don't
where
know
you've
that.
had at least 2 people.
I just told you I don't know that.
When you've had at least 2 people that have used violence or intimidation to prevent ICE from executing their duties. You know that's true.
I just told you I don't know that, right? Did you hear me?
Then I think you're being willfully obtuse.
Okay. I mean,
it's clear to me when it is insurrection, when it's insurrections that are supported by Democratic politicians or based on causes that Democratic politicians, all of a sudden you don't have a problem with it.
Oh no, when did I say I didn't have a problem with it?
Well, the fact that you're not even remotely paying attention to them when we can see that these are occurring multiple times and you just really have no concern about it.
That doesn't follow. I just, I care about murder. I care about murder doesn't mean that I'm going to, spend all my time accounting for every single murder that occurs in the United States.
It's 2 completely different situations. Murder is something that happens because one is something that influences politics, a topic that you heavily pay attention to. And you spent the entirety of the lead up into the 2024 election making 2 arguments. One was the insurrection, the January 6th insurrection, and how big of a deal it was, and how anyone that engaged in an insurrection based on your loose interpretation of what engage would should not be allowed to run for office if they previously held an oath of office. And your other argument about the election was Tony Hinchcliffe made jokes about Puerto Ricans, and so we need to reject. Surprisingly, those arguments fell on their face. So given that you're hyper-focused on the importance of insurrections and not allowing people on the ballot under Section 3 of the 14th Amendment that engaged in them, it seems odd to me that when we see many, many, many Democrat insurrections, you're like, I don't know, I didn't really pay attention. I have no idea how many there are. It's easy to see through what you're doing.
Could it be that I consider the January 6th insurrection to be worse to other insurrections that meet the bare legal threshold, but I just don't consider them to be as bad? That could
it absolutely could be. Yet there was seemingly a severity that you put on insurrections in general. And certainly just because you think one's worse than the other, you would want equal application of the law, correct?
I would want equal application of the law. That's correct.
Okay, so then Section 3 of the 14th Amendment would apply to anyone who held an oath of office, who engaged in an insurrection, regardless if you think that insurrection is better or worse than previous insurrections, correct?
Correct. Section 3 should be enforced. Unfortunately, Congress now needs to pass law implementing it, but I'm in favor of that. And if someone meets the standard for engagement in insurrection,
what was that standard again? Engagement?
So engagement are volitional acts that are calculated to further an insurrection or incite one, to start one.
So would it be inciting to tell people that ICE is breaking the law?
No.
Of course it would.
Because you're just taking a loose meaning of incitement. That isn't like, for you, incitement is just anything that motivates someone.
And okay, so define what the engagement is. My understanding from reading what engagement was, it said, if we look at things like the insurrection of the Civil War, you could have engaged in an insurrection if you did something as simple as provide something of material value to the insurrectionist. For example, if there was an insurrectionist in the Civil War and then you saw one of their soldiers walking away and they were limping and you gave them a pair of shoes, that was technically you engaging in an insurrection, correct?
It depends on the specific motivation of the person. If that person's motivation in giving the shoes over to that individual is to further the insurrection then ongoing, that was considered engagement. And the reason why I say that, Rob, is because I'm just trying to use the term as it was used. And the problem is when you have an unmoored version of what insurrection is, then like, what is your vision of it, right? Like, how do you say that, like, I'm applying a loose definition without having some notion about what insurrection means? It kind of seems like you have this like notion that words have objective meanings and somehow the legal standard test isn't tracking the objective meaning
The
of term
legal,
insurrection.
if the legal standard test that you wanted to abide by, as I said, was too broad, and we would see that there would be dozens of insurrections that occurred, for example, during the lead up for the Black Lives Matter and the Trump administration. Of course, you weren't concerned about any of these insurrections, and post hoc, you were like, yeah, maybe there were some insurrections here. Now, after the election, after I told you that the definition you were talking about was one that wasn't the standard legal definition anymore because it happened probably hundreds of times since the last time that was enforced, and the courts have never enforced it. Now we see predictably again the Democrats are engaging in insurrections, and once more you hand wave. You're like, I don't know, I don't think they're that bad. I haven't really paid attention to them. Exactly as predicted.
Wait, I mean, I just don't know what you're getting at. You're kind of saying, like, because my reaction isn't as severe to the definitional insurrections that we're seeing, that therefore I don't care about insurrections in general.
That's true.
And that therefore my Jan 6 opinion was a pretext to hide political bias. But it just doesn't follow. I mean, you can
of course it follows. We see one insurrection on January 6th, even if you thought that it was the worst insurrection. And we have seen probably dozens upon dozens of insurrections based on your own definition against the Trump administration and enforcement officers. And you're like, I ain't really paying attention.
Okay.
It's clear to see your bias on this question.
This is the analogy I want to present you. You can answer it honestly. What's worse, a random murder by a gangbanger to another gangbanger, or the murder of Charlie Kirk? Which is worse?
Well, from an outside objective standard for the country, I think the murder of Charlie Kirk. Obviously,
Why?
there could
You're
be
not being
subject.
consistent. You're a hypocrite. You say
That's
that
not
you care
true
about
at
murders,
all.
and all you did was talk about the Charlie Kirk murder.
That's not true at all, right? To say that these insurrections are something that's serious and that's something we should pay attention to. In fact, it was one of your sole focus, like pretty much easily your primary focus of the election running up into the 20. Would you agree with that? Was January 6th and the insurrection?
That was the most prominent example used for my broader, most important issue to me, which is the rule of law and the Constitution.
Right.
But I'm not going to deny that
Democrats engaging. So the fact that we see insurrections happening over and over, it's clear that you thought insurrections were something that was important to focus on, right? Murder is something different. It's not something that we're looking at via a political context unless it's some sort of political assassination. It'd be the equivalent. It would be the equivalent if I said this. I think political assassinations are very bad. And you were like, oh, well, here's 7 Democrats that were killed in political assassinations. What do you think about that? I'm like, I don't know. I didn't really pay attention to that. Like, you'd be like, well, that seems odd. You seem to think political assassinations.
This is very trivially true, right? Like,
so true.
Yeah, no, it is. For example, so as between the assassination of the president of Haiti and the political assassination, let's say if it happened, of Trump, of course you would put even if Trump wasn't in office at the time when he was being shot, you would put more importance on the Trump assassination than some random one in a different country.
It has nothing to do with,
even in this country, if it were the case that like Charlie Kirk was assassinated, murdered, horrible. If he were murdered versus the sitting commander in chief, and let's even add a layer to that. Let's say that a sitting U.S. senator or a group of Democratic senators organized the assassination attempt of Donald Trump. Surely you would have more problem with that than the killing of Charlie Kirk.
It's not a matter of more
foreign.
It's not a matter of more of a problem. That's not the issue I'm taking umbrage with. It's that you're completely lack of interest in it. For example, a better example would say if I say I'm against political violence and I talk about political violence that happened all through Black Lives Matter and I talk about political violence against ICE and you're like, okay, did you say anything? Like, what do you think about the political violence we saw at Charlottesville January 6th? And I said, I don't really know about those issues. You'd say, bullshit. You don't know about those? No, I didn't. I don't know about them.
Wait, hang on. I didn't say I didn't know about them. I said I don't have an accounting for them. I know some of the incidents, but there's...
okay, you don't have to have an accounting for each exact one. That I get, but you would have some sort of estimation for how many times you think
why is that your intuition that I would have some sort of idea of it?
Because if you're remotely paying attention, you would notice anytime you saw 2 or more people that engaged in violence or intimidation to prevent ICE from carrying out their duties, and you know that that's many, many times. So the fact that you're unwilling to admit that shows that you're being intentionally obtuse here.
No, it literally does not show that.
Of course you are.
No, it doesn't.
So Pisco, you truly are telling us that you just haven't really been paying attention to if there have been violent altercations against ICE to prevent them from carrying their duties.
No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm only saying I don't have an accounting for them in that I don't have a numerosity of them. And even if I did, by the way.
You have a general idea, though, even if you don't have the direct numerosity.
I'm telling you I don't. But
I don't believe you. I think you're being intentionally obtuse and bad faith. And
What's your
I think
case for
that
that? Do you have an
anybody that's
argument for
remotely
that?
objective, I think that anyone who's being remotely objective would intuit that. Because it's not as if you stream full time now, right?
I stream there and abouts. More full time than
the point. I mean, it's not like you're only streaming once a month or something.
Correct.
You're streaming quite prolifically, and you would say that you follow the news cycle quite well.
I would say so. I'd hope so. Probably more than
Okay,
most of the
then
country.
I think it's absurd that you don't even have a ballpark estimate or a feeling for how many times
What's
these
your
insurrections have
argument?
occurred.
It's absurd?
That is my argument. That anyone who's
absurd
remotely
because
been
it's
paying
absurd.
attention, anyone who's been remotely paying attention knows this to be the case.
Knows it to be the case that
Correct.
if that a person who pays attention to the news should have some notion about the amount of times a definitional insurrection occurred.
Correct.
That's not convincing to me, Rob. I don't
It
see
doesn't.
where the-
I
where
know
the
it's not
entailment is.
convincing to you because you're pretending you're being willfully ignorant about the situation to hide your bias. That's what you're doing.
Oh, I mean, I'm not. I'm willing to grant that there are some incidents that I have some familiarity with, and even grant that there are some, not just by the way, the ICE situations, but also BLM that definitionally meet the test of insurrection. What I want to know is what your pre-Jan 6 standard of insurrection was that you applied to those BLM events. For example, and not just BLM events, protests on college campuses to like prevent speakers from speaking that clearly weren't like serious efforts to overthrow the government. You were calling those insurrections. So what was your pre-Jan 6 standard for insurrection, and has it changed?
Is insurrection only against government?
That's a question, not an answer.
Right. I would say that you could have an insurrection against a CEO of a corporation. You could have an insurrection against the leadership of a college campus. These aren't tantamount to insurrections against the government. So what's the conflict of interest here? What are you saying is wrong?
What I'm saying is you had a pre-Jan 6 standard of insurrection.
Correct.
That you applied to these incidents that on every level, like your whole thing is it would be too broad of a brush to apply as though there were an argument that therefore that's not the actual definition of a word, that it happens to affect many people. I think that's silly. But even assuming that were like the standard that you had pre-Jan 6, so it wasn't influenced by a response to the Democrats, was about like incidents like college campuses, which now you say, oh, well, insurrections don't have to be against public figures.
Sure.
By the way, I agree with that.
Thank you.
But what was your standard of insurrection that you applied to these people?
So I believe the two things that I called insurrection are one that I just quoted Brett Weinstein saying there was an insurrection on campuses. Right?
Yeah,
that's one. And
agreed.
the other was the Chaz and Chop Zone.
No, and there were others too. I mean,
Like what were the others?
So you broadly labeled the incidents not just in Chaz and Chop, but which were mostly in like Seattle. But there was another. As I sit here, we can pull up the tweets or whatever. But needless to say, it was a broader assessment that there was insurrection going on, and again, it includes this college protest. You adopted.
Yes, I think when I was quoting Brett Weinstein, I wasn't implying that this was an insurrection against the federal government. Now, what I will say is this: like,
you said, we have the right to keep the government from funding the insurrection of our college campuses. Correct. We have that right. I'm pretty sure that's.
I agree with that.
So,
right? That's
so
not.
surely,
so intuitively, that would mean I wasn't saying it was an insurrection against the federal government. If I directly said against campuses, correct?
Hang on, I'll get the actual quotes. This is becoming an issue.
Point of the matter is this. So here's the point of the matter. Like, there's ways to use terms that are different. There's ways to use it in a legal context, and there's ways to use it in a colloquial way that we're just talking, right? The point is, out of the hundreds upon hundreds of hours that I did in the lead up of the 2020 election, including many, many times talking about Black Lives Matter, is it possible that 4 or 5 times I let slip the word insurrection? Sure. Show me where I was recommending ever Section 3 of the 14th Amendment and saying that people couldn't apply. Show me where I recommended.
Why does that bear on whether or not it is an insurrection?
Because there's two ways to use the word insurrection. There is the way you're using it, which is the legal definition that you think we should enforce the laws based on it. And then there's a colloquial sense of saying words that sometimes people use loosely that don't make a legal definition, such as coup, insurrection, treason, things of that nature.
So, I mean, like, I think that if you're acknowledging that there's a loose way in which insurrection, like a colloquial way in which insurrection can be used legitimately, as you did, then you would have no problem in general with people labeling Jan 6 an insurrection in that colloquial sense, right?
That's true, but I would say in the colloquial sense, I'll say it was inaccurate and that I think it was a riot that got out of control. You could say, Rob, really? Do you think that this specific BLM riot was an insurrection? And I said, well, I guess if I had to think about if it would meet some sort of legal definition of it, maybe it wouldn't. I've done this with other words too, and so have you. I guarantee it. So like, for example, the word coup or the word treason. People say this shit too far. What goes wrong is if you say something like this, and this is something that I criticized Trump for, when he said, this is sedition, when he was referring referring to the Mike Kelly and the seditious six. I don't think it is sedition. And then he said the punishment for sedition is death. No, the punishment for sedition isn't death, right? But to just be like, this is bullshit, seditious behavior by these people to say as an average layman person, everybody understands what you're saying. You're not saying that it meets the legal definition per se. What you're saying the difference is, and what makes you worse than anything of me using these terms in passing 3 or 4 times, in particular about something like the Chaz Zone that arguably is an insurrection by just about any definition, is that at least I'm implying a consistent standard of what I think should be done about insurrection, whereas you seem to care grievously about insurrections and potential people engaging in it. And all of a sudden, now let me finish, all of a sudden that interest has seemed to precipitously wane as soon as predictably the Democrats engaging in these insurrections. Now you don't care.
So, I mean, I just want to be very clear. The issue about what to be done with insurrection and insurrectionists is a separate one about whether someone is an insurrection. And your argument for the longest time was Jan 6 is not in any respect an insurrection.
That's right. I agree with that.
Yeah, but like if you grant, at least in the colloquial sense, that these university protests, and this is the actual quote, I mean, I'm listening to right now. This is the references to Caitlin Bennett of Ohio University. Well, the big story is the video I did about Caitlin Bennett and the mob that surrounded her, attacked her at Ohio University. And then in reference to that, you said the following. Hang on. Sorry. These radical establishment lefties are dominating the institution. That gets me to my second and most important point. Do whatever you can to get this message viral. Hashtag it, whatever means you can to get out the talking point. It is time to defund universities, period. And then you go on and you say,
that sounds great.
Good
base drop.
Political intimidation, censorship, instantly no longer get any federal funds. If you're a student harassing or censoring people for a political ideology, you no longer have access to student aid or student loans, period. We have the right as Americans to not fund the insurrection of our country. We have that right. So you consider that an insurrection of the country?
Well, not necessarily. I guess I would say in a colloquial sense that training people to actively subvert like our government or the rights of our people, I guess that it wouldn't be an insurrection just to train people to beat the shit out of people exercising their First Amendment. I guess even under your definition, that wouldn't be one. I'd have to think about it. But nonetheless, I don't give a shit. Yes, I use the word in passing. I don't care. Everything I said there is absolutely true. I stand by what I suggested is the remedy for it. You suggested that insurrections were such a huge deal that it was your primary talking point going into 2020, now or 2024, and now you basically are like, oh, I don't know, I barely noticed the ones that are going on. I don't have any. It is absolutely true.
I think we should enforce Section 3 against left-wingers who engage in insurrection as well. I mean,
okay,
I'm in favor of enforcing this by congressional statute. And so your contention is just
how did Trump incite an insurrection?
So his incitement, he incited that. You mean how did he engage? He
sure.
Incited. But Rob,
how did he incite? That's the engagement.
So incitement is a specific legal test under Brandenburg. Do you understand that?
Okay.
And that requires you to, with an intention and with close proximity, to an imminent call to lawless action. And that is what the Colorado court found.
Trump didn't call for lawless action.
Yeah, no. I mean, yeah. So it just because the literal words of the president don't mean a particular thing doesn't mean that you don't fulfill Brandenburg standard.
Okay, so what was his calls? Okay, so his literal words weren't a call for violence. So what was the call for violence?
This entirety of the ellipse speech. And also then I think an even better example is the tweet afterwards, where at the time when he knew that they had breached the Capitol, he knew people were under attack within the Capitol. He knew people were reading his tweets, and he was watching it all live, where he gave public encouragement of their the purpose for why these people were here, even knowing that they were committing this lawless thing and they were listening to him as the leader of their group. I think that's a clear-cut case of incitement under the Brandenburg standard.
Yeah, I agree. And Kamala Harris promoting a bail fund is a clear-cut case of incitement after she saw what happened. Why isn't it? What's the difference?
So many different distinctions. First is imminence, right? Incitement requires imminence.
Define imminence.
imminent, something is about to happen. Like you're telling them to go do something right now, something illegal right now, something
Trump didn't
right now.
Trump didn't go tell them to do something illegal.
No,
right?
I mean, we're gonna do this whole divide and line. Is when is imminence? When does it become imminence? And
right. That's so. If it's the next day, for example, it has nothing to do with the shtick. This is important. For example, let's say this. Let's say that tomorrow is a No Kings rally, right? And I say you go there and you fucking tell those pieces of shit by any means necessary tomorrow at the No Kings rally, and then they go and engage in an act of violence.
Not
Was
imminent.
That's not imminent.
No,
it being tomorrow is not imminent, so it has to be that day in the moment.
It has to be within. It has to be like really close in time. We're talking minutes at most, like an hour. Like this is what we're talking about here, Rob. Like imminence means like right now. Same thing with like self-defense, right? You could know, for example, that someone has a plan to kill you tomorrow, but you couldn't. You would agree with this, right? You couldn't use deadly self-defense in that moment against the person who you know 100% is going to kill you tomorrow, right? You agree?
Repeat. I'm sorry. I don't want to answer incorrectly.
Take for example, like Rob, we'll use Connor got so mad at you, the little spat you had with Mrs. Points, and all of a sudden Counterpoints has a plan to go kill you, Rob. Okay, and you know for a certainty because you have an inside report that he plans to do it tomorrow. Okay, that would not justify you using deadly force on him now, today. Correct?
No, you are correct.
Perspective.
Right.
Yeah, right. So that's the notion of imminence that I'm trying to implore is important, and it's important also, by the way, for some of these what like Trump is saying about a lot of these senators who are talking that it would even be First Amendment protected speech to say something like this. I would never say this because I disagree with people who say that like we should do violence against Republicans, that we should do violence against Trump or against those politicians, but it is legally protected to say something like this. I am encouraging people to go out and hurt Republicans. That speech is protected. That is protected speech in America. You might not think it ought be, but advocating for violence at some abstract point in the future, though it's horrible and we would both condemn it, is protected speech. Imminence is really important to the legal standard for incitement.
I don't know that if we had a specific standard that says, I want you to go out and engage it. So just to be clear, if Trump tomorrow says, I want you to go and I want you to fucking burn down Chuck Schumer's house tomorrow, you would say that's protected speech. That yes. Wouldn't be engaging. I don't believe that.
Okay.
I don't believe that at all. I think that's a terrible interpretation.
When you say it's terrible, do you mean that it's incorrect?
Yes.
So on what grounds, on virtue of what do you think it's incorrect?
I think it's incorrect because I think that would clearly be engaging in that violence and incitement towards that specific amount of violence. And I think it would meet the standard
it might be like harassment. It might be conduct targeted at an individual to intentionally put them in fear. There might be some other category that makes it unprotected speech for some other reason, or for example, a true threat. But it wouldn't meet the standard for incitement is what I'm trying to say.
I don't think that's the case. I think that it's implied that it would because there is a specific time given and it's in close proximity to what was saying. I don't think that it has to be immediate proximity and that it has to be like literally right then in that moment. I don't think that would be the way that it would be ruled.
Okay. I mean, I'm just telling you the case law from Brandenburg. It's an imminent call to lawless action. And imminence here doesn't just mean a specified time. Now, I would grant you that, if you as an individual sent a letter to someone showing that you're like planning to do some kind of act, that would fall into conspiracy and attempt liability. If you made a general call, that could be interpreted as, I think some people were taking in bad faith what Hassan Piker said, even though I don't necessarily agree with the statement about Rick Scott, as a true threat. I don't think it was a true threat, but I could see ways in which public declarations could be considered true threats, but it wouldn't be incitement under Brandenburg. But I want to get into the Charlie Kirk thing, man. We've talked about this.
Last thing I'll say is keep in mind that there are other ways to engage in an insurrection other than just incitement. Like Correct. We said, if you provide material support to someone to further their cause, then that could be considered engagement as well.
It definitely could, provided that
like a bail fund.
But provided the insurrection is then occurring, right? That's what's needed, right? So like it's not enough for you to like after the fact. So for example, this is where I think Destiny gets it wrong. Destiny thinks that like Marco Rubio engaged in insurrection because he politically supported Trump, who he considers to be an insurrectionist. That's absurd, right? Because Marco Rubio did no more, no less than after the insurrection that we think is true, that you don't think is true, was committed, politically supporting the former insurrectionist, right? That's not engaged in insurrection just because after the insurrection is over, you support the person who did it. Just like I agree that the pardoning of the Jan 6 insurrectionists isn't itself engagement in insurrection. It's some other thing. It could be it's other category of bad thing, maybe immoral, maybe abuse of power, but it isn't itself engagement in insurrection. Just like, by the way, like if Marjorie Taylor Greene afterwards, which I think she did, said that we should pardon a lot of the Jan 6ers because of process issues, because of this or that, that's not considered engagement in insurrection. The insurrection, to the extent that it existed, is over. And so you're not engaging in something that doesn't exist anymore.
I think that it could be engagement, right? If it's ongoing in the sense that we see the insurrection that occurs multiple times, it's reoccurring. This is exactly what happened with Black Lives Matter. It's exactly what's happening with the ICE raids. This isn't insurrections that are occurring in a vacuum. These are insurrections that are predictably occurring over and over again. That's what happened with Black Lives Matter. So to bail out someone in the context of insurrections that are occurring across the country in multiple locations on a daily basis would meet the priority for engaging in an ongoing insurrection. I don't think it means that insurrection has to be ongoing directly from that point of that day. If that was the case, then we would say that there wasn't an ongoing insurrection of the South insurrecting against the North. It would only be each individual insurrections anytime there was a battle. I think clearly you understand that's nonsensical.
Yeah. So I agree that there can be like a certain insurrection that lasts for extended and prolonged periods of time, which, one can be said to be engaged in. And this is especially in the context of a rebellion, which is, in my mind, a prolonged insurrection, one that extends. And I can't give you a better definition of prolonged, right? Like any kind of legal test is going to fit this kind of line drawing problem for sure. I will definitely buy that, but you're just going to have to show that whatever she was doing was engaging in whatever nationwide thing that you're saying is existing of a movement that broadly is characterized by peaceful
I think
protest.
Promoting a bail fund for people that are actively engaged in an insurrection and then saying things afterwards, which her commentary says that we need to take it to the streets. These actions need to continue up to and after the election. And this was, just like you say, Trump's words were dangerous as he saw this ongoing shit and he tweeted stuff out. Same could be true of a litany of Democrats that saw, both during Black Lives Matter and today, a litany of these insurrections against law enforcement officers, and yet they continue to use this dangerous rhetoric, criticizing these law enforcement officers and providing support and cover for the people that are engaged in these insurrections. I think that meets the definition of engaging in ongoing insurrections.
On my view, you mean?
What do you mean on your view?
On my view of insurrection, it wouldn't for you.
Correct. Your view of insurrection. I don't think that this, I would not want to see these people.
I'm wondering, like, what is your standard for insurrection? It seems like you want to be like, I don't want to get into insurrection. It's either all on the table or nothing. And no thing will ever meet the insurrection test.
No, I don't think that. I don't know exactly what my legal standard for insurrection would be, right? I would say that it has to be some sort of serious attempt to overthrow the government. Like encouraging people to interfere with law enforcement to some degree does not meet my standard of insurrection, because it's not like this serious attempt that could lead to the overthrow of our government institutions. Like under your definition,
like so I hear what you're saying. And so the audience is clear. What he's saying is that there's some kind of like seriousness parameter here, and I'm not even going to tell you that a seriousness parameter isn't unheard of in some of these discussions. Baden-Paulson, I think in their definition, they add like an intensifier there as part of like their definition of insurrection. I don't go by Baden-Paulson's definition of insurrection. I go by Mark Graber's definition. I think.
No, wait a minute. That's news to me. I thought for sure you were going by Baden-Paulson.
Yeah, no, I've heard you say that. I think Baden-Paulson have useful historical evidence on insurrection. I think that they point to all the different historical cases, and I don't think that their definition of insurrection, his definition of insurrection, is necessarily like impossible.
Who's Graber, by the way? Is he contemporaneous? He's like a current man?
He's alive right now. Yeah. So he testified at the insurrection where there actually was a disqualification of this guy.
Tate.
Oh my God, Corey something.
Tate? Is that it? Corey Tate?
No. It was fuck.
I know. I remember the case. He was like, yeah, I know the case in Texas.
It was like New Mexico or
something
one of
like
these
that.
southern states. Yeah.
Yeah. I know. I vaguely know the case you're talking. My question, last question I have on this.
Wait, it might be Couy Griffin.
Couy Griffin. That's it. Couy.
Yeah.
Coy. Yeah. Why hasn't Baden-Paulson, Graber, I don't know about. Why haven't they spoke out about whether or not there's a legal definition of insurrection occurring right now? They seem oddly silent.
It's not odd, Rob. They don't view the insurrections as bad as Jan 6.
It doesn't matter if they view it as bad. You would think for the sake of moral clarity, they'd say, wow, there are dozens of ongoing insurrections.
What do you mean you would think they would say that? I don't understand why
I
that's
think
your
that as people that were hyper focused on the importance of insurrection and calling it out, even if they thought that January 6th was a worse insurrection, that they would come out and be like, look, these two are insurrections. And they're not. I think we all know the reason.
I mean, you can say that, but these are originalists, conservative, legal jurists. I know that you like kind of wave that off, but these are people who go for it. Sorry.
No, I don't care about their political backing.
Yeah, no, I think you're suggesting that they're like they're in it for the Democrats, and that seems
I
to
think
be
they're in it because they hate Trump,
which is different,
right?
So,
like John McCain wasn't a Democrat; he hated Trump. Jim Comey wasn't a Democrat; he hated Trump. Peter Strzok, I don't think, was a Democrat; he hated Trump.
It could also be that they think Jan 6 is they've done their discourse on insurrection. Jan 6 loomed larger, and it's just not less interesting to them, or they think it's less.
I think
incorrect.
the amount of insurrections we see, and again, part of these insurrections, the stakes are high now. For example, we saw National Guard members being killed. Granted, it wasn't from the same lefties that are engaged in insurrection, but we have seen those lefties parroting this rhetoric shoot at ICE officers, one time wounding one in the neck, I believe back in early late spring maybe, and then in the same location, the same district, we saw another person climb onto a roof and shoot at ICE officers, killing 2 detainees.
Yeah, these are horrible. These people should be in jail for the rest of their lives.
Right, but what we see is
thugs.
What we see is during the ongoing insurrection, right, the same rhetoric that's being used by Democratic politicians against ICE officers and against Republicans in general is being used by insurrectionists to carry out these crimes.
Yeah, so like I think that there is a broad consensus among Democratic politicians. Now, you might have an explanation for that it's plausible deniability or whatever you want to say. But among the really like the leadership, the thought leaders of Democrats, that they condemn this shit. They condemn like all these incidents. One of the things I found fucking reprehensible, and I didn't see you do it, which is to your credit. One thing that I appreciate about you is I didn't see you immediately go to blame Democrats for this shooting. You at least waited some time for more facts to be put in before you started talking about it, which I think is to your credit, and also something that not every conservative influencer did. But that said, like, really, who has said the most edgy shit on some of these incidents? It's like Destiny. Like that is like the edgiest stuff. But even that, I don't hear him expressly advocating for violence.
Well, no, we
can say some fucked up shit.
We could get into Destiny if you like, but no, the point is, you could say we condemn this killing, right? You could say that we condemn this assassination, and I think probably many of the Democrats, public officials, probably do. But the problem is when you parrot the same lies and that literally the killer was going after Charlie for, like, it seems to belie the fact that you want to tone down the rhetoric or something like that. For example, the New York Times, within 24 hours of Charlie Kirk's assassination, wrote a piece on him, right? They were forced to issue a retraction the next day after that. The retraction said something to the effect of this. We reported yesterday in our story that Charlie Kirk said some anti-Semitic quotes during his podcast. It is true that he said those quotes, but he was quoting someone else and arguing against them. So the paper of record that most Democrats would say is the most important newspaper in the country, within 24 hours was writing a story falsely smearing Charlie Kirk as a fascist, citing evidence where he was actually arguing against fascists. That's the sort of rhetoric and the sort of thing people are like, yeah, we're not happy that he was killed, but honestly, he kind of had it coming. But that's the rhetoric that they're using.
First of all, the New York Times makes fucking disastrous decisions like this, or they have shit slip through all the time. Libs fucking are so critical, even though I agree, your assessment of New York Times as the paper of record, as the Libs Bible sometimes isn't wrong. I'm not disputing that at all. All I'm telling you is that this kind of shit happens to the New York Times occasionally, and more than occasionally, and especially leftists criticize them for some of their coverage on like Israel, Palestine, that kind of shit, where they're like, bomb dropped, instead of like, the active verbs, it's passive language, et cetera, et cetera. But it's to the New York Times' credit that they got something totally wrong as you're representing it, and then apologized and retracted for it. When the fuck do you see that kind of shit happening with these conservative influencer ghouls who immediately, it was so crazy. And I'm glad you didn't do this. And again, I'd say it's to your credit, but they went from suggesting that it's the Democrats' fault because, this guy was clearly radicalized by fucking Mark Kelly and Alyssa Slotkin, And then when it turned out the guy was an Afghan, it's immediately Biden's fault. And without skipping a beat,
You mean the National Guard shooting?
the National Guard shooting, right?
Yeah, that's okay.
So, and what I'm trying to say is, like, where are the retractions for that? Where are the retractions for Dan Bongino and everyone trying to peddle these narratives where for years, like, Democrats are maligned as planning the pipe bombing? And
we can get to we could get to the pipe bomb. What I'll say about this though is it's different to have individual. I've already criticized Bongino and stuff with the Epstein files and the lack of retraction, right? But it's different to have individuals versus like a newspaper of this equivalent. And show me any time that these prominent newspapers that do things like this have made that mistake in the other direction. Show me a left winger being assassinated, brutally attacked, or something, and these papers within 24 hours basically saying, "Wow, they're really bad people, though they sort of had it coming," and then saying, "Our bad, we got it exactly wrong." It doesn't happen. You're not going to be able to find it.
But I don't know if you'll laugh or you'll scream at me, but I think that they did this with Hunter Biden and Ken Vogel's reporting. I think Ken Vogel just and oftentimes Maggie Haberman too. They just like take what Trump or Giuliani say and just publish it with like out any scruples and scrutiny, or at least not the degree that which I think. Now, it's not a murder exactly, and as I sit here, I can't give you a like comparison to what you're asking for, but I think that there are plenty of times where Democrats have taken issue with how
no.
Those at the same time, wait, one thing I'll let you respond is Ezra Klein, who is the liberal darling, comes out and says Charlie Kirk, he did democracy the right way. And all of us who think that Charlie Kirk was an authoritarian guy and heavily criticize him, though I condemn the shooting instantly, and I think that it's horrible. And I thought it was.
We called him a fascist, right? As soon as the shooting occurred,
because it was my belief before then. Wouldn't it be like inconsistent and crazy of me to change my mind on that?
No, of course. Yeah. But to parrot the language immediately following his death, that he was a fascist, language that was equal to what the shooter was saying.
No, but I'm not parroting the killer. I'm parroting my own opinion.
You're welcome to use that opinion. What I'm saying is, when we see that's done by an individual like you, it's one thing. I think it's grotesque and you're wrong about him being a fascist. But when we see this parroted by Democratic politicians and papers of records that Democrats trust, that's a different matter altogether. And the devil is in the details. I disagree with you.
I'd be a weasel.
I disagree with you about the characterization of Ken Vogel and the reporting on Hunter Biden anyways. But even aside from that, it's massively different than when someone is killed. Reverence is usually paid to a political figure that is killed.
I gave him 24 hours. I gave him 24 hours.
Not you. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the New York Times.
Oh.
So normally they would pay reverence to a political figure that was killed, and instead they
Ezra Klein did. Ezra Klein, this darling, was like
the New York Times. What I'm saying is the paper of record, instead of paying reverence, actually decided to smear Charlie Kirk and then have to retract 24 hours because their smear was false.
What I'm saying is, it's to their credit that they corrected it.
It's not to the credit. I mean, imagine. I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear. Are you telling me for a chance if like a prominent Democrat was assassinated, right, that you think the New York Times would come out and be like, "Wow, this person did say, a bunch of heinous things"? You think that would say that in like the immediate aftermath of that assassination, and then get something 100% wrong, the wrong direction of it? You think that would happen? They wouldn't I don't think they would say anything that negative anyways, and they would certainly fact check the shit out of it. Yes.
For political figures who have been assassinated in this country, it's not first of all, political assassination, regrettably, it's unfortunate, is part of almost the DNA of American political life, and it's unfortunate. And the response to the death, either untimely, unlawful, or natural, of politicians isn't uniformly praising or having reverence. Some people, like myself, kind of view it a little bit cowardly to have this like. Now,
can you show me the example of a left-winger that was like brutally attacked, murdered, something like that, where the New York Times or a prominent left-leaning papers like that came out and were basically highly critical of them?
As I sit here, I don't know that I can provide you one off the top of my head. Give me some time. I'm not sure if you can find a light case for it. But what I'll say is, what do you think more likely happened? That this sinister New York Times reporter was like trying to fuck with Kirk, or he heard Kirk say that in like an out of context clip and reported on it and got that shit wrong? Which of those two things do you think is more likely?
I don't think that either of those are the most likely scenarios, so I reject both. I think that they disliked Charlie Kirk, right? And went to find things that they thought were negative that he said. Then they stumbled upon that quote and just heard it and weren't critical of it. So they reported it, only to be informed later and probably threatened with a lawsuit that, no, you dumbasses, he did say that, but he was angry about it. And he was arguing against the quote that he was reading. That's what I think happened. They intentionally went searching for inflammatory things he said to justify their... I don't think so.
Well, I think my intuition of that probably changes. Like if they are specific, because what you're saying doesn't sound implausible to me that someone could do that someone could be searching for bad things of Kirk. And I guess my intuition about whether that was like a good thing or bad thing to do might depend on like whether it was an op-ed or whether it was the reporting part of it. But here's the thing, Rob, like to me, okay, assume that was the motivation. Liberal newspaper is liberal. More at 11. Like what is the whole fucking what is your point about
it's
this?
not the point is that basically the implication that we heard from prominent Democrats is they may have said the right thing. First off, they saw the mass amounts of Democrats that were celebrating this, so in the same time that was occurring, they basically were making the argument, well, yeah, but he was a really horrible person, so we understand.
Well, I think that part of Charlie Kirk's image has always been as a firebrand and as someone who is okay, so part of reporting what Charlie Kirk meant to America and how Republicans saw him and how Democrats saw him surely involves trying to assess why people are either upset with him or why people support him. In fact, in order to even explain, right, like why there could be people, and there were, in fact, and I condemn it, celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk, you would like even just to have context. A good reporter would need to explain why people were upset at him. So I just the context in which that comes up, I think, really matters to me, and whether or not we have evidence that it was done maliciously. We can keep going down this line, but I'm curious, like, all right.
I disagree. By the way, I'll just say this real quick. Like, according to a recent poll, I have to see where it came from, but according to this recent poll, a plurality of Democrats say that the person most responsible for the assassination of Charlie Kirk was Charlie Kirk and his own beliefs. They had that as higher than the beliefs and thoughts of the shooter.
The problem I have with a lot of these polls, Rob, is there's a couple senses in which people can use the term responsible, right? Like if we mean as culpable, and that I think is not an unfair interpretation, Rob, what you're saying as culpable, because people will say like, you caused this, you did this, sometimes to reference like you are culpable for what you did. In other words, you did a moral ought not, right? But there are other people who say like, who mean it in a different sense. Like he's responsible if he, as like a but for thing, if he weren't saying these things, he wouldn't have been killed. Now, both things, I agree with it in one sense and not in another. I disagree, right, that he was culpable for his own death. I think that's preposterous, absurd, and I think that the person who's responsible, and this will get into what you think ought be done, using the death of Charlie Kirk, which you've been complaining about, the person who was responsible for his death is, in fact, the shooter, Tyler Robinson. And maybe there's some negligence somewhere else, or if you could prove one of these theories, Candace Owens, et cetera, that like, I don't know, Egypt or Israel or the combination of France and all these people did it, then you can see culpability there, or whoever was helping them if there's actually evidence of that. But if you were to ask me, but for Charlie Kirk's views, would he have been killed? I think that like that's our whole argument, that it's a political assassination, that the causal relationship.
But there's two problems with that.
Yeah.
There's two problems with that. One, you could say, you could take that ad reducto anywhere and say, but for the birth of Charlie Kirk, would he have been assassinated? So it's like, yeah, I guess you could always blame anyone who's killed because they wouldn't have been killed if they don't exist. That seems to be a bad standard. And the problem is, even if I accept what you're saying here, the problem is it doesn't say, do you think Charlie Kirk is partly responsible for his own death, right? That's not the question. It is who is most responsible. And one of the options given is quite literally the mental health and views of the perpetrator. And so people saw these two options and said, the views of the killer or Charlie Kirk himself, even under your loose interpretation of responsible, they still said Charlie Kirk was most responsible.
So Rob, I want to be clear. It is quite possible that this poll elides whatever issue I'm talking about or whatever. But like, I will just often see that like the polling done on like violence, the way they phrase it can sometimes be ambiguous. And I'm not saying that I would interpret responsibility that way. I'm just saying that some people might. But some people might interpret responsible. Yeah, if you hadn't done this, I'll give you another example, right? Like some people have said things like "fuck around and find out." If you go to a bad part of town, if you move to the city,
your boy Destiny.
Exactly, right? So people who have said this, have, what they mean by like fuck around, find out, you do this and whatever happens to you. There's a sense of responsibility that even I think intuitively appeals to Republicans at times. I'll give you again the context of moving back into the cities. I've heard Republicans say, I don't want to hear about your complaints regarding violence. If you get mugged or whatever, don't come crying to me. You chose to live in this city after you knew Democrat policies, whatever. And that could be the sense in which some people are answering that. But to put all
that's
that
a different level, because it would be the equivalent of saying, well, if you wear, it's the equivalent of, well, you wore a short dress and you work down the street. Yeah, there are people. Okay, but you wouldn't say that no one in their right mind would say that she's most responsible, even more responsible than the sexual assault.
I agree. No, I agree. I think it would. All I'm giving you is a general complaint that I would need to see how it's asked. Maybe this polling is done in a good way. I'm not sure. I'm not a fucking statistician, but I just will sometimes see, even also by the another example of this is the recent strikes on Venezuela, drug boats, where you see how the polling is done, and it's like, do you think that we should destroy drug boats in the middle of the ocean? Well, like, and their answer is like, yes, we should do that. But oftentimes that's like not the important moral issue. The important moral issue is, should we in fact like kill people in these strikes when they're being targeted? So
which group or persons would you say is most responsible for each event? The fatal shooting of conservative activist Charlie Kirk in Utah on September 10th, 2025. Corporate media, there's a small percentage that say that. This is limited to Democrats with the certain degrees, but it's the same without the degrees if you look at it with the Democrats. Political opponents, 15%, their own political views and rhetoric, 40% when it comes to Charlie Kirk, and then the mental health and views of each perpetrator, 32%. Unsure, no opinion, 10%.
This is exactly the problem, Rob. Like, this kind of question is kind of, it seems to imply some kind of causality term of it, not a culpability term of it. Like, what is most responsible? No. Okay, I mean, maybe
totally. I could go to the restroom. I'll be right back.
Okay, go for it.
Go where you want with it, but
yeah, no worries. Hey, folks, what up, everybody? Thank you for watching this epic conversation, Battle of the Titans.
Oh, I'm Avarice. Yeah,
good to meet you. I actually know who you are because I'm a Rob fan, and so I will occasionally watch the stream and see you guys do. When there's a whip, there's a way. With all your little musical things and the donation stuff, and so I know you.
Fantastic. Well, sometimes I'm Avarice, and then sometimes I'm Jess Gerald, like EOD said.
Awesome. He's just Gerald. Yeah.
No, it's an ongoing thing. I stole the jacket from Jess Gerald.
You're like in the producer chair. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm in the producer chair in the back. Yeah.
That's awesome. Are you and Rob are Crucible adjacent? You guys are collabing on Word Debate, maybe, or you're helping Rob out, or what's going on?
No, I just help Rob out. I mean, I'm a fan of the Crucible, and I frequent the Foundry, and I'm like pretty active there. But I'm not like, I don't represent the Crucible in any way.
Did you just have a baby? Someone just said.
I did. Yes, I did.
Congratulations, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, so I just help out here, and Rob, being a good friend, was nice enough to give me the back chair, and I just get to play the Patsy to whip songs.
Say what you want about Rob Noer. I know that he likes sticking with the people he works with, people like Black Elk, his editor, and
great guy,
Andrew Wilson, and so no, that's great, and I'm so that's great.
No,
I'm
super blessed. I'm super blessed to get to know Rob. He's a great person, and I will let you guys get back to your fun little debacle. Yeah, your fun discussion. But I am always in the back. But remember, chat, get those donos in. We've been going at it forever.
All right. So where'd you?
I want to go with it, but I do appreciate you. I know this is like so folks. Rob has been like live for now 13 hours, 12 hours?
15 and a half.
Jesus.
Or 15, 20. Yeah, 15 hours.
So I have him a little bit of a disadvantage in terms of like, because I woke up.
It's not showing. It don't bother me. It's
no, I'm not. That wasn't a little neg. So regardless of how Democrats view, let me give you what you want. I think that there's, even you can see it with Luigi Mangione, there's a lot of like flirtation with this kind of stuff. Even on people I know, like I was having a dinner with, I'm not going to name names, with some lawyers that I knew who were kind of like Luigi pilled. And I'm like, Jesus fuck. That's like it's a little
Yeah, it's
that's a little
beginning
spicy.
very, and like there's a lot of polling that suggests this. Like there were polling that suggests more than 50% of Democrats said that it would at least be somewhat justifiable to murder Donald Trump or Elon Musk. Slightly different numbers regarding the two of them, right? So it's definitely becoming more prolific. Now, I think that legally, absolutely, we shouldn't stymie people's speech to call Trump or Kirk or anyone else a fascist. I think that any legal threshold of that would be absurd. But I think that morally, what we see is
Elon says it, and fucking Trump is saying
Oh
shit.
no,
I
I agree. Other people say it. What I'm saying is the difference that we see right now with the left is there's very few sort of condemnations of the violent scale that's occurring on almost on a nightly basis. Yes, it's absolutely true. Up until the point of you yourself, where it seems that your very lack of interest in the actual insurrections that are occurring on a weekly basis for the Democrats, and you have very little interest in them.
I condemn the violence, and so does Gavin.
You're saying it, but you're sort of laughing here because we know what's going on. Sure, I know I'm supposed to say that I condemn it. I'm not even saying you.
I'm laughing because I'm exasperated that we're going back to the insurrection point.
The point is, we don't have to go back to it. The point that I'm trying to say is it's clear that Democrats are like, oh yeah, I guess violence is bad. But anyways, they are insurrection. Anyways, there are criminals. Anyways, they are Gestapo.
When you say it's clear, it's just like because you can read you can kind of see what their feelings are, and the way they say it kind of signals a wink, wink, nod, nod to you, right?
Well, it's not even just the way they say it; it's the lack of interest in it, like your lack of interest in the insurrections.
I covered extensively the litigation on the National Guard deployment, specifically in California, and I read the trial opinion on Posse Comitatus and the allegations by the government on what was going on there, and so it's in the context in which I was steeping myself in these facts, I've done more so than like any other left-wing streamer, and I'm covering like the legal arguments. Now the facts are being filtered oftentimes through that context, and but it's not usually my want to just like put videos of the violence going on, if that's your point. But I have addressed them, and I have talked about it. I'm not shying away from it at all. And Democrats, and this you can't deny, at least the politicians, they have almost to a man condemned the violent stuff whenever it's prominent and it comes up.
No. In fact, quite the opposite. As they see this violence, what they're doing is suggesting things like, we need to get the masks off these people. And they're saying things like, we know that this could be, and it's no joke though, because we know that people are following these agents home and attacking them. Hang on
a second. You can have a principled position that this kind of lack of identification of a federal officer. By the way, I saw your debate with tomfoolery. Very. I did not agree with him, to say the least. I didn't think that he necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, I one thing that I can say about you that I respect is I don't think that you've ever said any. There are certain things that people say that really like get under my craw. There was a time I debated this guy Vegan Gaines too. When people start suggesting that they would take the law into their own hands, I think that you have to be very careful about suggesting shit.
Oh, sure, yeah.
And so, like when I talked to Vegan Gaines, he was like, he happens to be a black gentleman. He's like, oh, if you're black and the police pull you over, don't listen, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, don't fucking say that, man. That's really bad. That could literally lead to someone being harmed. That's a bad idea. Tom, in his instance, saying like, if I see, people detaining someone that looks like law enforcement, I'm going to demand to see their credentials. And if not, I'm going to start using violence against them. That's bad. That's fucking a bad idea.
But you listen, I tend to agree that like these kind of sovereign citizen type arguments I sometimes hear that like, yes, the cops can effectuate an arrest illegally. That doesn't give you justification to use deadly force in those instances.
Correct.
And even so I was having this conversation with Avi about the strikes, and we got into the weeds about the potential justifications for use of force there. Because the definition of murder is the killing of a human being, causing the death of another with malice aforethought in an unjustified manner. And unjustified there is with reference to the law. It's not redundant. There could be authorizations such as self-defense that will, make something that would otherwise be a murder, an intentional killing. There's no other like qualifying exception or anything, be not murder, right? And so in the self-defense context, it could be the case that we're not in an active, hostile, non-international state conflict with these gangs. It could be the case that America's committing a war crime or some kind of like illegal stop of these drug ships for whatever reason. And notwithstanding the fact that their initial confrontation were illegal, if the drug boats started firing upon American personnel, they would be well within their rights under U.S. law to fire back, notwithstanding all the illegality coming up to it. So my prior in terms of like, what's good recommendation for people. I think in general, the advice, and there's always the exception that proves the rule, but in general, that you should submit to displays of authority so as not to get yourself fucking killed. But that's totally in line with what the Democrats are saying about making officers identify themselves, right? What you just said.
It's not just a principled stance to say that they identify themselves, because the problem is this is occurring in the context of these officers being attacked over and over again. And the Democrats are repeatedly saying a bunch of stuff that they know will jeopardize them. It's not just a principled stance of take your mask off. It's also things like we've seen Democratic politicians actually, at least one of them, break into an ICE facility and trespass and then shove and by legal definition commit assault against ICE agents. Of course, indefinitely put on hold that trial, even though we see the video evidence in front of us. You muted. I believe you muted yourself.
Is that better?
Yeah.
How about the sandwich thrower?
Yeah, clear assault.
So I actually think under the legal definition of assault, at least the little case. So this is an opinion with 51%. I'll put it a little higher. I'll say 60%. I think they meet the legal threshold for assault under the jurisdiction there, because it really just is like an offensive touching. It's kind of incorporating the common law there, and I don't see what the legal argument is for why that would definitionally not fit under assault. Whether or not they ought to have charged it as a matter of discretion, I would not have charged it, because juries can sometimes, if they think it's all bullshit and stupid. And one of the problems was, like, internally the cops were all like laughing about it. Not exactly the best evidence when you're trying to claim this is a serious felony assault. Is having now. I don't say that that's legal for purposes of the analysis. But I just say that I think it was a stupid decision to charge in that case. And
I don't think so, because the reason that they charge is because the mass amounts of violence that we see occurring to these agents all over the place. So they're trying to set a precedent like, look, we have to protect these people. If it was a one-off incident, of course, you can make that claim. But we see routinely that these ICE agents are being attacked with vehicles, having things thrown at their vehicles, being physically assaulted on foot. We see these occurring over and over again. We actually had an incident in Chicago where they were being rammed and boxed in, and they called, and law enforcement whistleblowers from Chicago PD said that they were specifically instructed not to respond to the call. So there's evidence that these ICE agents are under massive attack, and the attacks in them are going up far more than they have been, at least during the Biden administration. And at the same time, the Democrats' big narrative is like, yeah, we don't like those attacks, but you can't send the National Guard to protect them. We want these people unmasked. And we actually see some Democratic politicians that are saying, like, these are Gestapo type people. It's possibly illegal what they're doing. We just want to remind you, if you obey illegal orders, it didn't work with Nuremberg, etc. It's clear that the full-throated push is that, look,
Trump's policies on that.
It's not Trump's policies. It's also
all
talking
of that
about
well short of encouraging violence.
Well, I think that I'm not saying that it meets the legal definition. I'm saying that it's
legally. It's not even encouragement of violence.
Oh, it's not just that it's encouraging. It's intentionally setting the dominoes up that someone will act upon it in a poor manner.
You're going to have to make that case.
Of course,
it's not even to the Democrats' political advantage to do that. I heard this, by the way, like of the shooter, right? Like, even assuming that this person might have been motivated by the statements of Mark Kelly and Alyssa Slotkin. He's this, like, I don't know, resistance lib-pilled Afghan national who's, like, waiting to get the signal from his CIA handler Slotkin. Even assuming that, like, can anyone make the case from a cui bono perspective that it's in the Democrats' interest, after they had just won in the district court level on the National Guard issue for DC, for them to, like, signal intentionally that this National Guard person be shoots? Like, what's the theory there, Rob?
No, I don't think. Listen, I don't think that the idea is that they want to signal that the actual shooting occurs. It's the same thing that they wanted to signal, by the way, an action that you basically supported as not being charged criminally, when they leaked the Dobbs decision, and then people were protesting outside Supreme Court justices' houses. Well, you had people like Chuck Schumer saying that people like Kavanaugh had reaped the whirlwind. It's not that they actually wanted someone to commit an act of violence.
Wait, I just want to say pause. It was a bad statement that he apologized for. More than I can say for a lot of Republicans.
Nonetheless,
or like Mike Lee. Or like Mike
after
Lee,
the assassination attempt, he apologized?
I don't know when exactly he apologized. It might have been. It's certainly. I suspect it was after. I'm just telling you. Right. I don't know, Rob. I suspect it was afterwards. But he did apologize, which is, again, more than I can say for your side.
The point that I'm trying to get to is, it was never the intent that someone. I would say it most likely wasn't the intent that someone actually carries out an act of violence. However, it was the intent that their supporters would harass and intimidate in hopes of changing the view. That's why take Schumer out of it. What do you think the intent of the people outside Kavanaugh's house was? other than the assassin.
Yeah, presumably to express one of two things, I think. Three things, I'll say. Either to intentionally cause fear and intrude on their privacy, which I think would be a crime if that was their intent. If their intent was to display to the world that they're politically against this upcoming opinion, or they're intending to change that opinion. And we've talked a little bit about the law with respect to trying to coerce or influence the opinion of a judge. And I think the jury's out on how some of those interact with First Amendment principles.
Yeah, well, I think that it was obvious that they were trying to change the opinion, right? That's what the idea, and that's what the person that leaked it intended. The person that leaked it didn't intend like, oh, I'm just expressing my dislike of this. They leaked it because they intended for people to make their voice heard and hopefully to intimidate, shame, embarrass, whatever you may be, in hopes that this would eventually change the decision.
Yeah, but that's true. But the thing is, the law that you're citing there applies both to, and this, you guys have to understand. So, Rob, there is a statute that purports to make criminal some of this conduct. I'm not denying that, and Rob is correct when he says that there is a statute purporting to do that. By the way, there's also a statute that purports to say, encouraging disloyalty or insubordination from troops is itself like a crime. But you have to understand how these things, just because Congress passed a statute doesn't mean that it's constitutional. And the same statute that applies to, influencing court opinions through protests applies both to like outside homes, but also outside courthouses. And no one seems to deny that there is, a legitimate protest justification to be outside the Supreme Court itself to argue or to say, yeah, this is a horrible opinion. And so the only difference in terms of the application of law is like, well, it's worse. I don't agree with this protest outside their homes. I disagree with that. I just want to be clear about that. And I think that it was stupid to do both politically. And I just think there is a potential for bad shit to occur. And I totally.
Which happened? An assassination attempt?
Yeah. The guy I think the guy actually submitted himself to the cops. But
that's parsing words.
Fact, that's part of the reason why I was against the protest occurring outside their homes. But all I'm saying is there are First Amendment principles to consider here that because the law as written applies both to the homes and to outside the courthouse, which everyone seems to accept as well within, normal
Nonetheless,
limits.
By the letter of the law, would you admit this is illegal? You just say that the law itself's not constitutional.
Well, the supreme law of the land is the Constitution. To the extent that the law conflicts with the Constitution, it is not against the law.
Okay, what I'm saying is by the letter
I'm
of the law,
as to whether it is, yeah.
by the letter of what was written there, it violates that. It may be that law is unconstitutional, though.
Presuming that there were individuals, which I suspect there were, whose intention in those protests was to change the opinion. The letter of that statute says that those kinds of protests directed at changing opinions are unlawful and criminal. The question is, can that be constitutionally applied as to the individuals in public places? Because they were authorized to be where they were. The question is, can it?
That's great. I'm great to get that admission that by the letter there are people that violate it. You mentioned the seditious six.
I've always said that.
You mentioned the seditious six. The Mark Kelly stuff. You mentioned the law there that says that to get people to question or be hesitant of orders. I forget the exact wording of the law. You think that law is unconstitutional as well?
I think certain as applied instances, it would be unconstitutional. Yeah, it would be unconstitutional that, like, for example, I'll give you an example, right? Like one of the seminal cases in the First Amendment jurisprudence, where initially the First Amendment doctrine that was being applied in like the early 10s and 20s said that this was okay. There were a bunch of people, if you remember Hitchens talks about this, but it's actually a famous case, the Schneck decision, where they were trying to encourage people not to sign up to the draft. And they were arrested under the then existing sedition or espionage laws for motivating people to not follow the law there. And it was upheld in the Schneck decision that like advocacy for people to be unruly, for people not to follow with the military, that was illegal, and it was upheld as constitutional applied to them. But we changed all that with Brandenburg, and nowadays, it's not allowed. Just like I could say something like this, like all the troops need to immediately quit the military and stop what's going on. That is like per se protected under Brandenburg. I mean, that is the very fact pattern that we're like the change in the interpretation.
When was the statute? What was the statute? I don't have it in front of me. I forget the name.
It's a predecessor statute to some of these. Like it might be the Espionage Act. It might be some other sedition act.
So that occurred after Brandenburg. This law was written. So this law was written before Brandenburg.
what I'm referencing is the Schneck decision that happened during World War I, the recruitment and the draft for World War I. There was a statute there that made it. And if you look at it, it's
no. I
within the
understand.
home. Yeah.
I get what you're saying with the Schneck. I'm saying that the statute that people are accusing Mark Kelly and company of violating was that statute written after Brandenburg.
Oh, I have no idea. But whether it is or not, they have to obey Brandenburg.
Okay, so would you argue that based on how that statute is written, that Mark Kelly and etc. have violated it? You just say that it violates Brian. You don't say that.
No. So it both would have, if it was their intent to encourage insubordination, which I think it categorically was not, because it's not insubordination to disobey an unlawful order. You have to prove that their intent was to do that. So both in the factual sense of intent, you don't meet it. But even if it was their intent, I think it would be protected under Brandenburg First Amendment speech. So yeah, that is my opinion.
Someone in the chat said, this is true as well, but Kelly, is he still adherent to the UCMJ?
He's in some sort of status. For him, I'm not sure what the precedent would be if Brandenburg applies to currently enlisted people. So I don't know if we've ever confronted that issue, and have to plead ignorance in terms of so the First Amendment standard as applied to people who are current. I think either retired or whatever service, but in their capacity, in their like private capacity, it would shock me if people who are part of the military couldn't express their political views on their own time.
I think that based on the statute it's written, I need to get I don't have it in front of me. I wish I did. I forget what the USC code was. I
reviewed your conversation with Ryan. Yeah, you guys brought it up. I'm not doubting that.
I think that it's clear that most likely, based as it's written, that Kelly and company did do that. The question of whether or not this violates Brandenburg, I would have to plead ignorance on. But what I'm trying to get is, it seems a lot of times like what you and other people want to do is like, well, technically it violates that statute. I just think that statute's incorrect and unconstitutional. Fine, then charge them and let them fight it in court, whether or not the statute itself is constitutional. I'm fine with that. Yeah, and if it's not, then so be it. But they should be charged based on the law that's written.
I'm not fine with it. I don't think that we should apply clearly unconstitutional laws. I think it's clearly unconstitutional. So
I don't think you're right. There's a lot of things. Like, for example, you clearly thought that Trump should have been removed from office under Section 14 or Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, right?
I did think that that's what the law meant. But I never.
The Supreme Court disagreed.
Hang on.
In a 7-2, right?
I just want to be clear. I never, ever, ever predicted that would be the result. Ever. And I think that there were, that he could at least raise arguments to that effect. But here we have an on-point case where, because we've never dealt with that interpretation of Section 3, we do have on-point precedent for Brandenburg. That's the difference.
No, I think, but again, the difference is your interpretation of what's obviously constitutional or not is disagreed by credible people. This aren't people that are fucking just loons. It's not just some people that's a layman like me. They're actually credible people, including Supreme Court justices, that may vehemently disagree with you. So my argument is that this should be charged. It is as written. And then if it's not constitutional, fine.
Well,
I don't see the problem with charging.
I guess I don't understand your question. If your question is what I would do, I would not apply something that I found to be clearly unconstitutional. Now, if you don't think it's clearly unconstitutional or you haven't been convinced by that, I can understand maybe why you disagree. But I just think that that's an argument.
Well, what I'm suggesting is what I'm getting is the admission here that it's like, it's different with the Kelly situation, but like at least with the other situation, and I think there's at least room with the Kelly situation. It's like, okay, they did violate this possibly, but I just don't think that the law is constitutional. So if it goes to the court that this law is constitutional.
So I never had an admission that I think they violated the statute, even if it were constitutional.
No. I said not with the Kelly situation. But I think that
I think no one here, they've showed evidence that they want to cause insubordination.
You said, I'm talking about the two cases we're talking about are the statute that talked about the protesting outside of the houses, and you said you do assume someone violated that statute, but think that it's unconstitutional. You assumed. You said
I actually don't take that view. I am.
Seemed that you suggested you assumed that someone did that. That's what you said.
No, sorry. Maybe you're not hearing me. I have not asserted that I think that the law is unconstitutional. I've said that there are serious questions about its constitutionality.
Yeah. Well, then then you should have supported the charging of people.
No, that doesn't follow either.
If you clearly think that some people fell into that and you don't 100% know that the law is unconstitutional, then it seems like some sort of charges were warranted. Well, especially when it led to an assassination attempt of a Supreme Court justice.
You have no idea. You're not gonna be able to prove that.
Well, I could prove that the gathering of people outside there laid an atmosphere that someone that was engaged in that also.
That's not what you need to show.
I don't need to prove.
Yeah.
No. Don't misunderstand me. Yes, for a legal standard to prove that's one thing. But what I'm suggesting is if it is a situation where it's up to the discretion whether or not to prosecute, and we can see that it meets the violation of the law based on a technicality, and this situation was severe enough that it was leading to an assassination attempt of Kavanaugh, that would increase the intensity for wanting to put, just like the sandwich thrower, if it happens in a vacuum and it's like, yeah, that's the only attack on ICE that occurred this year, I completely agree. It's like, I don't think that rises to the level of needing to file charges, but it came in response and in an atmosphere where ICE agents are being attacked over and over again. That's why it's important to make examples of the people that are assaulting them, even in what seems to be benign ways. Same principle. You would agree there's prosecutorial discretion on this, right? Muted again.
When you say there's prosecutorial discretion on it, I guess there's always prosecutorial discretion.
Correct.
That's another independent reason why I would not be in support of these charges. And you don't even believe this, Rob. I mean, like, really, would you support, by the letter of the law, all the conservative protesters outside of the Supreme Court anytime some issue is happening would be covered under the statute? But you would never support, as either a prosecutorial discretion matter or as just a policy matter, for you to go after those people who are conservative.
That's true, but there's a difference here. What we're talking about is an escalation of severity in two ways. One, it's not just people outside the court, it's people outside private Supreme Court justices' home, which increases the level of severity. Second, it is something that happened in the environment where there was literally an assassination attempt on one of the justices. Both of those raise the stakes, which would mean that you would be more likely to prosecute that. That's my point.
But hang on a second. If the Rob Noer of the left came and said, hang on a second, don't you think that they're both technically covered there? We have to treat them the same exact way. Isn't that what you always say about all these cases? That we have to treat all technical violations exactly the same, no matter what?
No,
that was your point about Jan 6, insurrection you just made. Was like it's clear you don't care about corrupting, the influencing the judges because you only want to apply it to one group of people. But clearly, you recognize that there are cases where intensifiers for severity.
Well, of course, there's intensifiers for severity, but it would apply on the individual law, right? For example, with the law on insurrection, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, I think that we haven't applied it for almost anything, and so the implication should be not applying it, right? You seem to suggest that it's something that if someone engages in an insurrection, can you think of a situation, if it met your definition of a sitting U.S. congressman, president, vice president, etc., that engaged in an insurrection, that you wouldn't want to apply Section 3 of the 14th Amendment?
As I sit here, no.
Exactly. That's why I brought up that point to you, because it seems intuitive that would be a bar that people would say, yes, once we accept that this is engagement of an insurrection, we should be serious and not leave anyone hold office.
No, but that is not your point. Your point was not about enforcement priorities. It was about whether I'm a hypocrite for covering one thing or another, and that whether or not I truly care about what you say I care about.
No, it's certainly true. It's certainly true that you're a hypocrite in the ways that you've covered these situations and that you don't really care about like what's going on with the left-wing insurrection. That's true. The point that I'm trying to make, though, is based on your standard of what you said the importance of this was about Trump with January 6th, then you would be a hypocrite if you don't feel that that would be the same with Democrat politicians that have engaged in insurrections now. Right? And you admit, yes, that is true. I would say that if I thought they engaged in insurrection, I can't think of an example that I wouldn't want them removed from office. If they
it would have to be something weird that I haven't thought about. But in general, if a politician engages in insurrection, I believe the Constitution requires them be disqualified, and there you go. That they must be therefore. And so
that's a different burden, right? Than like assault. Where it's like with assault, you wouldn't say, nah, I don't think that everyone that technically meets the violation of the law of assault needs to be charged. You would agree with that?
I totally agree with that. But the point there,
exactly,
and that's also the point on some of these cases where I try to distinguish to no avail to you, who calls me a Democrat shill on the Hillary Clinton email stuff and all that stuff. When we talk about like what makes sense to charge and what doesn't make sense to charge. Query also, by the way, Lindsey Halligan and the fucking bullshit case against Comey, et cetera. But we're talking about what I was referencing when I was saying like what I thought was a double standard in you is this notion that I don't really care about insurrections merely because I might think one is worse or versus not. Right? We were talking about prosecutorial discretion is formed by things like severity, things like the actual consequences that occur. I'm not saying that those aren't things that you might consider.
You're mistaken. You're mistaken, right? It wasn't even that we were talking about legal consequences when I was talking about your disinterest in insurrections now. We weren't even talking about it in the context of legal application. I was merely saying that you seem to think that insurrections. No. Now you're conflating saying like this separate point that like about applying Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which we just had a discussion about that. But the bulk of the hypocrisy that I was saying was that yes, you certainly could think that one insurrection is more severe than others, but it seemed that you put importance on the idea of insurrections in the first place. And now when I said that your definition was so broad that clearly both before and after you gave me that definition, Democrats were going to have things or left-wingers were going to have many examples of what would be insurrections. I warned you of this, and then predictably, when we see, as always, Democrats decide to riot, which is tantamount based on your definition of an insurrection, all of a sudden your interest in pointing out insurrection seemed to wane precipitously.
No, I mean, I think that you're just mischaracterizing the nature of my.
I don't think so. I think anyone who's subjective could see.
Okay, all right. I mean, you can think that. And by the way, I just want to make a slight point here. I do want to get to the Charlie Kirk point at some point. And
go ahead, move on wherever you want to take it. It's fine.
No, for sure. But do you ever get the sense that like, okay, you can make this too broad criticism. What about the too narrow criticism? Like, for example, let's say something like this. I said something like, a whale is an aquatic animal, and you were like, well, that's too broad, right? But then it's like, okay, let me give you a better definition. A whale is an aquatic animal of this specific genus and species that fits whatever definition is for beluga whale. You would be like, wait, that's not a good definition of whale. And the reason it wouldn't be a quote unquote good definition of whale is in virtue of how the term whale is used by people. In other words, the meaning of a term is supposed to map onto usage. And especially when we're talking about like a legal definition, we need to appeal to some usage. And so, the criticism that you levy, too broad, to the extent that it means anything really that we ought to take into consideration, wouldn't the too narrow thing apply for you? Like if it's not including...
No. Absolutely, there could be. I don't think you could say too narrow because I basically haven't taken a stance on what I think the legal definition of insurrection is. In fact, as you know, when I was going to debate you on this, and then I ended up debating Destiny and First, I don't think there is a standard definition of what insurrection is. Let me finish. Let me finish, and I'll explain. Right. What I'm saying is that. Yes, there's absolutely, you could say, Rob, I think the way that you're loosely interpreting insurrection would be far too narrow because I think that there would be things that would rise to the level of insurrection that most objective people would say, yeah, that looks like it rises to the definition, or most legal people would say, yeah, that rises to the level that would be outside of your definition. So absolutely, there is a criticism that you could say that definitions that I'm offering or implying to are too narrow. However, what I'm suggesting is what we should default to is how many times it's been charged since basically the days of the Civil War. And seeing as how we could literally, because if we could point to hundreds of examples of insurrections occurring, literally hundreds, and never once have any of these laws been charged, then it would seem to suggest that no, it doesn't seem a time to start charging them now just so you could rack up a conviction of the President of the United States.
That's the charging decision. And this is kind of like a semantic or language philosophy question, which is separate about what the word quote unquote means, right? Like you would never say that like, oh, look at all in the past in history, there have been numerous adult human females that were considered women back before they knew anything about gametes and chromosomes or anything like that. And therefore, because of these, we didn't call those people men. We shouldn't call them men now under our current, definitions of male and gender and like male and female. And that I think is missing the point. The question isn't, or I thought the question wasn't, is it useful for this definition to be a particular thing? It's what is the usage of the term? In other words, how can you claim, right, that my definition is too loose or too broad if you don't have a reference, right? You have to have some notion of insurrection before you can even say that mine is quote unquote too broad.
You're conflating two things. You're conflating a colloquial use of the word versus a legal use of the word. So it's all right for me to say, I don't think at this point there is a standard legal definition because since 1864, the last time that like insurrection was declared, there's literally been zero charges when based on the definition you're giving, there would literally have been hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of insurrections and not once was any of them charged. It seems to be then that the way that this has been interpreted is insurrection was something that they were hyper-focused on right after the Civil War, and that was the intent of what was going on. After that, a bunch of things that have met that definition. They're like, we choose to not charge as an insurrection. If it rises to the level of crimes, there are other things that we could charge, which has been the case every single time up until the accusations of January 6th, right? And it continues to go back to that afterwards when we see the insurrections based on what you say is the definition that that left-wingers are engaged with now. What I think is the colloquial definition is different, and that's sort of what you're explaining by like the definition of what we consider man or woman. Sure, definitions gradually change of words, and we use these words in ways that oftentimes become different and change over time. What's the word where you like, I'm fucking half asleep, etymology or whatever of words. I understand that, right? Yeah, so I understand to go back, not the insect thing, like the history of words, right? Like, yes, I understand that. And so, yes, you could make a claim that my definition of the term insurrection, where I'm basically like a serious attempt to overthrow the government, is too narrow. Like, you could say that, but that's not the argument we're making from a legal perspective. The legal argument's completely different than what my colloquial definition of the term insurrection is.
Okay, but so you're suggesting that, well, because we don't have all these enforcement actions that are numerous in the intervening period, therefore the meaning of insurrection has changed by virtue of the fact that we've seen less prosecutions and cases involving
zero,
the term
plus,
insurrection.
not less, zero.
Well, first of all, I'm not so sure about that. I have done a deep dive. I'm not remembering now the different cases and when the last case of insurrection was. Insurrection is a form of treason, of levying war. As I sit here, I'm not remembering when.
Insurrection is a form of treason, or treason is a form of insurrection?
Insurrection is a form of treason. Treason is the broader category.
So then everyone who commits an insurrection commits treason.
That's correct.
Okay, and so therefore every single person technically engaged in it, and one of the punishments for treason could be death, correct?
That's correct.
So every single person currently that is engaged in insurrections against ICE could legally be put to death.
I think that's possibly true, yes.
So just to be clear, and furthermore, given your definition of insurrection, that would mean that something like this, two people decide that they are going to protest marijuana laws and end up shoving a police officer to stop them from arresting someone that's smoking.
No, that was Andrew Wilson. Hang on a second. That was Andrew Wilson's
to Destiny
stylized hypothetical, which I think had a bunch of problems in it. But to answer your question, we can just get to the point. Just because I think that there's a maximum punishment that was allowed under the historical definition, when I say that insurrection is a form of treason, I'm not saying that I want it to be this way. It just is, Rob. You chart out the history of the term insurrection. A synonym for it is levying war. Levying war. And if you look at the Constitution for what defines treason, it's giving aid or comfort to enemies and levying war against the United States. So you act, you're like, wait, you're just saying that the punishment could be
then I think that the definition of insurrection you give doesn't meet up to the standard of levying war.
In virtue of what? In virtue of what could you say that? Right?
Well,
you would have to have some. So I think it's informed by your intuitive notion that it couldn't be the case. Like it just couldn't.
How does the court define war?
I don't know that.
We would need to define the term. We would need a legal definition of the term levy and a legal definition of the term war. Correct?
No, not necessarily. Just because the two words. Okay, you act so surprised. This is not a foreign concept to you, because we've had this conversation about territorial jurisdiction for purposes of the habeas corpus statutes.
You're wrong on basically.
On what?
The jurisdiction.
No, I'm not wrong on.
You are. But anyways, proceed.
Okay. But just two words can combine doesn't necessarily mean that the independent definitions of both create the unified definition.
Well then define the legal concept of levying war. What the legal definition of levying war is.
It's what the test is for insurrection, because they're synonymous. Do you
no,
understand?
So you're telling me that levying war doesn't mean like. I mean, I don't know what to say. I don't think that you're correct.
Wait, when you say you don't think I'm correct, in virtue of what?
Show me proof that insurrection means it is levying war is synonymous.
I sent you the Graeber paper. And we can hang on. I'll even just right now as we sit here, Graeber.
You don't even have to send it. Just tell me what his quote is that suggests that.
Because so I'll give you one example. Okay, so have you heard of the John Brown raid on Harper's Ferry? This is the white guy who was I know anti-slave person, right?
Yeah.
So they look at these cases of like the Harper's Ferry raid, of various attacks on the fugitive slave laws, right, where they were preventing and frustrating enforcement of the fugitive slave laws, and those are instances in which they charged them with they referred to what they were doing as insurrection, and I think John Brown was literally charged with conspiracy for insurrection, and the tests there, and he was hanged for that and treason, were coextensive. And so if you track the history of what is being talked about when they're talking about insurrection and the different legal definitions they're using, they were used synonymously as a form of treason. Hang on, I'm pulling up the paper right now so I can quote from it directly. So all I'm doing is trying to provide like an actual grounded out.
I mean, you tell me, I'll grant you that I'm looking at AI, and this could be absolute bullshit, as we know that it's garbage when it comes to legal matters. So if I will take your word if you're saying some of this shit's untrue, right? But it says, when I'm talking about Graeber specifically and how they define the term levying war, the courts, it says, mere conspiracy or planning's not enough. This is central holding ex parte Pullman. I would say that intuitively makes sense. There must be an overt act of raising and marching an armed body of men.
Yeah, wait. So what are you trying to say there?
So there has to be.
There needs to be actual open and avowed situations. It can't be something where. So you haven't done an insurrection if you've just like planned for it.
No, yeah, I agree. But raising and marching an armed body of men.
Yeah, so those aren't the technical elements of insurrection. Just because they.
But not insurrection. We're talking about the term levying war.
So, okay, so what the question is whether or not levying war is the same thing as insurrection. And to do that, you don't just look at the elements thereof. You're looking whether there's an equality being made in the various different treatises and cases between them. And so this is what Graeber cites here. This is from his paper. Americans in the 19th century regarded, quote, insurrection as a synonym for, quote, levying war, with the proviso, as Chief Justice John Marshall noted in United States versus Burr, that, quote, levying war was a technical term. Levying war in the constitutional sense did not require, as Trump's lawyer suggested, massive armies, a violent national conflict, or a declaration of war. Persons levied war against the United States when they sought to overthrow the government of the United States, resisted by force federal authority, or resisted by force the implementation of any federal law. Levying war was often a local affair. An insurrection could be limited to a neighborhood or county as long as persons were resisting by force or violence the implementation of federal law. Adjudicating a case arising from the Whiskey Insurrection, Justice Patterson in U.S. v. Mitchell declared, quote, an insurrection with an avowed design to suppress public offices is an act of levying war.
Okay,
that's US
so
Mitchell,
this proceeds to say, like, levying war. Marshall's opinion allowed to a specific narrow adoption and technical historically rooted definition of levying war that was deliberately designed to make treason convictions almost impossible in cases of domestic insurrection that lack clear foreign involvement or monarchical intent. It says one of those is an overt raising and marching of armed men. I would think that you could have an insurrection based on your definition without an overt marching of armed men. In addition, it gives examples of things that weren't constituting levying war. You tell me if these are incorrect. I'm willing to hear it. All right. It says resistance. This is just literally an AI thing I'm reading. Right. It says resistance to a single marshal or tax collector, even violence resistance, was treated as a riot and not treason. Is that true?
That's not true. Wait, hang on. That's not true. One of the very famous cases of insurrection, the Whiskey Insurrection, was Americans gathering like around the tax collector's home and like not even using force, just like threatening force against that person for the purpose of frustrating the enforcement of the federal tax. So
but I don't know if that was just against one tax collector, was it?
So there were multiple. So yes, that one act was an act of insurrection. There happened to be other things
different
as well.
Than levying war.
But that by the way, that by itself would be considered insurrection under the test. And these people, I mean, it's one of the most famous cases of insurrection. There was a pre-Civil War understanding for what insurrection meant. The Civil War didn't invent the concept of insurrection. But this is the kind of analysis that I'm encouraging, Rob, because if you see the different cases where yes, it's true, there are less cases as in the 20th century, et cetera, maybe even very little, maybe even none. We're taught as like originalist interpretation that we're supposed to apply the public meaning of the term at the time it's enacted. That's what I've been told by all these conservative jurists. And so I think it's important to go through it.
Let me be clear. Another example is Fry's Rebellion, 1799.
Yes.
Was that
exactly.
Was that levying war?
Yes.
It was treason?
Yes.
This says that Marshall and other courts and commentators revoked the treason and said that Marshall treated it as clearly not treason under the strict definition.
so there were statements on Fry's Rebellion that so I think Adams spoke out about it, that for whatever reason they either pardoned him or whatever, but that is and Graeber talks about the Fry's Rebellion, they have a back and forth on it, that it was definitely legally considered treason at the time and it's synonymous with insurrection.
But
we can talk about
Marshall.
I'm
just saying that I'm not saying,
yeah,
by the way,
yeah.
I'm reading a bullshit summary, so I'm not saying that this is correct. I'm just saying, is it true that I'm asking you, is it true that Marshall later commented on this and said this clearly wasn't treason?
I'm not remembering Marshall's opinion on Fry's Rebellion. I'm control effing for Marshall here, so I'm just being honest with you. But
dude, I'm not claiming that I fucking understand, like, know this. I'm reading this shit in real time.
So here, I searched Fry's Rebellion. Okay, judges and treatise writers discussing insurrection against fugitive slave laws and considering treason during the Civil War relied on case law developed in the cases involving participants in the Whiskey Insurrection and the Freeze Insurrection. Justices sometimes elaborate on such decisions, such as United States v. Mitchell and case of Freeze. Nevertheless, justices on the J., Ellsworth, and Marshall courts would have recognized and endorsed the constitutional law of treason and insurrection as articulated by justices on the Taney and Chase courts, as well as their lower federal court and state court contemporaries. So let me find the analysis on the Freeze Rebellion.